A desperate cry tears through the battlefield, echoing from a man whose face is smeared with blood, his eyes filled with raw panic. From the shadows, monstrous beings with blazing scarlet eyes charge forward, their movements swift and merciless, their presence suffocating. The ground shakes as they advance, and the civilians scatter in sheer terror, fleeing in every direction. Screams blend into chaos as fear consumes the entire city. Then, without warning, a thunderous explosion rips through the center of the battlefield. The blast flings bodies aside and sends shockwaves that ripple through the chaos, throwing the battleground into complete disarray. Through the smoke, a warrior emerges. His eyes glow crimson, radiating unstoppable fury. With sword in hand, he launches himself into the horde, each strike unleashing devastating bursts of energy that hurl the creatures back with tremendous force. The clash intensifies, sparks and blinding light erupting with every collision, the battlefield trembling beneath their ferocity. When the dust begins to settle, the warrior drives his sword into the ground, using it to hold himself upright. His voice carries one final remark, acknowledging that this strength is indeed worthy of a knight of hell. His body begins to dissolve in radiant light, fading from existence. The truth is revealed. This fallen hero is none other than the Empire's mightiest swordsman, Oz. Across from where he stood, his monstrous foe stirs. The Death Knight, cloaked in ominous black armor, rises despite the crushing blow it had endured. Cracks spread across its helmet until the mask shatters and falls away, exposing blazing red eyes that refuse to yield. But in that instant, a shocking transformation occurs. The Death Knight regains human form. His eyes widen in disbelief as he gazes upon the devastation around him. Flames devouring the battlefield, the Empire's banners reduced to ash, nothing left but ruin. As silence lingers, slow claps echo across the wasteland. A new figure steps forward, savoring the destruction with twisted delight. With chilling words, he proclaims that vengeance, when left to ripen, is all the sweeter. Standing tall, he announces the fulfillment of a vow made 1,000 years ago, his long-awaited revenge at last complete. And then the veil lifts. The true identity of this terrifying being is revealed. Archlich Dorgo steps forward, his skeletal frame cloaked in dread, crimson eyes burning like fire. Before him stands Emperor Helios, who erupts in rage, his voice booming with fury at the merciless slaughter of his people. But Dorgo only smiles coldly, mocking the Emperor's words as if they were nothing more than a pleasant curse. With biting sarcasm, he declares that the time for talk is over. It is now time for his coronation. Helios, battered yet unyielding, roars back in defiance. He refuses to accept the idea that someone like Dorgo could ever be crowned king. But Dorgo, undeterred, proclaims his triumph with pride. He boasts of uniting the continent for the first time in history and claims the title of emperor as his rightful reward. The emperor's strength falters, his body sinking to his knees in defeat and despair. Dorgo turns away from him, his attention shifting to his loyal commanders. With chilling satisfaction, he praises the Demon Kings and the Death Knight for their tireless efforts, crediting their devotion for the victory he now claims. He then commands the royal crown to be brought forth for his coronation. His followers obey, carrying the crown with solemn reverence. Among them, the Death Knight steps forward, holding the symbol of power with unwavering loyalty. Dorgo looks at him with satisfaction, showering him with praise and gratitude, questioning aloud how he could ever properly repay such devotion. But the Death Knight offers no response. His silence is heavy, his hesitation palpable. Dorgo's tone shifts. Mockery cuts through his words as he declares that such a question is absurd, for the Death Knight is nothing more than a slave. He sneers that serving him is already the greatest reward. The Death Knight extends the crown forward. But before Dorgo can take it, the jewel of sovereignty is suddenly torn apart, violently shattered by the Death Knight's blade. Gasps echo among the Lich's followers, their faces frozen in shock. Dorgo staggers back, his hands flaring with burning crimson light as he summons a barrier around himself. His demon kings immediately spring into action, hurling themselves forward to shield him from the unexpected betrayal. Yet Dorgo himself is left rattled, wounded by the sudden strike. He glares at the Death Knight, disbelief flooding his voice. He demands to know what this means, insisting he never gave such an order. But before he can finish, the Death Knight finally speaks, his voice heavy, filled with fury. Finally, he says, now standing firm, his eyes blazing, the Death Knight declares that he is no longer bound, no longer a pawn, no longer a slave. For the first time, he moves by his own will, his body and his destiny alone. Dorgo reels back in disbelief, his voice trembling with outrage as he demands to know how the Death Knight can still speak. He is certain, absolutely certain, that he erased his will long ago. But the Death Knight answers coldly. His will was never destroyed, only shackled, buried deep within, forced into silence. He explains that he has been imprisoned inside his own body all this time, condemned to watch helplessly, unable to act, as Dorgo used him like a puppet. Desperate to regain control, Dorgo softens his tone, calling the Death Knight his greatest creation. With false generosity, he says he will allow him to vent his anger, for today only. At his command, the Demon Kings surge forward, unleashing a ferocious, coordinated assault meant to break the Knight's defiance. But their efforts are crushed instantly. The Death Knight meets their charge head-on, his power erupting in a cataclysmic wave that tears through the battlefield. A single strike unleashes an explosion so devastating that every one of the Demon Kings is blasted away at once. The display leaves Dorgo shaken to his core, his prized champions obliterated in a heartbeat. Cornered, the Lich chants a darker, more terrible incantation. The ground splits open, and from it rises a vast legion of undead and phantom soldiers. The air fills with the stench of decay as this army of abominations surges toward the Death Knight in a frenzied, chaotic charge. Yet the Knight does not flinch. He stands unmoving, his gaze unwavering, his voice cutting through the chaos with absolute authority. With a single command, he orders the undead to stop. Instantly, the horde freezes in place, bound by a will stronger than Dorgo's own. Then, with chilling resolve, he issues one more order, self-destruction. The army obeys without hesitation. One after another, the undead and demons ignite in suicidal detonations, their bodies exploding in a cataclysmic chain reaction. The battlefield is engulfed in fire and ruin, the blast tearing apart everything around Dorgo. The Lich stares in horror, shaken to his bones. Fear grips him as he whispers to himself, questioning whether he has birthed something far worse than he ever intended, a being whose power could rival even the Overlord. Attempting to calm the storm, he speaks with forced reason, telling the Knight he understands his anger, claiming he too would feel the same if their roles were reversed. But within, Dorgo clings to reassurance. Even if this body is destroyed, he can always escape, his soul ready to slip into another vessel and start anew. But the Death Knight's reply cuts through his hidden thoughts like a blade. He declares that through every endless moment of his long, torturous captivity, he has devoted himself to one single purpose, plotting the perfect way to kill Dorgo. The Death Knight begins to draw in an immense surge of energy, his entire being radiating with overwhelming force. His voice rings out with cold certainty. He has forged a technique meant for one purpose alone, to tear apart Dorgo's soul and annihilate him forever. Terror grips Dorgo. He refuses to believe it possible, yet the weight of the impending strike presses down on him with undeniable reality. Panic takes hold, and he chooses to flee, racing across the battlefield in a desperate attempt to escape. But the Death Knight closes the distance with ease. From above, he descends with a crushing blow that splits the sky itself, the sheer impact shaking the heavens. For a heartbeat, silence falls. Dorgo trembles, clinging to denial. He forces out mocking laughter, declaring the strike nothing but an illusion. Then the truth hits. His voice twists into a scream of agony as the Death Knight's strike pierces through him. His body is hurled upward, wrapped in a swirling vortex of dark energy before plummeting back down. The moment he strikes the ground, his form detonates in a violent eruption, the battlefield trembling under the devastation. From the ruins, what remains of Dorgo's shattered head crashes against the earth. The Death Knight steps forward, expression unchanging, and delivers his final words, ordering him to go to hell. Then, with merciless resolve, he crushes what remains of Dorgo's skull beneath his foot, erasing him completely. From a distance, Emperor Helios stares in disbelief, his voice barely finding the words to ask what has just unfolded before his eyes. The Death Knight staggers, dropping to his knees, drained from the battle. In a heavy silence, he whispers that it is finally over. Yet within that quiet, he knows one last task remains. He longs for a final chance to see the people he lost, even if only in death. The need to apologize burns in him, to atone for the countless sins he committed while bound in Dorgo's chains. Memories flash, the image of lifting an innocent soul upon his blade, their body helpless in his grip. The weight of those horrors drives tears from his eyes, his whispered apologies carried into the emptiness around him. At last, he raises his sword one final time. With unwavering resolve, he drives the blade into his own chest, ending his life as the only atonement he can offer. A gentle voice drifts into his ears, calling his name, Damien. Startled, he recognizes it instantly. It's his sister Louise. Before him, she appears, youthful and radiant, smiling softly as she asks why he is lying in such a place. For the first time in what feels like forever, peace washes over him. But confusion lingers. How could she look so young? He stares, astonished, and finally asks aloud. She only laughs, her voice light and teasing. She wonders if he's trying to flatter her, so she'll defend him when their father scolds him. Then she urges him to come home quickly before the rain falls. Damien blinks, and suddenly he is standing before his family home. His sister runs toward the door, her figure so vividly alive that he can hardly believe it. His heart races as a chilling thought strikes him. He remembers destroying the palace with his own hands. How could it be here now? He looks down at his hands in shock, his mind unraveling. Was everything that happened under Dorgo's control the dream, or is this vision before him the illusion? The doubt gnaws at him until he resolves to test it. He picks up a simple wooden stick from the ground and walks toward a massive rock. Fixing his focus entirely on it, he charges forward with all his strength. The impact lands with a sharp boom, a small shockwave rippling outward. The stick snaps and implodes instantly against the stone. Damien freezes, wide-eyed, staring in disbelief. He holds his position, breath steady, refusing to move. Slowly, a crooked smile spreads across his face, and he mutters in disbelief that this is insane. At that very moment, the rock splinters at the point of impact. A second later, it explodes outward with a deafening force. Damien bursts into laughter, at first quiet, almost nervous, then building into uncontrollable, hysterical laughter. The sound echoes through the falling rain as his mind struggles to comprehend the power now coursing through him. At last, he collapses to the ground, his body trembling, breath ragged, fists clenched. He sits there in the storm, consumed by pain, shock, and the unbearable weight of a reality he cannot yet understand. At that moment, Damien became certain it was no dream. Every moment, every memory, all of it is real. A deep smile spreads across his rain-soaked face as he declares to himself that he has truly returned to the past. Memories flood him. He recalls the reckless boy he once was, a constant source of trouble, his family often calling him crazy. He remembers his father's furious voice, scolding him harshly after being thrown out of a public gathering for causing a scene, shaming their name. He recalls his brother's outrage after he struck the son of Lion Bloom March, sparking a scandal that dragged their family into disgrace. He sees the image of his sister, Louise, helplessly crying as she is taken away, her future ruined because of his foolishness. His mind shifts to the sight of his mother weeping bitterly, asking why he mortgaged their lands and borrowed recklessly, plunging them deeper into ruin. The memories cut deeper. How he squandered every last shred of the family's wealth until his father, at last, cast him out with finality, forbidding him to ever return. That day of exile burns brightest in his memory. His sister Louise ran to him, pressing money into his hand, begging him to be happy despite everything. She smiled at him with such deep affection, whispering only two words that pierced his heart: "Be happy." Overwhelmed with guilt, Damien had snatched the money from her hand, pushed her away, and walked off quickly, too ashamed to face her love. For the first time in his life, he felt the crushing weight of true guilt and shame. Back in the present, sitting in the lush green fields, Damien lowers his gaze, lost in thought. How could he ever turn to the past? His mind drifts back to the final moments of his former life, when he resolved to apologize to his family before death claimed him. He never expected to be granted another chance. Tilting his head toward the heavens, he wonders if this miracle has been gifted by the divine. Then he notices something strange in his hand, startling him. The sight makes him question the reality of his situation even further. He sits in silence, reflecting. His thoughts wander back to the struggles of his youth, how he could never properly wield combat techniques, no matter how he tried. One technique in particular surfaces in his mind: the shattering wave. He can almost see it, its immense power, its devastating force, the sheer destructive might it carried. The image of it burns vividly in his thoughts, a reminder of a skill he had once longed to master. Damien mutters to himself about a technique he's mastered, one that magnifies the force behind a strike, turning it into raw destructive power. He recalls a battle from the past, when a knight once used it so fiercely it was called the Wall Breaker. Damien reminds himself that he gained this very skill after killing that knight. Just then, a voice calls out from the distance. "Young master." Damien turns calmly toward the sound. A servant rushes toward him from the house, breathing hard but hurrying with purpose. Damien studies him for a moment, trying to recall his name. Victor? Was it Victor? Victor, he asks aloud, uncertain. The servant stiffens, quickly confirming the name. He says Lady Louise is asking for Damien immediately, surprised to find him still outside. Nervously, the servant adds that the head of the family is furious. Damien pauses. Did I do something wrong? The servant freezes at the question, staring at him in disbelief. What? You don't know what you did? Damien's confusion only deepens. He truly doesn't remember. But then, a thunderous voice roars from inside the house. "You scoundrel! It's the Viscount of House Haxon, his father." Damien steps inside, only to be greeted by a sudden strike aimed at him. He moves swiftly, dodging with precision, and his father stumbles, falling heavily to the floor. Shock flashes across the Viscount's face at his son's effortless skill. From the ground, he snarls, "You really are insane." Rising to his feet, his fury grows. He bellows that Damien has been thrown out of a tavern for starting a massive brawl, dragging shame upon their family name. His mother and sister rush in, trying desperately to restrain him, urging him to calm down. Damien watches silently as the scene unfolds. He remembers this moment. This is the past, one he has returned to once again. His mother pleads, "Do you truly mean to kill your own son?" His sister holds onto their father tightly, begging him to stop. And in the middle of the chaos, Damien lowers his gaze, feeling utterly defeated. Yet as he looks at them, his father, Paul Osborne Haxon, his mother, Marilda Haxon, and his sister, Louise Haxon, he takes in a moment with unexpected clarity. The family stares back, stunned by his expression, and at last, the Viscount forces himself to calm down. As the family's eyes fix on him, Damien stays still, lost in a quiet wave of remorse. "I've missed this," he thinks, holding on to the moment. Overwhelmed, his eyes begin to well, and tears silently slip down his face. His family looks at him baffled. His sister stares in disbelief. Are you crying? His mother's voice softens with sorrow. Perhaps it's all become too much for him. The silence is broken by his father's harsh tone. Enough. What excuse have you prepared this time? Speak. But Damien lifts his head, his voice steady and clear. I have no excuses. His father freezes, thrown off guard. No excuses? He stares at him as if he's hearing the impossible. You? The one who always hides behind pathetic justifications. Damien meets his gaze firmly. I stain the honor of House Haxon with my recklessness. I will not deny it. I accept full responsibility. Suspicion flashes across his father's face. Try to escape punishment, are you? Don't think I'll let you off that easily. But instead of retreating, Damien bows respectfully. I'll take care of it. His father blinks, stunned, struggling to grasp the meaning of those words. Damien straightens, then turns toward the door. I will resolve this myself. Once it's done, I'll return for the punishment I deserve. At the threshold, he glances back, confidence flickering in his eyes. I'll come back to accept whatever sentence you decide, Father. With that, a calm smile crosses his face, and he walks away. The house falls into silence. His family remains frozen, unable to comprehend the sudden change. His father mutters under his breath, bewildered. Did the boy take a blow to the head? Soon after, Damien arrives at the bustling heart of the commercial city, a sprawling maze of towering buildings and familiar landmarks, alive with noise and movement. Victor walks at his side, though unease is written all over him. Finally, Victor speaks. Young master, this is the place. But are you truly going in? They say it's backed by a criminal syndicate. If something goes wrong, his voice trembles with fear. Damien glances at him calmly. If you're afraid, return home. But Victor clenches his fists, refusing. No, I'll stay by your side. Damien turns to him with a quiet smile. Don't worry, I only intend to offer a polite apology. Nothing more will happen. Damien reassures Victor with a quiet promise. I'll resolve everything this time. With steady steps, he moves toward his destination, hoping for a smooth outcome. Yet, as he walks, his thoughts drift back to the mystery of his return. Why am I back in this time? Whether by fate or divine will, Damien resolves not to squander the chance. He swears he will never again bring harm or disgrace to his family. Every mistake of the past, he vows to correct them all, one by one. As he passes through the crowded streets, two rough-looking men notice him. Their eyes widen in recognition. One sneers, so you dare show your face here again? Damien studies their faces, struggling to recall. Something about them is familiar. Still, his voice is calm. I've only come to offer the owner a sincere apology for the trouble I caused before. For a moment, both men freeze, caught off guard by his composed tone. Then laughter erupts. One smirks. I'll pass your apology to the boss. The other eyes him carefully, surprised by his unexpected composure. You're the eldest son of that shameful house, aren't you? Ha! I expected a reckless fool. But you seem different. Their mocking turns sharper, crueler. But your sister, now that's another story. They exchange vile remarks, speaking of her in ways that drip with indecency. One of them suddenly grabs Damien by the face, pressing hard, and sneers. If you want forgiveness, offer us your pretty sister. That would be enough. A cold fury burns within Damien. The man's smirk falters as a sudden shift overtakes the air. In one smooth motion, Damien snatches the knife from his hand. Holding it with effortless calm, he waves it lightly, his voice steady. I thought this would end quickly, but it seems I overestimated myself. The second man bursts forward with a roar, raising his weapon to strike. But before he can land the blow, a flash of motion cuts the air. An explosive strike severs his hand clean off. The man stumbles back, staring blankly as blood spills from a wound. His severed hand hits the ground with a heavy thud. Shock locks his body, his mind unable to grasp what just happened. Damien holds his ground, unwavering, while dread begins to crawl across the faces of the men before him. With a voice as cold as steel, he tells them, "Since you're so eager, I'll show you what it means to face the eldest son of House Haxon. From the shadows, Victor watches in horror. His hands tremble and tears well in his eyes. How? How is this the same young master who swore he'd resolve things peacefully? The man whose hand was severed finally catches up to reality, his screams ripping through the air and drawing a crowd. Onlookers gather quickly, some whispering with excitement, others smirking at the spectacle. Let's go watch. It looks like a good fight. No, best not get involved. I'm not about to get caught up in that mess, another replies. Victor stays hidden, clutching his chest, his fear for Damien growing heavier with every passing second. In the open street, Damien stands calmly as the uninjured man points a blade at him. His partner writhes on the ground, wailing in agony. Do you even know who we are? The man snarls. Damien's reply is calm, almost dismissive. I don't care who you are. If you're going to strike, then strike. But the man doesn't let it go. He raises his voice, fury lacing every word. We're with the Black Snake, an organization no one in this city dares provoke without paying the price. The name hits Damien, unlocking old memories in a flood. He remembers the Black Snake's grip over the city, how they ruled the streets with fear and violence. He remembers them, the same men who once beat him down mercilessly, mocking and humiliating him over a simple protest at one of their establishments. He remembers the pain, the helplessness, the shame of being forced to bow his head in defeat. But this time, things are different. A shadow crosses Damien's face as he smiles. Dark, chilling, filled with certainty. An apology, huh? No, you are the ones who owe me one. The gangster snarls, raising his weapon. Don't think I'll hold back just because you're some pampered noble. This time, I'll cut you down for good. The man charges forward, unleashing all his strength as he swings his weapon down. Damien stands poised, waiting. With effortless precision, he slips past the strike, moving so swiftly that the gangster can't comprehend what just happened. Before the man can recover, Damien hooks his foot forward, catching the thug's step and sending him stumbling. The gangster's balance breaks completely, his body pitching forward, until his face slams into the hard ground with a sickening thud. The crowd flinches. The man groans, coughing violently, writhing in pain. Damien walks toward him slowly, his calm presence more terrifying than any shout. Even if I killed every last member of your Black Snake, he says coldly, it still wouldn't be enough to satisfy my rage. He raises the weapon high, ready to bring it down on the man's skull. But at the final moment, his grip falters. For the sake of his family, he restrains himself. Instead, he delivers a brutal, crushing strike that doesn't kill, but leaves the man broken, crippled beyond recovery. Now both thugs lie sprawled across the ground, moaning in agony, unable to move. From the edge of the street, another voice rings out, furious. Who the hell is this guy? A fresh group of Black Snake enforcers appear, led by a figure radiating menace. The leader steps forward, eyeing Damien carefully. You're strong, too strong to be wandering alone. Tell me, what organization do you belong to? Damien's answer is calm, unwavering. I belong to no faction. I came here to apologize. But after all this, his eyes narrow. It's your boss who owes me the apology. Laughter erupts from the gang. The leader's expression hardens. Enough lies. If you won't come quietly, we'll drag you instead. Attack. At his command, the enforcers rush Damien with blinding speed. Fatigue already weighs on Damien's body, his breath shallow from the earlier fights. But he steels himself, inhaling deeply, his resolve unshaken. His stance tightens. His eyes sharpen. Then he moves. Swift, precise, devastating. Each motion cuts down an opponent. His strikes land like thunder, one after another, until screams of pain and disbelief echo through the street. Men drop around him, clutching shattered limbs, their eyes wide with terror at the force they can't match. Their leader watches, frozen, unable to comprehend how his men are falling so easily. Yet beneath his calm exterior, Damien feels it, the weight of exhaustion pressing hard. Even this short battle has already left him breathless. Damien fixes his gaze on the gang leader and asks coolly, "Do you still want to continue?" To his surprise, the man steps back, trembling, his bravado collapsing. Please forgive me. Spare me," he stammers, his body shaking with fear. But Damien doesn't grant mercy so easily. With a sudden burst of speed, he lunges forward. The leader's eyes go wide with terror, and he turns on his heel, fleeing in panic, screaming as he scrambles to escape. His desperate cries echo through the street as Damien's footsteps thunder close behind him. When the leader dares to glance back, he sees Damien almost at his neck. Crack! A sickening sound of breaking bones fills the air. Inside the tavern, the mood is still light, patrons drinking, chatting, laughing. But the noise outside cuts through the chatter, pulling their attention. Silence falls as they strain to listen. Then the doors burst open. The gang leader stumbles inside, wild-eyed and trembling. But it's clear he's not moving on his own. A blade is pressed against his throat, forcing him forward. The crowd's eyes widen as Damien steps in behind him, calm, composed, holding the knife steady. With a cold voice, he releases the man and lets him collapse to the ground. "You should have listened when I was being nice." The tavern falls into utter silence. Every eye fixes on Damien. For a moment, the entire room seems frozen. Then chaos erupts. Screams echo as guests bolt from their seats, shouting in terror. "A killer! Run!" Chairs topple, mugs shatter, and people rush for the exits in a frenzy. When the chaos subsides, Damien remains in the center of the room, steady and unshaken. He believes he's already overcome the worst of it. But then, a new voice cuts through the noise. "What is the meaning of this?" From above, a man descends the stairs. The tavern owner, Anderson Holm, his expression twisted with fury and disbelief. His eyes immediately darted to the fallen gang members littering the floor, his face contorting in anger. Damien looks up at him, calm and confident. "Your guards are no longer a problem. I handled them." Anderson's face darkens, rage mixing with shock. His men, members of the Black Serpent Gang, defeated so easily? Impossible. "Who are you?" he demands, voice thundering. "Who dares cause this kind of trouble in my establishment?" Damien straightens and answers with pride. "Damien Haxon, eldest son of House Haxon." Anderson's expression shifts instantly, his fury giving way to surprise. A noble, a Haxon, standing in his tavern. Damien raises his voice just enough to carry across the tavern. "I didn't come here to stir chaos. I came for an apology. From you, the owner." Anderson blinks, baffled. "An apology?" Damien steps forward, his tone sharp and unwavering. "In the past, this place robbed its guests with outrageous prices. And when I protested, your men beat me down, left me humiliated in the streets. That incident branded me as a drunken fool in this city, a disgrace that has haunted me ever since." For a moment, his mind drifts back. He remembers that bitter day when his father cast him out, tired of his reckless reputation. The weight of his family's shame presses heavily against him even now. Damien's voice hardens. "That single night cost my family dearly. And you dare laugh." Anderson does laugh, mocking, dripping with scorn. "So this is it? You've come to mourn your lost honor? How pitiful." His eyes gleam cruelly as he adds, "But tell me, does House Haxon even have honor left to lose?" The words cut deep. Anderson presses further, sneering. "I will never apologize. Instead, you'll pay for the damage you've caused today." Damien doesn't argue. Instead, a quiet, unsettling smile spreads across his face. Had he simply apologized, I may have spared him. But now, the air shifts. Damien takes a single step forward, so sharp, so decisive, that Anderson flinches, frozen in place. The energy around Damien spikes. His body lowers in emotion, speed coiling like a spring about to unleash. "Then you'll pay dearly for every word you've spoken," Damien says, his eyes flashing with a deadly glint. Knife in hand, he surges forward, a storm of intent aimed directly at Anderson. But before he can close the distance, clang, a sudden blur cuts across his path. Steel collides with steel, releasing a violent shockwave that blasts through the tavern. The aura is overwhelming, bright, and oppressive, sending Damien crashing backward to the floor. For the first time, his confidence falters as he looks up, stunned by the sheer force. Standing before Anderson is a figure clad in armor, radiating power. Anderson exhales in visible relief, his voice almost reverent. "Lord Ted, thank the heavens you arrived." Damien pushes himself up, eyes narrowing in disbelief. "A knight? Here." The realization strikes hard. Why would someone like him be working in a place like this? The knight steps forward, fully revealed at last. His armor gleams under the tavern's dim light, refined and imposing, his face hidden in shadow, amplifying the suffocating dread that spreads through the room. A narration cuts in, describing the order of knights, their ranks, their power. From mere trainees to apprentice knights, and finally to official knights, beings beyond the grasp of ordinary men. Unlike others, official knights command aura with ease, wielding strength so great they can shatter mountains with a single strike or cleave fortress walls as though they were parchment. They are transcendents, walking calamities in human form. Anderson laughs with smug pride, his voice dripping arrogance. "Do you see now? This man before you, he's a true knight. Lord Ted himself." Ted raises his weapon slowly, aura beginning to surge around him. Power radiates from his body, coiling and snapping like lightning, as he prepares to unleash a strike meant to end the fight in a single blow. Damien's eyes narrow. He recognizes the technique instantly. That move, he mutters under his breath. The aura gathering around Ted is terrifying, majestic, and overwhelming. Damien knows he cannot simply dodge. He must respond in kind. Planting his feet firmly, he steels himself, calling forth a technique of his own. And then, memories rush back. He recalls a day in his past when he encountered the infamous Phantom Assassin, a killer spoken of only in whispers. Damien watches in his mind's eye as the assassin slaughters a knight without hesitation, his blade moving faster than death itself. The assassin's voice echoes in memory, mocking the fallen. "You don't even know who Dorgo is. If I really followed his plan and killed every last human, there'd be no fun left in this world." After cutting down his victim, the Phantom Assassin turns, pointing his blade at the Death Knight standing before him. His tone is sharp, amused. "That's why I'm telling you. Shut your mouth and leave. Unless you want to join him." But the Death Knight refuses to move, his stance firm, weapon steady. Unyielding, the assassin smiles, eyes gleaming. "Still standing? Then you've chosen death." He lifts his blade with eerie grace. "You asked for it, so I'll show you my secret technique." His voice turns chilling, almost playful. The human body is made mostly of water. In that instant, he perceives every drop of water within the Death Knight's body. To his vision, the knight's figure shifts into a fluid form, and with his hidden technique, he cuts straight through. Ted then gathers every ounce of strength, channeling his energy and aura into a single decisive strike, determined to bring the fight to an end. Damien immediately grasps the nature of the attack. Whispering under his breath, he recognizes the technique. Ted releases a secret art, majestic, overwhelming, and terrifying in its power, drawing upon immense energy. Faced with this, Damien steadies himself, preparing his own counter, intent on meeting force with force. At that moment, fragments of the past surge in Damien's mind. The scene shifts back to Ted, his face mirroring the assassin's final expression. Shocked, shaken, stammering a desperate no. The seasoned knight crumbles to the ground, unmoving. The sight leaves everyone frozen in horror. It is then Damien fully understands. Every battle he has ever fought has ended the same way. No matter who stands against him, their fate is sealed. For his power is unique, the ability to absorb the strength of his enemies and wield it as his own. The tavern owner trembles uncontrollably, retreating in terror after witnessing the overwhelming display. Fear spreads across his face as he realizes just how deep a danger he has brought upon himself. In desperation, he drops to his knees, bowing repeatedly, begging forgiveness for insulting the Haxon family name. With a shaking voice, he offers a fortune as compensation, pleading to know if it will suffice. Damien accepts without hesitation. Though his true aim was the apology, he certainly has no reason to turn down money. Calmly, he issues an order for all wealth and valuables in the tavern to be collected, his tone carrying absolute authority that no one dares question. Victor, the servant, peeks in cautiously, his voice trembling as he quickly answers Damien's command with a nervous, "Yes, sir." As he takes in the aftermath of what just occurred, disbelief runs through his mind. If he hadn't witnessed it himself, he would never have believed it possible. He marvels in silence, wondering where and when Damien had mastered swordsmanship to such a terrifying level. The tavern owner, still shaken, bids them farewell with forced politeness, gesturing nervously as if hoping to appease them until they are safely gone. On their way out, Victor can't contain his excitement, blurting out that it's the first time in his life he has ever seen so much gold and treasure. Behind them, the tavern owner remains quiet, his face twisted in fury. Inwardly, he swears he will reclaim every last coin and turn to the Black Serpent's boss for help. But before he can linger too long on his thoughts, a sudden strike sends him reeling. The room erupts in panic as he clutches his bleeding ear, screaming in pain. Damien steps forward, his presence heavy with threat, and warns him clearly, "Deliver this message to the Black Serpent gang. If they dare target his family again, he will never forgive them." Writhing on the ground, the tavern owner spits curses through the pain, vowing revenge with hate boiling in his chest. Meanwhile, Damien and Victor leave calmly, the weight of gold and valuables in hand, walking beneath the glow of the evening sunset. As they depart, Damien reflects quietly. He knows well that his actions cannot erase the failures of his past. But in this second chance at life, he swears never again to let his family down. Turning to Victor with a faint smile, he tells him to head home. Victor beams and answers with heartfelt loyalty, "Yes, young master." Elsewhere, the scene shifts to a lavish mansion bearing the name Lion Bloom March. Inside, a young man speaks gently to his brother, asking if he's ever heard the saying, "Love always comes with pain." His brother stares back in confusion, mocking him lightly, asking if he's heading off to a duel with such a dramatic expression. But the young man only smiles mysteriously and replies that he isn't seeking a duel. He's on a quest to find love. At that moment, Damien and Victor finally arrive back at the Haxenbear estate. Damien stretches with ease, remarking to Victor that he hasn't slept so deeply in a very long time. Victor quietly admits to himself, with a trace of envy, how Damien can rest so soundly while he spent the entire night awake, haunted by worries from the day before. Damien lets out a soft chuckle, admitting that things didn't exactly go as planned. Still, in the end, they walked away with a generous reward. More importantly, he says with firm confidence, word of what happened will spread quickly, and soon, no one will dare to look down on House Haxon again. Victor nods, his perception of Damien shifting. For the first time, he recognizes a sharpness in Damien's mind, a clear awareness he had never noticed before. Yet concern lingers. He voices his unease about the Black Serpent gang, reminding Damien that they left behind a wounded trainee knight and several gang members in dire condition. Damien, however, brushes it off with absolute confidence. No matter how daring the gang may be, they wouldn't recklessly challenge a noble family. And if they ever do, he vows he will deal with them himself. Victor can't help but admire his master's combat skill and finally asks, with burning curiosity, where and when Damien learned such extraordinary techniques. Damien responds with a nervous smile, hesitating before saying he only trained occasionally whenever he found the chance. But before the moment lingers, their exchange is cut short by a thunderous voice shouting Damien's name. His father storms into view, face burning with fury as he rushes toward him, demanding to know where he has been all day. grabbing Damien by the shoulders. His father's anger mixes with anxiety, pressing him for answers. Has he caused even more trouble? Damien meets him with calm confidence, smiling as he reassures him. Just as he promised, he has already settled the problem. Then he gestures to Victor to reveal what they brought back. Victor obediently opens the bag, and the glittering piles of gold and treasures spill into sight. Both parents cry out in shock. Our money. Damien explains smoothly. He returned to the tavern where the incident began and cleared the misunderstanding. The error had been in the billing, and as compensation, the tavern owner handed over the treasure. His father, though staring in amazement, silently doubts whether such a tale could be real. But his mother quickly counters, saying there's no other explanation. Where else would so much treasure come from? Damien, still smiling with confidence, tells his father that if he doubts the story, he should ask Victor, who was at his side the entire time. Turning toward Victor, he urges him once more to confirm his words. Victor pauses, caught in hesitation, before stammering out confirmation. His words seal the story in Damien's parents' minds, leaving them fully convinced. Admiration fills the room, praise flowing toward Damien. Yet in Victor's heart, a quiet thought lingers. Damien can't seem to utter even a single sentence without bending the truth. The realization leaves him both impressed and bewildered. Outside, in the calm of the open air, Damien exhales deeply, relief washing over him. With the matter settled in his favor, he darts into the forest, sprinting with all his strength to test the limits of his body. The rush doesn't last long. Soon he slows, lungs burning, his body weighed down by exhaustion. Catching his breath, Damien reflects on his current weakness. This body isn't strong enough. It won't carry him to the goals he's set. Yet, instead of despair, he breaks into a smile, reaching into his cloak to pull out a small vial. He calls himself fortunate for obtaining such a treasure. His mind drifts back to when he first asked the tavern owner about it. At the time, curiosity led him to question its contents. The man explained that inside was a special tonic crafted by the Dan School of Alchemy, a potion capable of greatly enhancing stamina and energy. Damien had pressed further, puzzled by the name. The tavern owner told him the school was a renowned group dedicated to creating tonics and alchemical elixirs. The memory resurfaces. He had indeed heard of them before. Their reputation stretches far. Their creations so prized they are traded for gemstones by weight. With that thought, relief sweeps over him again. This vial is no ordinary find. It's a rare and priceless gift. Without hesitation, Damien drinks it down. A sharp breath escapes him as a vibrant aura bursts forth, surging through his body. Power spreads within him, filling every fiber with renewed strength. In that moment, his resolve hardens. If he wants true power, he must first build his stamina. To regain the might he once held in his past life, especially to face Dorgo, this is the path he must take. The image of Dorgo rises in his memory, the terrifying face etched into his mind. Damien knows with certainty that the undead army will return to this world in only a few years. And so, he swears to himself, he will obtain the strength needed to kill Dorgo once and for all. Damien exhales slowly, his resolve firm. Only by regaining that level of strength will he truly be able to protect his family's happiness. With determination burning in his chest, he launches forward, sprinting ahead with power in every stride. His vow echoes within him. This time, Dorgo, I will kill you for sure. Far away, under the pale light of the moon, a hidden fortress comes into view, the secret base of the Black Serpent Gang. Within its dark halls, their leader sits at a table, eating carelessly, his voice cold as he speaks. The one who failed, he declares, is worthless now. They have lost one of their best men, and that is the end of it. The members murmur regret over Ted's state, suggesting he should at least receive medical treatment. But their leader, Cedric Walker, cuts them off with a chilling command. Ignore him and throw him away. He is no longer of value. One of the men hesitates, his voice uncertain as he questions whether Cedric is sure. But Cedric's tone sharpens, ruthless and final. Ted is nothing but a broken tool. They can always buy another with money. Just then, a stir of movement breaks the room's tension. Ted begins to rise, struggling against his broken state. Gasps ripple through the gang. Cedric narrows his eyes before letting out a mocking laugh. So, he still has enough strength to crawl. With a cruel grin, Cedric taunts him further, saying he'll offer another chance, accept medical treatment, and he might rehire him. But Ted spits back in fury, shouting that he doesn't need Cedric's pity. He charges forward, moving with desperate speed. Yet mid-lunge, his body freezes, suspended in an eerie and unnatural stillness. A sinister aura of shadow unfurls behind him, wrapping the air in dread. Shock floods Ted's face as he cries out in confusion. Then, with brutal force, the dark energy slams into him, his screams echoing through the hall. Out of the shadows, a cloaked figure steps into view. He turns to Cedric, his voice calm but laced with menace, and asks if this display of power is enough for a first demonstration. Cedric's lips curl into a satisfied smile. Of course, he answers coldly. Now, show me what else you're capable of. Ted thrashes helplessly, shouting in rage, demanding to be released. But the cloaked man begins to chant in a language alien and arcane. Each word deepens the dread in the air, and Ted's panic surges, his body trembling against the growing tide of dark power. A terrifying surge of dark energy whirls violently around Ted, forcing a blood-curdling scream from his throat. He thrashes in terror, unable to comprehend what's happening. From within the swirling aura, monstrous forms begin to emerge, shadows with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp fangs. Their presence drives Ted to the edge of madness as he begs desperately for mercy. The darkness only grows denser, wrapping around him until it swallows him whole. His cries echo as the aura tears into him piece by piece. A blinding eruption of dark energy shakes the room, shredding his body apart. One by one, his limbs are consumed by the abyss, until only a single leg remains, dropping heavily to the ground with a sickening thud. The last remnant lands at Cedric's feet. Disgust flashes across his face as he covers his nose, muttering that the sight is revolting. The cloaked man, calm and detached, turns to him and asks if this demonstration is satisfactory. Cedric nods, but adds coldly that next time, it should be cleaner. With a chilling smile, the cloaked figure inquires about his next assignment. Cedric leans forward, a sinister grin spreading as he explains. A certain noble has crossed the Black Serpents, harming their organization. He wants revenge, but carried out indirectly. The greater the damage, the higher the reward. He slides over an advance payment. The cloaked man accepts it without hesitation, bowing his head slightly in thanks. His smile deepens, sharp and unsettling, as he assures Cedric that the task will be done, and he can be relied on fully. Elsewhere, Damien continues pushing his body through relentless training. Sweat pours, muscles ache, but his will doesn't falter. The tonic's effects are undeniable. His stamina has already improved dramatically in a short span. Even so, unease gnaws at him. Days have passed in eerie silence. He expected the Black Serpents to strike back swiftly, yet nothing has come. That quiet feels wrong. A sudden shift behind him snaps him alert. His instincts flare, and he spins sharply, muttering under his breath, just as I thought. Without hesitation, he launches forward at full speed, cursing the Black Serpent bastards as he slams a crushing strike into the figure hidden in the bushes. A pained cry bursts from the shadows. Damien suddenly stiffens, his eyes widening as he recognizes the face of the one he struck. He mutters in shock. Sitting on the ground before him is none other than his younger brother, Abel Haxon. Abel looks up at him, startled, and calls out softly, "Big brother." Still shaken, Abel steadies himself with a wince, then lets out a short laugh. "You've gotten stronger since the last time I saw you. For a second, I thought you almost broke my neck." Damien freezes at those words, a haunting memory flashing in his mind. Abel's body lying motionless in the past. The weight of it leaves him silent. After a moment, he extends his hand toward Abel, his voice steady but apologetic. I didn't mean to. That wasn't on purpose. Abel stares at the offered hand, hesitant. His expression hardens as he finally speaks. Father said you went to the tavern to settle things peacefully. But then we heard a fight broke out. People were injured. Tell me, Damien, you're not the one who caused it, are you? You wouldn't lie to the family, would you? Without flinching, Damien replies with calm certainty. No, I was the one who did it. Abel's temper flares. Liar. You expect me to believe that? Did you hire someone else to fight for you? You've never been the type to handle battles yourself. He points accusingly at Damien, his voice sharp. Stop bringing shame to this family. I'm always the one cleaning up after you. Instead of reacting with anger, Damien places a hand gently on Abel's head, his tone soft. Abel, you've always been the one who puts the family above everything. But listen to me, there's nothing to fear. I promise, nothing bad will happen again. Just as his words settle, a desperate voice cuts through the air. Young masters, a servant comes running, breathless and frantic. There's a serious problem. Both brothers exchange startled glances before hurrying back to the house. Tension grips them as Damien pushes the door open and steps inside, Abel right behind him, his unease written all over him. The moment Damien enters, his father's voice rings out, heavy with anger. Damien! And then, from deeper within the room, another voice, steady and calm, speaks. So you finally come. Erwin Lionbloom is in the room with a sly smile, turning to Damien's father as though nothing is amiss. I was just explaining what happened at the party, he says smoothly. Forgive me for arriving unannounced. Damien's eyes narrow. This again. I've lived through this scene before. He recognizes him instantly, Erwin. His memory flashes back to that night in his previous life, every detail vivid. Without holding back, Damien roars. What the hell did you just say? Erwin raises his hands as if to defend himself. Wait. I didn't mean to insult anyone. But Damien doesn't let up. Don't act innocent. You mocked me, and you try to harass my sister. Erwin smirks, feigning confusion. You must be mistaken. Maybe you were drunk? I don't recall anything like that. He then leans in close, voice low and taunting. And what if I had done it? With a cruel smile, he goads Damien further. If I said it outright, what exactly could you do about it? Rage boils over. Damien remembers how, in his past life, he always restrained himself in moments like this. But this time, he doesn't hesitate. His fist smashes into Erwin's face, the blow landing with devastating force. Erwin crashes to the floor, blood pouring as he groans in pain. Yet Damien quickly realizes something. Erwin is no weakling. He's a trained knight, but he didn't even try to block the strike. He wanted this to happen. Erwin slowly gets up, clutching his face but wearing a twisted smirk. Then, without shame, he plays his next card. Actually, he says boldly, I must confess, I admire Louise deeply. That's why I'd like your blessing, Viscount, to marry her. He settles onto the sofa as though nothing just happened, his voice calm and deliberate. Yes, I wish to marry Louise. I ask for your approval. The room falls into stunned silence. Everyone stares at him, speechless with shock. Damien clenches his fists, knowing all too well this is the exact scheme Erwin had used before, turning violence into leverage to blackmail their family. With feigned humility, Erwin adds, let's just consider tonight a misunderstanding, if you agree to the marriage. But Louise's father's response is immediate and unwavering. Impossible. It will never happen. Erwin's smile falters into a cold glare. Then tell me, how much can the Haxon family endure the wrath of mine? Someone must take responsibility for insulting me. His voice turns harsh, leaving only two options. Either pay the price, or give me Louise. Inside, Louise's father weighs the reality. The Lilley-Bloom family holds enormous power in the kingdom. Yet no matter how dangerous it is, he knows one thing. He cannot hand his daughter over to a man as vile as Erwin. At that moment, Louise steps quietly into the room. With a steady gaze, she looks around and, to everyone's shock, calmly declares that she will accept the marriage proposal. The room erupts in disbelief. Her father shouts in defiance. Abel freezes in fury and demands she take back her words, while Damien can only watch in sorrow, silently calling out to her in his heart. Louise meets their reactions with a gentle smile, reassuring them that it's fine. She will follow Sir Erwin. But Damien, seeing through that forced smile, feels the crushing weight of regret. Once again, because of him, his sister is being dragged into despair. Meanwhile, Erwin secretly basks in triumph, convinced he has finally cornered them. With smug satisfaction, he praises Louise's decision and strides forward, announcing that he will soon send an official request and discuss the details with the family. Just then, Damien blocks his path, his sharp gaze radiating murderous intent. Erwin, unfazed, sneers confidently, certain that Damien is still as weak as before. He pats Damien on the shoulder, mocking him with a poisonous grin. "Well then, should I start calling you brother-in-law now?" he jeers. Inwardly, he curses Damien, certain that this worthless man will once again ruin his sister's life. Damien doesn't respond, his silence heavy with rage. He mutters something under his breath, too quiet for anyone to catch. Louise notices the storm rising within her brother and calls out to him softly, trying to calm him down. But Erwin, ignorant and arrogant, presses on with his taunts, leaning in with a smirk, demanding Damien repeat what he just said. That was the final spark. In a flash of fury, Damien's fist connects with Erwin's face, the impact so fierce that Erwin is sent flying, blood pouring from his nose like a burst dam. For once, his vile mouth is shut. Inside, Damien chastises himself. He shouldn't have let Erwin provoke him, not when his family and sister's peace was at stake. But as Erwin crashes to the ground and Louise covers her mouth in alarm, Damien stares down coldly at the fallen man. "No, you bastard," he mutters. And in that moment, he accepts it fully. There's no holding back anymore. His mind flashes back to that moment when he stormed out, consumed by raw, unrestrained emotion. After hearing from a servant that the carriage carrying Louise and Erwin had arrived, Damien rushed with urgency, his heart pounding at the thought of finally seeing his sister again after so long. He sprinted toward the door, full of anticipation, until a chilling scream from inside froze him in his tracks. The door creaked open, and what he saw made his blood run cold. Erwin was yanking Louise by the hair, her cries of pain echoing through the room. As Oven scolded her harshly for forcing him to bring her back, Erwin stepped closer, spitting venomous insults, degrading her and mocking her family. Louise crumpled to the floor under his torment, and Erwin towered over her with a twisted grin. "Ah, dear Louise," he muttered darkly, raising his fist with the cruel promise of a lesson she would never forget. Damien stood frozen, paralyzed by helplessness as guilt consumed him. He collapsed to his knees, his mind screaming that all of this was his fault, that his choices had dragged his sister into this nightmare. But as Erwin prepared to strike, something snapped inside him. Rage burned in Damien's eyes, his guilt igniting into fury. Clenching his fist, he roared no. The room fell into stunned silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at Damien's audacity. Erwin's guards instantly drew their swords, shouting furiously, "Don't tell us you dare to lay a hand on our young lord." Their blades pointed at him, their outrage filling the air. But Erwin, wiping the blood calmly from his face, rose with a mocking smile as though unfazed. Sword in hand, he sneered, "Twice, you dared to strike my face twice." His voice dripped with malice as he leaned in closer, taunting, "Tell me, brother-in-law, is it a death wish you carry?" The guards rushed forward, desperate to restrain the chaos, attempting to calm their enraged master. But Erwin shoved their concern aside, shouting furiously for them to step back. His eyes burned with vengeance. He would deal with Damien himself. When the guard stepped forward, bowing slightly, "Allow me to deal with this insolent fool," he offered. But Erwin brushed him off, unwilling to share the stage. With a sudden surge of power, his aura burst forth. shoving the guards back as he ordered them to stand down. His eyes locked on Damien, his voice cold and firm. This was his fight. Abel and Louise stood frozen, alarm coursing through them as the confrontation grew sharper. Erwin raised his sword, advancing slowly, his glare unwavering. "Tell me," he asked with venom, "how do you plan to resolve this?" Louise's heart tightened. She knew Erwin had no intention of letting her brother escape unscathed. Fear overwhelmed her, and she cried out desperately, "Please stop." Her voice trembled with terror, certain something dreadful would happen if the clash went on. But Damien stepped forward, shielding her with his arm, standing tall with unshakable resolve. He turned to her with a gentle smile, his tone calm and steady. "Don't worry," he reassured. "I'll take care of this." Deep inside, he wished with all his being that she would never have to sacrifice herself again. Turning back toward Erwin, Damien declared boldly, "Let's settle this with a duel." Erwin blinked, startled. "A duel?" he repeated in disbelief. Damien nodded calmly. "If you defeat me, I'll accept your terms. But if I win, this ends here, once and for all." Erwin scoffed, objecting. "That hardly benefits me. Louise already agreed to marry me." Damien's lips curled into a taunting smile. "Why change the subject? Unless you're afraid of losing." The mockery hit its mark. Rage flared in Erwin's eyes as his thoughts boiled. That arrogant wretch. He dared strike my face, and now he talks down to me. I've been waiting for this chance. His grip tightened on his sword. "I'll crush him completely and then take Louise for myself." With malice burning, Erwin raised his blade high. "Very well. I accept your challenge." Word of the duel spread quickly, and soon a crowd gathered in the estate's courtyard to witness the clash between Damien and Erwin. Faces were tense with anticipation. Damien's mother trembled with worry, clutching her hands. "Should we stop this?" she whispered nervously. But his father, though clearly uneasy, shook his head. "No, look at him. Damien's confidence means he has something planned." All that remained was hope. Some prayed for a miracle, but Abel did not. Unlike his father, he knew miracles wouldn't decide this fight. As Erwin readied himself with razor-sharp focus, Abel could only conclude that Damien stood no chance. Erwin was a trained knight, brimming with confidence, his blade glinting as he showcased his mastery. Across from him, Damien stood unarmed. Erwin smirked mockingly. "How do you plan to fight without a weapon?" But Damien answered with calm certainty, pulling out a small dining fork. "No need to worry." He twirled it lightly in his hand, a confident grin spreading across his face. "This is more than enough." The crowd gasped in disbelief. "A fork?" Erwin burst into laughter, openly ridiculing him. "What's wrong? Has fear made you lose your mind?" Without hesitation, Erwin lunged, moving with the deadly speed of a knight. His sword cut through the air, his voice echoing, "I won't hold back." But Damien's figure shifted effortlessly, slipping past the strike as if it were nothing. Erwin's eyes widened in shock. Snarling with frustration, he gathered his strength and unleashed a devastating move from the lion's roar combat style. His aura surged, taking the form of a massive, glowing lion that roared across the courtyard, tearing apart the stone ground and filling the air with dust and debris. When the smoke cleared, Damien stood untouched, calm, unharmed, his fork still in hand. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Erwin's guards stared in disbelief, whispering to themselves, "How is he still standing? How can he withstand the lion's roar without even a blade?" Even Erwin felt a flicker of unease. None of his strikes had connected. Every swing dodged with impossible precision. Damien's lips curved into a subtle smile. Inside, he acknowledged the truth. His relentless training had paid off. He now fully grasped the fighting style of the Lionbloom family. Memories stirred. Memories of his previous life, when he had once battled Michael Lionbloom, Erwin's elder brother. Compared to Michael's refined skill, Erwin's technique was riddled with weaknesses. Erwin roared in fury, hurling another colossal wave of aura at Damien, daring him to avoid this one. The sheer force radiating from it was undeniable, far stronger than anything before. Damien's eyes narrowed. This one, Evading it with just a fork may not be possible. He exhaled sharply, making his choice. Then I'll use it, the hero's saint technique. The collision of Damien's power against Erwin's unleashed a massive blast, shaking the dueling ground with violent force. Louise and Abel watched in dread, their nerves wound tight as the fight unfolded before them. In a moment that stunned everyone, Erwin's sword clashed against Damien's fork. The sound rang sharp through the courtyard, and Erwin froze in disbelief. With flawless precision, Damien twisted the fork, redirecting Erwin's blade exactly where he wanted it. Then, with a subtle shift, he unleashed a hidden technique, one known only to him. Secret move, countless thunder, shadow revelation. His body shot forward like lightning. Goodbye, he whispered in his heart, striking with blinding speed. The fork's pronged edge pressed firmly against Erwin's neck, locking him in place. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Erwin's eyes went wide with terror, unable to process how he had been bested by a simple dining fork. Even Abel, Louise, and Damien's parents could hardly believe what they were witnessing. Oven stumbled backward in horror as the realization sank in. The fork was poised at his young master's throat. Overcome by panic, he fell to the ground, crying out in humiliation. Damien stood tall, his expression calm, yet unyielding. Inside, his rage still burned, but he forced it down. For his family's sake, he would not go so far as to kill Erwin. Instead, he looked down at the fallen knight and spoke firmly, his voice steady. It's clear now I've won. Do you have any complaints? He stepped closer, his words carrying absolute authority. As I said before, you'll leave this place. Now, Erwin, pale and trembling, had no choice but to retreat. Later, the family gathered around the dining table. The air was heavy, no one daring to speak too much. When the meal ended, Damien rose quietly. I'll be resuming my training, he said simply, leaving the table in silence. His mother's eyes followed him with worry. Turning to her husband, she asked softly, Aren't you going to speak with him about yesterday? Abel cut in first, rambling in disbelief, his voice almost frantic. He spoke endlessly about how much Damien had changed, how different he was now from the brother they once knew. His mother leaned toward their father, whispering nervously. Abel seems shaken too. Please, you should ask Damien. But the father ended it at once. Enough. Don't press him. He'll speak when he's ready. His tone was final, and the room fell into silence again. The mother glanced at her husband with gentle affection, trying to offer him comfort, urging him to stay strong through these troubled times. Yet inside, the father wrestled with his own thoughts. He was curious, deeply so, but something inside warned him not to ask. Damien was his son, the one he loved dearly, yet now, he found him frightening. Elsewhere, Damien knelt alone in the hallway, fastening heavy sandbags around his legs, preparing for training. The silence broke when Louise's voice called out clearly. She hurried toward him, and Damien turned, waiting patiently for her words. Louise offered a gentle smile. I'm relieved you haven't left yet. I wanted to speak with you about yesterday. Before she could say more, Damien lowered his head slightly. He remembered. He owed her an apology. I'm sorry, he said sincerely. I acted too rashly. I may have embarrassed you. But Louise quickly shook her head, interrupting him. No, that's not true. Don't blame yourself. Stepping closer, she looked at him with warmth. Thank you for everything you did for me. She admitted quietly that when she agreed to follow Erwin, she had been terrified. Deep down, she had never wanted to go. Hearing this, Damien felt his chest tighten. I knew it, he thought. Her words confirmed what he had already sensed, and in that instant, he understood how much his actions had meant to her. Louise's memories of the confrontation came rushing back. How Damien had stood up against Erwin, how he had protected her. With a heartfelt smile, she looked at him again and said with sincerity, Truly, thank you. Damien was silent for a moment before his lips curved into a smile. No, he replied softly. I should be the one thanking you. I've always been grateful to you. Louise blinked in surprise, touched by his words. As Damien turned to leave, she quickly stopped him. Wait, I have something important to give you. From behind her, she revealed a sword, distinctive, carefully kept. Handing it over with a gentle smile, she explained, "This is the only sword Father set aside, especially for you. He asked me to give it to you, so you could use it in your training." Her tone softened as she continued, "Even if he doesn't always show it. Father loves you. He values you deeply. He wanted you to know that." Then, straightening her voice in mock seriousness, mimicking their father's stern tone, she added, "And as heir to the Viscount, you are never to use a fork instead of sword again." Damien gripped the sword firmly, raising it high with pride. The weight in his hands was more than steel. It was a symbol of trust, a gift carrying his father's acknowledgement. His chest swelled with confidence, honored by the blade now in his possession. Elsewhere, his father suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose in confusion. A chill ran down his spine, and he shivered, muttering to himself, puzzled by the strange sensation. Outside the manor, the air began to shift. A dark, ominous energy seeped silently through the night, creeping closer to the estate. The guards stationed at the gate were lax, leaning on their spears in boredom, unaware of the danger inching toward them. One of them frowned suddenly. The air, it felt strange, heavy. But before he could act, his eyelids grew unbearably heavy. Both guards slumped to the ground as a dense, shadowy fog rolled over them, plunging them into a deep, unnatural sleep. The dark energy slithered forward, pushing open the gate with eerie ease. From within its swirling mass, a figure emerged, stepping across the threshold. Cloaked in shadow, he advanced silently toward the manor. Inside, the household slept peacefully, oblivious. The sinister figure moved like a phantom, his presence undetected, until he reached Louise's room. She lay asleep, breathing softly, defenseless. The man's face emerged from the gloom, twisted with a wicked smile. Well, he murmured, staring at her. "I came here on other business for the Black Serpent Gang, but finding you here is an unexpected bonus." He reached out a hand, fingers stretching toward her, intent on harm. "Hey!" The word cut through the silence like a blade. The man spun around in shock. At the doorway stood Damien, calm and steady, his gaze fixed on the intruder. "What are you doing here?" Damien asked evenly, his tone almost casual. Then, with a faint smirk, he added, "I sense something strange tonight. Tell me, would there happen to be a stranger lurking around here?" The shadowed figure stiffened. Impossible, he thought, panic-stirring. "My spell should have forced everyone into sleep. How is he awake?" With a furious snarl, he raised his hand and hurled a surge of dark magic straight at Damien. But Damien slipped aside with effortless grace, the spell shattering against the wall. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. "Who the hell are you?" he shouted. Damien's reply was calm, unshaken. "That's the question you should be asking yourself." "This is my home," Damien said firmly, his voice steady. "So tell me, who are you, and what exactly do you plan to do to my sister?" The intruder's smirk faded into irritation. From the hallway, anxious voices echoed, guards approaching, calling out after hearing noise near Louise's room. The sound made the man grimace. Troublesome. He realized that if they saw him here, it would complicate everything. Without hesitation, he wove dark magic and dissolved into shadow. His body slipped out the window, vanishing into the night with impossible speed. All that remained was the trace of his sinister energy clinging to the air like smoke. Damien rushed to the window, scanning the darkness. Did I lose him? But just as he leaned forward, a pulse of eerie, unsettling energy rippled past him, making his skin crawl. Outside the manor, unease spread like a silent wave. Stable hands murmured in confusion as they discovered a dreadful sight. The prized horse lay dead. Shocked, they stumbled over each other, muttering in distress. How? It was perfectly fine yesterday. Fear gripped them. How would the Viscount react to such a loss? Damien appeared among them, calm and composed. "This isn't misfortune," he declared clearly, drawing their startled eyes. "And I've not come to blame you. Step back for now. I'll handle this." The servants quickly obeyed, moving aside as Damien crouched by the fallen horse. His eyes sharpened, tracing the faint residue clinging to the body. He placed a hand gently on its side, feeling the lingering pulse of energy. His thoughts tightened. The same power. It was identical to what he had sensed from the intruder last night. A terrifying aura, steeped in malice. There was no mistake. This was black magic. Damien straightened, certainty settling heavy in his chest. The man he had faced was no ordinary enemy. He was a dark sorcerer. And as the rest of the Haxon family slept peacefully, unaware of the danger pressing closer around them, Damien felt the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders. Their safety rested on him. The trail of shadowy energy slithered away from the stables, retreating swiftly through the night. Its path wound deep into the forest near the estate, leading to a concealed cave. Inside, the dark sorcerer muttered to himself, satisfied with his night's work. He chuckled, mocking the leader of the Black Serpent Gang. Fools so easy to deceive. They thought I'd prepared some curse for them, when in truth it was nothing but scraps. He laughed bitterly, yet pride gleamed in his eyes. With the supplies he had secured, he wouldn't need to gather more for quite some time. Still, resentment gnawed at him. To think he had been reduced to such petty tasks, scraping together coin, hiding in the shadows, hunted endlessly by the organization. For now, he would remain in hiding. It was the only way. But just as he prepared to leave, a voice drifted through the cave. Calm, steady, yet sharp as a blade. What a foul stench. Smells like an old man rotting away in here, living alone without even knowing how to air out his home. The sorcerer froze, his eyes widening. Slowly, he turned, and there stood Damien, poised and unshaken, his voice cutting through the gloom. Damien smiled faintly. Yes, I am Damien, eldest son of Viscount Haxon, the same one you met last night. The sorcerer stepped back in disbelief, his thoughts racing. How'd he find me here? As though reading his mind, Damien tilted his head and smirked. I followed the stench you left behind. Not hard, really. The sorcerer narrowed his eyes, masking his unease with words. So, you're the one who dared face the Black Serpent Gang. I see now. You're not just some reckless fool. Damien's smile deepened, calm and mocking. Good thing I was cautious. Tell me, are you the one the Black Serpents hired? The sorcerer straightened, admitting without hesitation, yes. They wanted me to bring pain upon your family, to make the Haxons suffer. Damien's tone turned cold, his voice laced with disdain. Pathetic, to sell yourself to such filth. You've taken on their mission, and for that, you'll die here. The dark mage stiffened, his guard snapping up as he shouted in disbelief. What did you just say? Rage twisted his features, and his aura flared violently. So bold, I'll enjoy capturing you. I'll break you, make you my pet. Yes, you'll keep me entertained for a long, long time. Damien gripped his sword, his stance firm and unshaken. His voice was calm, but his words cut deep. I swore I wouldn't kill in this life. But for scum like you, his eyes narrowed with venom. I'll make an exception. His expression hardened, pure menace flickering across his face. I despise your kind. Dark sorcerers who toy with lives as though they're nothing. The sorcerer faltered, startled that Damien had seen through him so easily. Still, his lips curled into a cruel grin. You know, ordinary boy, I can see that much. His fury surged, and with a roar he unleashed a massive wave of black energy, its destructive force shaking the cavern walls. You can't escape me. You'll die here. But Damien was already moving. He surged forward, slipping past the attack with fluid, unshakable speed. The sorcerer's eyes widened as his target closed the gap far faster than expected. Steel rang out. Damien's blade came crashing down with tremendous force, striking directly. The sorcerer staggered, his body jolting under the impact, groaning as he struggled to block. He stumbled back, pain etched across his face, only for his wounds to knit together almost instantly, dark energy twisting through his flesh. Damien froze briefly, recognition flashing in his mind. That regeneration, it's the same as what I saw at the palace. The sorcerer's lips curled into a wicked smile. Surprised? Your little strike did nothing. You can't kill me that easily. Damien's grip tightened on his sword. His glare sharpened. Then I'll cut you apart, piece by piece, until nothing's left but dust. With renewed fury, he charged again, his sword carving through the air in a relentless storm. Each strike landed, forcing the sorcerer back, his body battered under the onslaught. Yet the dark mage only laughed through the pain, retreating a step with a mocking grin. Interesting, he hissed, his voice dripping with amusement. Your skill is impressive, but still, not enough to defeat me. The sorcerer suddenly stilled, his tone dropping to a low, sinister whisper. From the moment you stepped in here, you were already a dead man. Damien's eyes narrowed, but then shock struck him. Glowing marks flared to life around the cave. Countless magical traps, each radiating an oppressive, terrifying aura, encircled him on all sides. The sorcerer smirked with cruel satisfaction. These wards were prepared long ago, in case the organization ever came after me. And now, you've walked straight into them. Damien's grip tightened on his sword. He understood instantly. These weren't ordinary traps. The sheer pressure pouring from them told him how lethal they truly were. The dark sorcerer raised his hand, his voice echoing with malice. You'll regret ever crossing me. To challenge someone of my rank in a world of dark magic was the last mistake you'll ever make. Darkness gathered, swirling into a torrent of decay. The sorcerer unleashed his most powerful spell, his words dripping with cruelty. Die slowly. Die in agony, boy, as your body rots away. Black energy surged toward Damien, filling the cave with a crushing, suffocating weight. The air quaked with danger. Yet Damien's eyes burned with defiance. He steadied himself, every nerve focused, refusing to yield. The sorcerer cackled as the spell consumed its target. Arrogant child, you've rushed headlong into your own death. The more damage I cause, the more the Black Serpent Gang will pay me. And now, with you gone, I'll return to claim that girl. But just as he turned, a voice cut through the gloom. Decay magic, huh? Damien's tone was sharp, mocking. That's the spell you used. The sorcerer froze. His head whipped around, and his smile vanished. Damien stood tall, unbroken, his blade still at his side. Impossible, the mage muttered. How are you still standing? How do you even know about decay magic? Damien only smiled faintly, a quiet, unreadable expression. Who knows? Inside, though, realization struck him like lightning. So it's still here, that power. The authority I thought I had lost when I returned to this time. A memory flooded his mind, an image so vivid it made his chest tighten. The towering, dreadful figure of Dorgo. His voice echoed like a curse in Damien's soul. Beloved Knight of Death. The weight of the title returned to him, along with the knowledge of the power he still carried, the authority of the rulers. And with that, Damien understood. The battle before him was far more dangerous than he had first believed. Damien kneels before the figure in his memory, listening as the sorcerer speaks of giving him a powerful body and unmatched magic. But the sorcerer warns, such gifts alone are not enough. He continues, declaring that he has granted Damien an additional force, one meant to shape him into the ultimate weapon, the purest embodiment of darkness. In that memory, Dorgu pours overwhelming power into him, determined to mold Damien into the deadliest creation possible. A sinister laugh escapes the sorcerer, proud of the result of his ritual. Suddenly, waves of black energy erupt around them, immense and unstoppable, surging forth like a divine storm. Standing tall, the sorcerer boasts that this strength comes directly from the gods themselves. He releases the energy with his full focus, determined to see the ritual through. The air trembles as the black energy spreads, devouring everything in its path. Dorgu gazes at the force with madness, realizing the scale of destruction he has unleashed. The power seeps violently into Damien's body, racking him with unbearable pain. He screams as the torrent of energy crashes into him, tearing through his being. The darkness bursts outward, shaking the world as Damien becomes the vessel of this fearsome might. The sorcerer shouts with twisted delight, claiming his desire has finally been fulfilled. His eyes glimmer with manic joy as he confirms that the nightmare power he long sought is now in his grasp. Around Damien, the dreadful energy takes form, cloaking him in an awe-inspiring presence. Staring at his own body, Damien marvels at this force, wondering how it still lingers with him even after traveling back through time. Just then, a sudden strike of massive energy tears through the scene, raising the tension to its peak. With flawless speed, Damien evades the crushing blow, dodging the attack hurled at him by the very sorcerer who had empowered him. Shocked, the sorcerer demands to know how Damien survived his magic. But Damien answers coolly, almost mocking, saying, "Doesn't everyone have a hidden trump card ready for a moment like this?" It's then that Damien recalls something crucial. The sorcerer had once said he was a high-ranking member of the Yolan group. Memories flash in Damien's mind. He recalls the Yolan group, a clandestine organization notorious for its mastery of assassination and forbidden dark arts. With that knowledge, he realizes the sorcerer before him isn't just skilled. He is an expert whose power is far beyond ordinary. The sorcerer, radiating overwhelming energy, narrows his gaze. He begins to suspect Damien harbors a hidden weapon, something dangerous enough to turn the tide against him. If the fight drags on, he knows it will only grow riskier. He must finish this now. Slowly, he raises his hand and reveals a gleaming bracelet. He admits it was meant to be used against the church itself, but circumstances have forced him to bring it out here. As his words fade, the bracelet ignites with a radiant green glow, energy rushing up his arm and flooding his body. A surge of magic erupts from him, shaking the ground as his form shifts, confidence returning to his stance. The bracelet pulses violently, and from it pours an immense wave of dark power that takes on a monstrous form. Damien can only watch, astonished at the sheer magnitude of what's being unleashed. It becomes clear to him, this is no ordinary trinket. The bracelet is an artifact crafted to contain and mask unfathomable magical reserves. And now, those reserves are fully unleashed. The sorcerer grins with absolute certainty, his voice thundering as he declares this power to be unstoppable. With fury, he hurls his deadliest spell at Damien, roaring for him to be consumed by hellfire and perish. The attack crashes forward, an eruption so violent it tears the land apart, leaving behind a gaping crater smothered in dark energy. The sorcerer stands tall, convinced the battle has ended in his favor. A wicked smirk stretches across his face as he proclaims Damien is now trapped within the inferno, condemned to burn for eternity. But then, a voice cuts through the darkness. Calm, steady, unshaken. Damien's voice. He tells the sorcerer that he is gravely mistaken. Out of the shadows, Damien emerges, his body enveloped in a mysterious aura that radiates authority. The air trembles as this energy spreads, swallowing every trace of dark magic and erasing it completely. Damien speaks with unshakable confidence. The authority of greed, he declares, is not a mere shield against magic. It is a force that devours all dark energy entirely. The sorcerer's confidence shatters as he stares in disbelief. Panic rises within him. He cannot comprehend the ability before his eyes, nor how Damien has come to wield such terrifying power. Damien answers the sorcerer with a mocking tone, saying it doesn't matter, and he can think of it as nothing more than superior equipment. His expression hardens as he readies himself, frustrated by the cruel irony of it all, forced to wield the power of the one he despises most. Yet, against this enemy, he has no choice. To win, he must draw on the strength of the Knight of Death. The sorcerer's eyes widen when he sees what Damien is preparing. A surge of energy forms around Damien's sword, an aura blade. It is a skill known only to the most seasoned sword masters. Fear flashes across the sorcerer's face as the realization sinks in. In shock, he stammers, begging Damien to stop. But Damien does not slow down. He charges forward without hesitation, pouring everything into his strike. With devastating force, he unleashes his secret technique, Soul Severance. The strike lands, erupting with explosive force. The ground shatters, and the battlefield is consumed in destruction. As the dust clears, Damien stands tall, his sword glowing with the power of his aura. The victory is his. The sorcerer lies buried beneath rubble, coughing violently as he struggles to cling to life. Damien walks closer, calm and composed. Pointing his sword at the fallen sorcerer, he tells him coldly that if he speaks before he dies, his suffering will be eased. Then, in a firm and threatening voice, Damien demands the location of the Black Serpent Gang's hideout. The scene shifts to the next morning. A carriage rolls smoothly into the heart of Trade City, the air peaceful and quiet. Inside, Victor, Damien's ever-loyal servant, looks at his master with both curiosity and unease. He asks what Damien intends to do at the city's landmark once more. Damien simply smiles, his answer quiet but sharp. If Victor is to follow him, he should do so without asking unnecessary questions. Victor feels a chill, unsettled. His master's expression may be calm, but the book in his hands radiates an ominous aura. Unable to contain his curiosity, Victor asks what it is that Damien is reading so intently. Damien closes the book slightly, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. His reply is simple. It's a very special book. Damien reveals to Victor that the book in his hands is one of dark magic, taken as spoils from the mage he defeated the previous night. Victor's face tightens with anxiety. He admits that while his knowledge is limited, he knows enough. Dark magic tomes are perilous, and to even obtain one is nearly impossible. Before he can continue, Victor suddenly stiffens. His nose catches a foul, unsettling stench drifting through the air. He glances around with alarm, his expression betraying both surprise and unease as he wonders what could be causing such a disturbing smell. Damien breaks the silence, announcing that they have reached their destination. Stepping out of the carriage, he carries with him a sealed sack. His voice is sharp and commanding as he tells Victor there is something of great importance he must do. He then places the sack into Victor's hands. Victor, uneasy, asks what is inside. Damien answers without hesitation, his tone calm and unshaken, a human head. Victor freezes, horrified. He stares at the sack, his voice trembling as he insists such a thing cannot be real. But when he dares to check, his worst fear is confirmed. Overcome by shock and terror, Victor screams and flings the sack away, unable to bear it. Damien quickly retrieves it, his demeanor unchanged. He urges Victor to compose himself, reminding him they are in a public space with many eyes upon them. He promises that explanations will come later, but right now, a task must be completed. He presses the sack back into Victor's hands, instructing him to deliver it to the location he had mentioned before. Meanwhile, Damien walks on, soon arriving at the headquarters of the Black Serpent Gang. The massive building towers in the heart of the city, its prominence impossible to miss. Damien remarks with biting sarcasm on their choice, mocking how bold they are to establish such a base in the open. As he approaches, he takes note of the luxurious appearance of the place, commenting dryly on how comfortable the gang must be living. His bold approach immediately draws the attention of the guards posted outside. They glare at him, demanding to know who dares walk up so confidently to their base. Damien answers clearly, his tone calm and unwavering. I am Damien Haxon of the Viscount Haxon family. One of the guards bursts into laughter, mocking the name. He sneers, saying Haxon sounds more like pig's feet, and ridicules Damien for introducing himself so formally. But before the laughter continues, another guard stiffens. His eyes narrow as fragments of memory return, something their gang leader had warned them about. Damien smiles with unwavering confidence, remarking that it seems they already know who he is. He tells the guards plainly that he has urgent business with their leader and orders them to step aside. To his surprise, the guards move back immediately, granting him passage without the slightest resistance. But instead of letting him enter freely, one of them raises a signal flare and fires it into the sky. The bright streak bursts above the headquarters, a warning to everyone inside that an intruder has arrived. Damien tilts his head upward, calmly watching the flare as it burns in the air, fully aware of the storm it is about to summon. A smirk spreads across one of the guards' faces as he taunts Damien, admitting he never intended to let him pass so easily. Within moments, gang members flood the area, rushing toward Damien from all directions. Damien narrows his eyes, his expression turning cold and serious. He demands to know what they've just done. The mocking guard laughs, calling it nothing more than a welcoming gift from their boss. Surrounded by enemies on all sides, Damien stands tall and fearless. His voice cuts through the tension as he warns them. They will regret this. Elsewhere within the city, Governor Sebastian Baker sits comfortably at a banquet, raising a toast as he thanks Cedric, leader of the Black Serpent Gang, for his hospitality. Laughter fills the room, and the atmosphere is relaxed. Sir Robert, a knight of the city guard, leans back with flushed cheeks, calling for more wine as he drinks without restraint. The governor, all smiles, addresses his guests warmly. He says he is glad to see them enjoying themselves and hopes they will visit more often. Turning to Cedric, he praises the gang, declaring his confidence that the Black Serpents can easily manage the city's operations. He adds that it would please him greatly if they took control of the entire entertainment district. With assurance, he promises to silence any opposition with his authority. Sir Robert, drunk and stumbling over his words, gazes at Cedric and apologizes clumsily, saying he wishes there was more he could do for him. Cedric, wearing his ever-polite mask, addresses him respectfully as Sir Robert. He assures him that his service in protecting the city is more than enough. With a deceptive smile, Cedric flatters him further, acknowledging how difficult it is to maintain order in a city as vast as Landwork. He insists that Robert has always been modest and that there is no need to belittle himself. Robert's face reddens even more at the praise, clearly flattered. He leans closer, telling Cedric that if the gang ever needs anything, he only has to ask, and Robert will do everything he can. All the while, Cedric's manner remains polite and gracious, but behind his calm expression, his thoughts are cold and filled with disdain. His courteous words mask nothing but contempt for the men at his table. Inside the hall, Cedric hides his scheming thoughts behind a mask of courtesy. But within himself, he reveals his true intentions. Once the Black Serpent Gang seizes total control of the city, everyone will fall under his rule. His expression twists into something dark and deranged as he whispers in his mind that, sooner or later, they will all bow before him. The moment is shattered when a man bursts through the doors, shouting in panic, "Boss!" The sudden interruption startles everyone present. Cedric's eyes flare with anger at the disruption, demanding to know what has caused such chaos. The man bows his head, apologizing quickly, but Cedric doesn't wait. He strides out of the hall, ordering the man to explain without delay. In a hushed and uneasy voice, the man delivers the message, and Cedric's eyes narrow in shock when he hears the name Damien Haxon. His disbelief is plain on his face. Fury boils within him. What had the Dark Sorcerer been doing all this time? Still, Cedric finds some comfort in knowing he had already prepared his men for this very possibility. Forcing his expression calm, he tells the messenger to leave, assuring him there is no need for worry. Damien, he claims, has already dug his own grave. Meanwhile, outside, Damien is surrounded on every side by the gang. They believe him trapped, convinced he has walked straight into his own death. But Damien doesn't hesitate. He pulls out a vial, drinks it in one swift motion, and shatters it to the ground. Power bursts from him as his energy surges, his entire body bracing for battle. His eyes ignite with a brilliant glow, his movements becoming impossibly fast. In a flash, he tears into the mob. His strikes are precise and devastating, cutting through the gang with ferocity. Each blow sends enemies flying aside, his confidence unshaken as he dominates the field with sheer strength. And then, As the chaos rages, a cloaked figure emerges, shrouded in dark robes. The stranger steps forward with calm certainty. In a steady voice, the figure declares, "There is no need to worry." He has someone to rely on at this moment. Back inside, Cedric's face drains of color. Horror grips him as he senses the shift. He rushes to the balcony, expecting some minor disturbance, perhaps a nuisance easily handled. But what greets his eyes leaves him frozen. Below, his men lie scattered across the ground, writhing and groaning in pain. At the center, Damien stands tall, untouched, his presence commanding the battlefield. Cedric stares, disbelief etched deep into his features. His voice trembles with suspicion as he turns to one of his men, demanding to know, was that young man truly Damien Haxon? The man answers with a nervous certainty, and Cedric is left stunned. He remembers the rumors about Damien, supposedly a worthless heir with no talent or strength. But now, panic sets in as he wonders if the dark sorcerer he sent has actually been defeated by Damien. Realizing the danger, Cedric hurries back inside, desperate to call for reinforcements. Meanwhile, Damien notices something unusual, instantly putting him on guard. He quickly realizes the object heading his way is charged with magic. Before he can react further, 3 of Cedric's men appear on the rooftop, wielding a massive enchanted weapon. They declare their challenge, aiming to crush him under its devastating power. A blazing torrent erupts from their weapon, flames consuming everything in its path before erupting into a violent explosion. Yet, when the smoke clears, Damien is still standing, unscathed, his sword raised firmly against the inferno. One of the gang members scoffs, mocking Damien for thinking a single sword could withstand such a massive fire strike. But Damien steps forward without hesitation, activating a secret technique known as infinite insight. The flames swirl back unnaturally, rebounding at terrifying speed toward their casters. Horror flashes across the men's faces as their own attack surges back upon them, detonating in a thunderous blast that tears apart much of the sight. When the flames die down, Damien remains tall and resolute, scanning the destruction with a sharp, almost mocking glance. With cold determination, he mutters that it's time to expose Cedric, the Black Serpent Gang's leader. Just as he moves, a sinister energy presses down from above, forcing Damien to turn sharply. A towering figure crashes down with brutal force, driving a crushing blow at him. Damien evades swiftly, retreating a safe distance before locking eyes on his new opponent. The man radiates an overwhelming aura, so dense it stings against Damien's skin. In a deep, taunting voice, the stranger finally speaks, saying he has been curious to find out who dared stir up such chaos. As the dust settles, Damien quickly realizes the man before him isn't just any opponent. He's an official knight, skilled and dangerous, making the battle ahead far more serious. Suddenly, the city's armored soldiers flood the area, closing in on Damien with weapons drawn. From among them, a furious voice cuts through the tension. Sebastian steps forward, pointing at Damien and hurling accusations. He declares himself Sebastian Baker, governor of the city, and announces that he will personally punish Damien for causing chaos. But Damien remains composed, replying coolly, "Why would you punish me?" feigning ignorance of the charges. Sebastian, provoked by Damien's calm tone, unleashes a tirade. He accuses Damien of attacking Cedric, a supposedly respected businessman, and of endangering innocent lives. Watching from the shadows, Cedric smirks with delight as Sebastian brands Damien's actions as unforgivable crimes. Damien, however, turns his gaze towards Cedric, the very leader of the Black Serpent Gang. With a mocking smile, he taunts him, saying he has finally tracked him down. He adds that their conversation should begin with a punch. Then, with cutting sarcasm, Damien remarks that he had suspected ties between the gang and city officials, but he hadn't expected those ties to be so fragile. The fact that Cedric is being paraded as an honest merchant only deepens his mockery. Sebastian explodes with rage, shouting that if Damien begs for forgiveness now, his punishment might be less severe. Damien dismisses the threat without hesitation, replying that asking for forgiveness only makes sense if one is guilty. That single remark drives the governor past the point of control. Turning sharply to the knight beside him, he orders, "Sir Robert, I tried to reason with him because of his youth. But since he refuses, he has no one to blame for what follows." Sir Robert steps forward, weapon raised high, preparing for combat. Standing firm, Damien shows no sign of fear. Robert, puzzled by his unwavering stance, declares himself the knight protector of the city and demands Damien lay down his sword and surrender immediately. Yet Damien remains calm and unyielding. Robert studies him, wondering whether this young man is incredibly brave or just reckless. But Damien answers with complete certainty. He isn't foolish, only confident in himself. That bold response only fuels Robert's interest in facing him head-on. Robert charges at Damien with explosive speed, his massive weapon tearing through the air. Damien manages to dodge, but the strike smashes into the ground, leaving the earth cracked and broken beneath them. The sheer force makes Damien instantly aware of Robert's overwhelming strength, something he had expected, yet now feels firsthand. Before Damien can fully recover, Robert closes in again, his fist surging forward with devastating power. Damien sees it, but it's already too late to escape. He raises his arm to block, bracing for the impact. The punch lands, and the force alone sends him flying, the shockwave rippling across the battlefield. Though hurled backward, Damien twists midair, refusing to crash down carelessly. He steadies himself, landing on one knee and one foot. A sharp pain shoots through him as he glances at his arm, now strained and battered from blocking the strike. He mutters to himself that even while trying to deflect, Robert's attack still broke through, leaving him concerned about how long he can endure against such raw power. The battle rages on. Suddenly, Robert unleashes a strike at frightening speed, catching Damien off guard. The blow barely misses, leaving Damien shaken at just how close it came. Robert sneers, mocking him, asking what's distracting him so much that he could be blindsided in the middle of combat. Damien grits his teeth, realizing his opponent is not only brutally strong, but also fast enough to push him to his limits. Just as Robert prepares to press the attack further, another figure steps in. A flash of strength sends Robert's weapon flying as the newcomer blocks his strike and counters with force that shakes the field. Cedric and his men stare in disbelief, their smug expressions twisting into dread. Fear ripples through them as they realize the tide of battle has shifted. Robert freezes, stunned that someone else has entered the fight. He roars furiously, demanding to know who dares interfere. At that moment, a radiant presence fills the area. A paladin steps forward, her energy blazing with holy power, her confidence unshakable. Robert's eyes widen in shock, his voice trembling as he questions why a knight of the church would appear here of all places. Behind him, Damien hears a familiar voice call out, "Young master." Turning, he sees Victor racing toward him. Damien smirks and asks why he took so long to arrive. Overjoyed, Victor shouts as he runs closer, announcing again and again with uncontainable excitement, "I've arrived, young master. I'm here." Cedric's composure shatters the moment he sees the paladin step onto the battlefield. The presence of a church knight, accompanied by attendants, fills him with dread. If the church has uncovered his dealings with the dark sorcerer, the consequences will be disastrous. Meanwhile, Victor rushes to Damien's side, asking with genuine concern if he is all right. Damien, keeping his sarcasm sharp, replies that of course he isn't. He nearly turned into a skeleton waiting for Victor to show up. Turning his eyes toward the paladin, Damien realizes everything is unfolding exactly as he intended. Her presence guarantees the situation will bend in his favor. Victor's face lights up with unrestrained excitement. Beaming, he declares that while he may not excel at everything, he's unmatched when it comes to completing missions swiftly. Hours earlier, beneath a calm, clear sky, a large church stood in quiet solemnity. unaware that it was about to become the stage for a crucial turn of events. Inside, rows of figures in gray cloaks knelt in devout prayer, while a shadowy presence lingered silently behind them. Among them, a young paladin prayed with steady focus, until a sudden sensation made her pause and glance cautiously over her shoulder. The church doors burst open as Victor stumbled in, breathing heavily from his desperate run. Struggling for breath, he hesitantly asked if this was the sacred branch of the church. The paladin answered calmly, confirming it was, before inquiring what business had brought him there. Still catching his breath, Victor hurriedly explained that he carried something of great importance, entrusted to him by his young master. He added, with nervous urgency, that the evidence he held proved someone in the city was working with a dark sorcerer. The paladin's calm expression faltered, shifting to alarm. Her eyes widened in shock as Victor revealed more. Evidence tied to dark magic was no trivial matter. With urgency, she demanded to see the notebook he carried, already expecting danger within its pages. As soon as she held it, her suspicions were confirmed. The notebook gave off a faint but undeniable trace of dark energy. Her concern deepened further when her eyes caught sight of a sinister symbol scrawled on its cover. Before Victor could react, the paladin snatched the bag from his hands in one swift motion. With no hesitation, she reached inside, eager to uncover the truth. Victor froze in horror as she pulled out something far beyond his expectations. The severed head of the dark mage the church had long been hunting. The moment the paladin confirms the severed head, her expression hardens with fury. She declares that at last she has uncovered one of the leaders of Yulan Agito. Her anger burns, but so does her resolve. Rising to her feet, she demands to know who brought this evidence to the church. Not long after, she arrives at the battlefield, her gaze locking directly onto Damien. With a commanding voice, she asks if he is truly Damien Haxon. Damien calmly affirms his identity, standing tall beside Victor as he waits for her response. The paladin informs him that the church has received the evidence he provided. From this moment forward, she states, the matter will be handled directly by the church. Damien immediately assures her that he has no intention of interfering with the duties of the church. Whatever course of action they decide upon, especially regarding Cedric and Sebastian, he gives his full consent. Grateful for his cooperation, the paladin bows slightly, expressing her thanks with politeness. At that moment, Damien and Victor both understand that everything is proceeding exactly according to their plan. With the paladin's presence, their victory is all but sealed. The Holy Church is revered by the people as a symbol of mercy and kindness. But when it comes to dealing with heretics and demons, the Church's hand is unflinching and severe. Among its ranks, none embody this power more than the paladins, elite knights who carry out the sacred task of judgment. Damien feels a wave of relief. He now has the paladins standing at his side. With a strong, unwavering voice, the paladin addresses the soldiers and the citizens gathered around. She announces that the church has received undeniable proof that someone within the city has been collaborating with a dark sorcerer. The crowd erupts into anxious whispers, shocked at the revelation, each wondering who could be guilty of such treachery. With solemn disgust, the paladin declares that the church will take direct control over the city's governance until the traitors are identified and punished. Sebastian, visibly unsettled, raises his voice in protest. He argues that as governor, the city should remain under his authority. But the paladin cuts him off without hesitation, standing firmly before him and the gathered crowd. She declares that cleansing the land of heresy is not simply a task, but a divine command. Her words carry absolute authority. She reminds all present that the church's mandate transcends that of the kingdom itself. And without giving Sebastian room to argue further, she interrupts him sharply, making it clear, this is not the time for debate. It is the time to hold the guilty accountable. The paladin stands tall, her voice cutting through the chaos as she declares that Governor Sebastian and his royal soldiers are among the primary suspects. Murmurs of shock ripple through the crowd. unrest spreading like wildfire. But she does not stop there. Turning her gaze sharply, she points directly at Cedric, accusing him of harboring and aiding a dark sorcerer within the city. Then, once again, she turns to Sebastian, stating plainly that his open support of Cedric places him under suspicion as well. Sebastian's face twists in disbelief as he raises his voice, demanding if Cedric truly allied himself with a sorcerer. Cedric snaps back defensively, denying it outright and calling the accusations nothing but baseless slander. But the paladin remains unmoved. With calm certainty, she tells him he can deny all he likes, then reveals the decisive blow. The church already holds undeniable evidence. She lifts a small notebook into view, announcing that its contents detail Cedric's dealings with the sorcerer, complete with supplier names and meeting locations. At the sight of the book, Cedric's face drains of color. Quietly, he curses the dark sorcerer, furious that he had been foolish enough to record everything. Desperate, he tries to salvage the moment, pleading with those around him that he is innocent, insisting it is all a misunderstanding that can still be resolved peacefully. The paladin offers him no chance. With a commanding tone, she orders the soldiers to seize all those involved without exception. Her words ignite action instantly. Cries ring out as Cedric, Sebastian, and their allies are dragged away by force, some thrashing wildly in resistance, others begging in vain. Damien watches silently from the background. As Sebastian is escorted past, his eyes lock onto Damien's. Suspicion gnaws at him. Could all of this have been orchestrated from the very beginning? A cold panic grips him as the realization sinks in. Falling into the hands of the church may mean he never leaves alive. Meanwhile, Cedric, pulled along roughly by soldiers, leans toward Robert with a grim warning. He tells him the church will not stop at simple arrest. They will pile on charges until his execution is guaranteed, trial or not. Just then, a voice cuts through the air, calling Robert's name with force. The knight freezes, silent for a moment. Then, with a roar, he unleashes his power. His body erupts in a majestic blue aura as he gathers his strength. With blazing resolve, Robert declares he will not be captured so easily. If the church wants him, they will have to fight, because he will resist until the very end. Cedric bursts into laughter from where he's restrained, convinced that the chaos has finally begun. Yet Damien remains unmoving, watching with a cold, measured gaze. Robert lifts his enormous sword high and slams it into the ground with devastating force. The knight before him does not budge, her stance firm, not a step back taken. Robert's eyes widen in disbelief. How could she withstand such power without flinching? In the blink of an eye, she strikes back. Her blow is so swift, Robert cannot even react before his defenses are torn apart completely. Cedric's smug laughter dies instantly, his mouth hanging open in shock, while Damien watches silently, the faintest smile tugging at his lips. The knight raises her hand, blue flames igniting and dancing across her arm. Her voice echoes with divine authority as she declares that anyone who dares stand against the will of the Lord will find nothing but annihilation. A deep wound cuts across Robert's body, and his towering form collapses violently to the ground. She stands over him, her sacred aura burning brilliantly, a pillar of unwavering resolve. The crowd around her is struck silent, awed and terrified all at once. Her voice rings out again, commanding the battlefield. She announces that punishment will be carried out here and now, swift, merciless, and absolute. Rank, title, or power mean nothing in the face of divine law. She makes it clear, this is the Lord's judgment, and no mercy will be extended to those who have fallen into corruption. Cedric lies bound, his body slumped in humiliation, everything he built reduced to ruins. Outside, Sebastian thrashes wildly, screaming and cursing as knights drag him away, demanding his release in a frenzy of desperation. From a distance, Damien and Victor watch, their smiles quiet but telling. They remark that this broken man before them is truly the leader of the Black Serpent Gang. though nothing about his current appearance suggests danger. But Cedric is seething, his rage boiling over. His eyes blaze as he stares at Damien, consumed with fury at the undeniable truth. All of this downfall is because of him. Damien, however, turns calmly to the Holy Knight, offering his gratitude. He tells her that thanks to her intervention, the mission has advanced and concluded exactly as planned. As his eyes linger on her, he discerns something profound in the purity of her energy. He realizes she is no ordinary knight. She is a member of the fabled Azure Flame Division. Damien's mind drifts briefly to the legacy of the Azure Flame Division, one of the 5 most feared units of the Church. Their name alone evokes terror. Known for their ruthless efficiency, they are infamous for purging heresy without hesitation, even when suspicion is faint. Their reputation is written in blood. The knight fixes her gaze on Damien, calling his name with firm composure. She praises him for striking down one of the senior officers of the Yolan organization. Damien answers without arrogance, simply stating that he only did what he felt was right. The knight shakes her head slightly, telling him his actions are far greater than he admits. Because of what he has done, she adds, he will not be held accountable for the events that unfolded in the city today. Damien lets a quiet smile slip across his face, pretending not to understand her meaning. But the knight is not deceived. She speaks plainly. She knows he deliberately drew the Church into this affair, using their presence as a cover for his assault, and that every move he made was deliberate. Damien offers a polite apology if his plan has caused her trouble, explaining that he only acted this way because a dark sorcerer had threatened his family. The knight's eyes widen at that. Her steady demeanor falters, concern flashing across her face as the weight of his words sinks in. After a moment of contemplation, she declares that under such circumstances, Damien will face no punishment whatsoever. More than that, she adds, the bounty placed on the dark sorcerer's head will be awarded to him in full. Damien blinks in surprise. He hadn't even been aware that such a bounty existed. He asks how much it is, and the knight replies without hesitation, 1,000 gold. Victor nearly bursts with excitement. Wide-eyed, he exclaims that such a fortune could buy a small castle. He can hardly contain his joy, but Damien remains thoughtful. His heart isn't set on gold. What he wants from the Church lies elsewhere. With a small smile, he asks the paladin if it would be possible to request something other than the bounty. Victor, meanwhile, fumes inwardly. After all the wealth the young master has burned through already, now he dares to refuse 1,000 gold? The thought alone leaves him seething. The knight presses him, asking what he truly seeks. Damien replies without hesitation. He wants the mana cultivation technique used by the Church's knights. The request startles her. Someone who had managed to defeat a dark sorcerer shouldn't be asking for something so basic, or so she thought. Inwardly, Damien recalls that battle. He knows it wasn't his own strength that won the day, but divine intervention. Such fortune wouldn't repeat itself against future enemies. Miracles aren't something he can rely on. The only path forward is to sharpen his own power through proper training. The crude mana technique he picked up back when he was just a mercenary has carried him far, but it can't take him beyond a beginner's limits. That's why he needs something real, an advanced method worthy of his growth. Hearing this, the Holy Knight studies him closely. The fact that he has come this far using only the most basic techniques astonishes her. She focuses on his aura and immediately notices his body already holds far more energy than most his age. Clearly, his gift isn't only in strength, but in sheer determination as well. Then, instead of answering his request, she offers something else entirely, something greater. With a calm smile, she stretches out her hand and presents him with an opportunity few could even dream of, the chance to become a holy knight. The air stills. Damien meets her gaze in silence, his expression steady. Beside him, Victor stiffens in shock, unable to believe what he's seeing. Yet Damien breaks the silence with a firm refusal. He steps back, rejecting her offer outright. Victor is left speechless. He leans in, whispering urgently, demanding to know why his master would turn down such an honor after triumphing over a foe so powerful. The knight's expression hardens as she explains. A holy knight is more than just a title. It's a sacred duty, the authority to strike down evil in the name of divine justice. Such a role is rarely bestowed and never easily earned. Damien listens but remains unsettled. Deep inside, he knows the truth. He refuses to live bound to the church like an obedient hound. But that truth can't be spoken aloud. So, he steadies himself, clears his throat, and delivers a solemn excuse, disguising his rejection as humility. With a formal stance, he tells her that he is unworthy, that he does not yet deserve the love of God. Damien continues his act, saying that for now, he only wishes to wander the world, following the traces of the divine as a simple devotee. To him, the life feels flawless. He imagines himself appearing saintly. Yet Victor, watching from the side, wonders in disbelief if his master truly thinks such a flimsy excuse could possibly fool anyone a second time. The knight lowers her head slightly, lost in thought at his words. Then, with sudden delight, she clasps Damien's hands and declares with joy that what he said is sacred. She seems deeply moved, while Damien internally wonders if his gamble has truly worked this time. Keeping her promise, the knight tells him she will provide a mana cultivation technique instead of money. With a gentle smile, she adds that if he ever reconsiders, she will gladly welcome him. Before parting, she makes a small personal request. Damien agrees with a smile, hiding his quiet apology to himself, swearing he won't let such a troublesome situation repeat. Only then does she realize they haven't formally introduced themselves. She gives her name, Agnes, top disciple of the Azure Flame Brigade. Damien is startled to learn her status, but quickly masks it with a smile, saying it's an honor to meet her. He then politely asks for her leave, explaining he has something personal to handle. Agnes consents, though curiosity lingers in her voice as she asks what it is he intends to do. Nearby, Cedric turns with unease, his movements hesitant and his nerves on edge. When his eyes meet Damien's stern gaze, panic twists into rage. He bursts out in fury, hurling insults while shouting at the top of his lungs. Damien doesn't flinch. He steps forward and drives a solid punch into Cedric's gut. The blow knocks Cedric to the ground, his body curling in pain. Damien looks down with a mocking smile, remarking that Cedric's thick fat probably cushioned his bones. Without hesitation, he strikes again, this time slamming his fist into Cedric's face. The sheer force sends Cedric flying, crashing into the dirt, left groaning and powerless. With that, Damien exhales deeply, ending the assault. He presses a hand to his chest, a look of satisfaction washing over him. Victor steps closer, speaking quietly, almost hesitant, and asks if this is truly the end. Damien gives a short reply, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Calmly, he affirms it's over. Meanwhile, at the Leon Bloom estate, chaos erupts. Marquis Holland storms inside, panic written all over him as he calls for his son. He finds Erwin locked away in his room, trembling and cowering in fear. The moment Erwin sees his father, his panic deepens. Holland seizes his son by the shoulders, torn between anger and shock, demanding to know what has happened to leave him in such a pitiful state. Through ragged breaths and a quivering voice, Erwin stammers out his explanation. Someone tried to kill him. He shakes violently as he speaks, forcing out the words. That his attacker didn't use a knife but a fork. Holland stares in disbelief at the absurdity of it. His temper explodes. He roars at one of the guards, demanding a full account. The guard falters, hesitant to answer, until Holland's furious shout forces the truth out. The guard finally blurts it clearly. The attacker was Damien Haxon, son of Viscount Haxon. The words ignite Holland's fury. In a fit of rage, he hurls a vase across the room, shattering it into pieces against the floor. His voice shakes with wrath as he curses Damien, denouncing him for daring to harm his son with such underhanded methods. Enraged beyond control, he orders messengers to be sent immediately to the Haxon estate. His command is clear. Damien must be dragged before him like a beast. The next morning, tension hangs over the Haxon estate. At the entrance, Agnes steps forward and introduces herself as a paladin of the church, with two knights standing firmly behind her. Damien's parents appear, uneasy but respectful, greeting her with strained politeness. The Viscount feels the weight of unease pressing down on him, well aware of the chaos his son has stirred inside and outside their household. He tries to ease the moment, explaining that Damien had mentioned Agnes would be staying with them for some time. Agnes confirms this, stating that her presence is tied to an official investigation into heresy, and she requests the family's full cooperation. Hesitant, the Viscount admits that their home is modest and may not have a room fitting for her status. Agnes responds with kindness, offering him a symbolic gift from the church as a sign of appreciation for their hospitality. Grateful yet burdened, the Viscount accepts, the weight of the situation settling even heavier upon him. Agnes expresses her gratitude once more, thanking the Viscount for allowing the investigation to be conducted within their estate. Damien, however, looks a little uneasy. He admits he hadn't expected her duties to involve staying inside their home. With a gentle tone, Agnes asks Damien if she may look into something beyond her official mission. Curious, Damien asks what matter she means. Smiling, she tells him it's something personal, concerning him directly. At that moment, both his parents freeze in shock. Misunderstanding completely, they glance at each other proudly, certain this is about a romantic affair. His father even flashes him a thumbs up. Mortified, Damien leans toward his father and whispers that it isn't at all what they think. Agnes then presents him with two books. She explains that these are the mana cultivation techniques he had requested, both carefully chosen for him. Damien, stunned, asks aloud why there are two books when he had only asked for one. Agnes clarifies, the first contains a sword technique, the second a cultivation method. She tells him that giving him only one wouldn't have been enough, so she included both. The titles are revealed, Destructive Sword Technique and Destructive Energy Technique. Agnes explains that obtaining them wasn't simple. She faced strong resistance within the church before managing to bring them. Damien acknowledges her effort with sincere words of appreciation, recognizing the lengths she went to on his behalf. Agnes then admits something more. She had to invoke her teacher's authority to make it possible. When she described Damien to her master, he declared that Damien was exactly the kind of chosen one the church needed. Reaching out again, Agnes takes his hands and softly asks if, after this, he would reconsider becoming a paladin. But Damien gently pulls away, apologizing. Agnes only smiles, assuring him she won't press the matter further. She reminds him that he has complete freedom, and if he ever changes his mind, she will welcome him. After she departs, Damien's face tightens with unease, tension weighing heavily over him. Damien stands tense, his thoughts sharpening into clarity. Now he understands. Agnes is no ordinary knight of faith. She's a true fanatic, her obsession with the church evident in everything she does. Far away, in a secluded forest, the mouth of a hidden cave yawns open, shadowed and ominous. Within its depths, two cloaked figures stand in quiet conversation. One addresses the other as senior and voices his unease. Something doesn't feel right, he says. He points out the strangeness of recent events, questioning how Agito, one of the Yolan organization's leaders, could be taken down so easily. Agito may not have been the strongest in combat, but even so, the idea of him falling to a minor country noble seems absurd. His companion nods, admitting the same doubts. Still, he notes that Agnes herself has offered no comment on the matter. The first insists they should at least bring it up once, but the other advises focusing on their investigation for now. Before the debate can continue, Agnes suddenly steps into the cave, her voice steady and commanding. She assures them both that Damien Haxon is someone they can trust completely. Startled by her sudden appearance, the two men fall silent, listening closely as she speaks with conviction. She acknowledges their doubts, but insists that Damien has never once lied to them. One of the men pushes back, still unable to comprehend how Damien could have possibly killed Agito? Agnes raises her brows at the question, almost surprised, and reminds them she has already explained it. According to her, Damien simply evaded Agito's strike before ending him with a clean cut to the throat. Her voice carries into a flashback. Agnes recalls her own skepticism when she first heard the tale from Damien's servant. Rather than intervening, she chose to wait and see, keeping a close eye on the city. What she witnessed silenced her doubts. She saw Damien facing hordes of enemies alone, walking away untouched, cutting them all down without so much as a mark on him. Even more shocking, she recounts, he stood his ground against a fireball spell, blocking it entirely and emerging unharmed. The two men stare, dumbfounded. They whisper among themselves, wondering if such defense is even possible. Agnes answers firmly that it is. A true sword master, she explains, is said to be able to deflect anything, even spells. While Damien is not a sword master, his ability, she stresses, is undeniable. His talent is far beyond ordinary, and it cannot be overlooked. Agnes shifts the discussion back to her true purpose. She explains that while she is indeed tracking the Yulan organization, she also intends to bring Damien before her teacher. She urges the two men to set aside their doubts and stay focused on the investigation at hand. Convinced by her conviction, they nod, moved by her words, and return to their work within the cave. The scene changes. Hooves thunder steadily across a dirt road, kicking up dust as a group of knights ride in formation beneath the banner of House Lionbloom. Their advance is precise, confident, a military display of discipline. Among them, a young trainee named Alpus throws up his hands in excitement, declaring they've finally arrived. Another knight comments on a strange odor drifting in the air, and their companion Lavender jokes, saying it must be the scent of picnics, something peasants would understand, but not them. Their chatter is cut short when the leading knight snaps at them to keep quiet, grumbling as he asks if anyone has perfume to mask the unpleasant smell. The man at the front, Garrick of House Lion Bloom, is revealed. His face is stern, hardened, filled with resolve. As the company halts before the Haxon estate, Garrick narrows his eyes and asks if this is truly the home of Viscount Haxon. A knight confirms, and Garrick presses further, inquiring about their mission from the Marquis. The knight responds clearly. It is to capture Damien Haxon. Garrick's lips curl into a cold line. With a firm, chilling voice, he declares that capturing Damien will be simple, but that alone will not erase the humiliation dealt to young Erwin and the Lionbloom family. At that moment, an old man slowly approaches the group, leaning heavily on his cane. Garrick watches him silently, eyes sharp, unmoving. One of the knights sneers, barking rudely at him, "Hey, old man." Startled, the elder turns, his face pale with fear. He stammers out a question, asking who they are. The knight's towering figures cast threatening shadows over him as one demands to know if he is a resident of the Haxon estate. Trembling, the old man admits he is and asks why they want to know. Without warning, one of the knights strikes him violently, slamming his head to the ground. Garrick's voice follows, filled with seething anger. He scorns the man, shouting how dare a mere villager under a viscount's rule fail to bow before the emblem of House Lionbloom. Garrick warns that showing disrespect to the Lionbloom family is a grave offense that demands severe punishment. Turning to his knights, Lavender and Alpus, he calls their names, and both answer swiftly with absolute respect. A sly grin forms on Garrick's face as he tells them he has a plan in mind. His gaze shifts toward the Viscount's mansion, and he declares that when they arrive, they'll drag Damien Hashin out themselves. Victor's expression turns to pure shock, unable to believe what he's hearing. Garrick's voice hardens as he adds that anyone daring to resist will be cut down without hesitation. Meanwhile, in another place, 3 cloaked figures are leaving the cave they had just searched. One of them voices disappointment, frustrated that the collapse prevented them from gaining the information they sought. Still, she acknowledges their effort, saying their work has been sufficient. Suddenly, one of the knights halts, sensing something unusual. The group turns their eyes toward Damien, who sits in silence, fully absorbed in his training. A vivid blue aura surrounds him, pulsing with energy as he cultivates mana through a technique he has only recently acquired. Agnes's eyes widen as she watches, unable to believe what she's seeing. Inwardly, she recalls that the technique she entrusted to Damien was meant to push him to his absolute limits. Yet, what unfolds before her leaves her astonished. His progress is far greater than she expected in such a short span. After a while, Damien becomes aware of their presence, noticing the admiration written all over their faces. He turns to Agnes and asks if their investigation is finished. She replies, hesitantly, that it is. Then, addressing him directly, she remarks on the progress he seems to have made. Damien answers with a smile, humbly saying it's only a little. His eyes then settle on the book he's been using in his training, and his thoughts turn inward. The paladin hadn't lied. The book was indeed difficult to obtain. Yet to him, sword techniques mean nothing. After all, in his past life, he had already mastered the sword to its peak. Damien reflects that while sword techniques no longer matter to him, this cultivation method is invaluable. The destructive energy technique was crafted to balance the immense mana drain of the destructive sword style. Because of that, it gathers mana faster than most methods and even absorbs energy from the outside. Standing in silence before Paladin Agnes, Damien meets her gaze. Neither of them speaks, their eyes locked in an intense stillness. Realizing how awkward the moment has become, Damien finally breaks it, remarking that it's already late and dinner should be ready. He suggests they head back together. But in that very instant, a surge of bloodlust washes over him from the direction of the estate. His expression sharpens, and he tells Agnes that vermin have arrived. Confused, Agnes asks what he means. Damien quickly apologizes, saying he has urgent business to handle, and urges her to follow at her own pace. Without another word, he bursts forward at blinding speed, leaving Agnes and her knight frozen in shock. Agnes watches him vanish in the distance, unable to believe how fast he moved. The knight beside her voices the same disbelief, stunned by Damien's raw speed. Agnes wonders quietly how he can achieve such movement with so little mana expenditure. Could he truly be controlling it with that much precision? As she ponders, another thought creeps in. Just how high is the ceiling of his abilities? Meanwhile, at the Haxon residence, chaos has already erupted. A knight from House Lion Bloom strikes Victor with devastating force, sending him crashing to the ground. The attacker stands tall and smug, arrogance radiating from his posture as Victor lies battered at his feet. The knight bellows furiously, stomping on Victor again and again. He calls him a filthy dog and demands to know how he dares defy him. Ordering Victor to obey, he commands him to drag Damien Hashin out of the house immediately. Despite the pain, Victor shouts back with defiance, refusing outright, and crying out that these knights only wish to harm his young master, Damien. One of the servants, desperate, yells for help, calling for Viscount Paul Haxon and pointing him toward the brutal scene. The Viscount rushes over, his voice booming as he orders everyone to stop at once. He arrives before the knights, his face etched with both anger and worry, and immediately kneels beside Victor, pulling the wounded man into his arms. With fury, he demands to know how they dare attack a mere civilian in such a cruel way. But Garrick steps forward, his tone like ice, declaring that their actions are nothing compared to the insult House Lionbloom has endured. Then, fixing his gaze directly on the Viscount, Garrick delivers his demand. Hand over Damien Hashin, as ordered by Marquis Lionbloom. If they surrender the boy peacefully, he says, their land will remain untouched. Inside, the Viscount seethes, outraged at the savage and dishonorable methods employed by the Blum family. Garrick, however, sneers, thinking to himself that his promise of safety is nothing but a ruse. If Damien were surrendered, he would burn the estate to ashes regardless. Paul Haxon rises with resolve, his voice unyielding. He declares that no matter the threat, he will never hand over his son. Garrick narrows his eyes and asks darkly if the Viscount is certain of that choice. Without hesitation, Paul answers that he is. Snarling, Garrick gives the command for his men to tear down everything until Damien shows himself. The Viscount roars in outrage, screaming at them to stop, panic mixing with the fury in his eyes. But then, before anyone can move further, a sudden shadow streaks across the ground. Something, or rather someone, is approaching at blinding speed. The knights freeze, startled by the overwhelming presence. Garrick spins around, sensing the power closing in fast, and mutters to himself in confusion. Within moments, Damien steps forward calmly. Garrick turns, his rage boiling over, and demands to know who dares stand before him. But then, as his eyes lock on the figure, Garrick falters, shock freezing him in place. The realization of who has arrived leaves him utterly stunned. Garrick stands frozen in place, his body refusing to move as he stares at Damien, who remains firm and unshaken before him. Damien immediately kneels beside his father, asking with genuine concern if he's unharmed. The Viscount assures him he's fine, but his voice carries worry as he points out Victor's condition. Turning his gaze to Victor, Damien's expression hardens, his seriousness clear as he takes in the sight of his injured servant. Then, addressing the knights, his voice turns cold and sharp. He tells them they don't even realize how fortunate they are. If Victor hadn't been strong enough to endure that assault, he might have been killed on the spot. And if that had happened, Damien would have beaten them to death without a second thought. Garrick answers with mockery, scoffing that Damien is nothing more than the Viscount's worthless son. He accuses him of arrogance, claiming his victory over Erwin was nothing but a cheap trick. Damien lets out a sarcastic smirk and repeats the words slowly. A cheap trick, making it clear just how little he cares for Garrick's taunts. Snapping, Garrick orders his knights to shatter Damien's legs and force him to kneel before him. The knights surge forward to obey, but Damien doesn't panic. He moves calmly, almost effortlessly. With precise timing, he sidesteps one knight's attack and mutters to himself that this is the perfect moment to test the mana technique he's just mastered. In an instant, he seizes the knight's arm with crushing strength and follows with a devastating punch infused with energy. The knight howls in agony. Before another can even react, Damien launches a counterattack at blinding speed, driving a fierce kick into the knight's body. The impact sends him flying across the ground, unconscious before he even lands. Garrick's eyes flicker with surprise at Damien's overwhelming strength, but he pushes forward regardless. Meanwhile, Victor, barely conscious, opens his eyes and glances at Damien. His voice is weak and strained as he asks after his young master's condition. Damien quickly looks his way, his tone filled with concern, asking if he's all right. Despite his injuries, Victor forces a faint smile and raises his thumb, reassuring Damien that he's still holding on. Damien allows a quiet smile to form as he looks ahead, his thoughts confirming what he already knew. Victor is truly remarkable. Garrick stepped closer, now standing directly in front of Damien. For the first time, doubt creeps into his mind as he questions whether Erwin's defeat had really been nothing more than a so-called cheap trick. Garrick's eyes fall on his fallen knight, disbelief clear in his voice as he mutters that he cannot understand how someone like Damien, labeled a failure, could wield such skill in combat. Damien meets his words with an icy tone, replying that Garrick doesn't need to know the answer. A sly smile creeps across Garrick's face. He suddenly claims he has figured it out. Pointing straight at Damien, he declares with absolute confidence that the man before him is not the real Damien. Both Victor and the Viscount show visible confusion, while Damien himself narrows his eyes, baffled by Garrick's irrational outburst. Garrick's voice rises, shouting accusations. He calls Damien an imposter, a fraud planted only to defeat Erwin and disgrace House Lionbloom. His rant grows louder, insisting this is a scheme fueled by those who despise the Marquis, a conspiracy meant solely to bring shame to their name. He brands Damien a substitute and vows that he will pay dearly for daring to insult his house. Damien thinks to himself with contempt that Garrick is even more foolish than he imagined, utterly hopeless. One night, still sprawled on the ground, makes the decision to feign unconsciousness, desperate to avoid being dragged back into the fight. Meanwhile, the Viscount, still seated on the ground, calls out with resolve, urging his son to prevail. Garrick tightens his grip on his sword, preparing to face Damien head-on. Damien doesn't move, standing firm and composed, his eyes locked on his opponent. As Garrick glares at him with burning intensity, he convinces himself that while Damien has been lucky until now, this will be his end. With a step forward, Garrick resolves to finish at the moment Damien is in range. Like a thunderclap, he launches forward, his mind set on ending the fight in an instant, certain he will cut Damien in half with a single devastating strike. His sword slashes forward at full speed, only to be met by Damien's blade. The clash rings out as Damien blocks with ease, barely strained by the force. A confident smile crosses his lips as he confirms what he suspected. House Lionbloom has finally sent a true knight against him. Garrick grits his teeth and charges again, unleashing his full strength in another ferocious attack. Yet Damien remains calm, unflinching, waiting with complete composure as the knight barrels toward him. Garrick's eyes widen in disbelief as Damien effortlessly parries his powerful strike. Enraged, he roars and swings down with even greater force, daring Damien to block again. But Damien stops the attack with ease, his voice calm and sharp as he remarks that Garrick is simply too slow. Garrick's face twists in shock, unable to grasp the speed and strength Damien suddenly displays. Before he can react further, Damien steps forward and declares that it's his turn to attack. In a blur, he moves with lightning speed and lands a crushing blow that makes Garrick cry out in pain. Garrick reels backward, stunned that he never even saw the strike coming. Without hesitation, Damien follows up with a brutal kick, slamming directly into Garrick and sending him crashing violently to the ground. Garrick groans, completely unable to defend against the assault. Standing tall, Damien tells him coldly that the attack is repayment for what he did to Victor. Struggling, Garrick drags himself up, his body shaking with anger and humiliation. He lets out a furious scream and charges again, vowing to tear Damien apart. But Damien remains collected, quietly announcing that it's time to use his secret technique. Garrick unleashes his own trump card, shouting the name of his technique, Great Lion's Rapid Blade, as the sword blurs in a rush of overwhelming strikes. The ground shakes with his fury, yet Damien brushes it aside, his tone cold and dismissive, calling it nothing but meaningless noise. With almost effortless control, he deflects Garrick's furious blows and shatters the knight's blade into fragments. Garrick's eyes go wide in despair as his weapon breaks. Before he can recover, Damien strikes with blinding speed, his sword piercing into Garrick's shoulder. In an instant, Garrick's right arm is severed, his scream of agony echoing through the air as he collapses violently to the ground. The Viscount stares in stunned silence, unable to believe what he has just witnessed. Victor, despite his injuries, shouts in triumph, thrusting his fist high and declaring Damien the victor. Damien turns his gaze back to Garrick, his expression sharp and filled with killing intent. Garrick writhes on the ground, clutching at his wound, cursing in pain and groaning that he needs pressure to stop the bleeding. The sharp tip of a sword hovers inches from Garrick's face, making him tremble with terror. His composure shatters, and he begins begging frantically for mercy. He insists he doesn't even know who Damien truly is, pleading desperately for forgiveness. Damien answers coldly, his voice cutting like steel. He repeats firmly that he is Damien Haxon and calls Garrick a fool. Looking down at him with disdain, Damien says that if Garrick truly wanted to beg, he should have done so long ago. Now it's far too late. His tone grows sharper as he accuses Garrick of daring to harm his family, of humiliating his servant by further disfiguring his already battered face. And now, after all of that, Damien asks mockingly if Garrick still thinks he can beg for mercy. Garrick stares up in shock at Damien's merciless words. His pleas grow even more pitiful, his voice cracking as he begs again and again for forgiveness. But Damien's eyes remain cold. He tells him bluntly that he still doesn't even know who he should be apologizing to. The sound of footsteps echoes across the courtyard, making Garrick stiffen in dread. To his horror, Victor appears, battered but still standing, alongside Viscount Paul Haxon. Both surround him with intimidating stares, pressing Garrick into panic. Victor wastes no time, unleashing his rage with more blows, while even the Viscount joins in to deliver his own measure of justice. Soon, Garrick is reduced to the ground alongside his surviving knights, each one battered, broken, and drowning in fear. Victor turns to Damien, asking if he should strike Garrick a few more times. But Damien raises a hand and orders him to stop, remarking that if they continued, Garrick might not survive. Instead, Damien adds with dark humor that cutting off one of Garrick's limbs could be another option, words that make Garrick quake in horror. The Viscount steps forward, placing a firm hand on his son's shoulder, his voice steady. He tells Damien that what he has done is already more than enough. Garrick collapses, his pride shattered, groveling on the ground as he begs for his life. His voice is hoarse as he repeatedly apologizes to both Damien and the Viscount. But Paul Haxon rejects his words with fury, shouting that an apology can never erase what has been done. If Damien hadn't possessed such overwhelming strength, their home would have been destroyed and his son dragged away like a prisoner to the Blum estate. Crushed, Garrick lowers himself until his forehead presses against the dirt, begging again for mercy and pardon. The Viscount looks down at the pathetic figure, silent and unreadable, lost in thought. Finally, he turns his gaze toward Damien, his expression asking the unspoken question, what should be done with him now? Standing quietly behind his father, Damien keeps his composure while his thoughts race. He admits to himself that he never intended to kill Garrick. If he were to slay the Knights of House Lion Bloom here, it would drag relations with the Marquis to their worst possible state. Damien knows he could fight them all alone if he had to, but he cannot ignore the consequences that would fall on his family. Still, letting them walk away unscathed doesn't sit right with him either. He knows too well they would only come back seeking revenge, leaving him caught in a difficult dilemma. Just then, a familiar voice cuts through the tension. Agnes calls his name firmly, drawing his attention at once. Turning, Damien sees her approaching in a rush. Relief sweeps over him. Her presence could be the very key he needs to resolve this situation. He explains what has transpired, and Agnes listens with understanding. Then, with a calm smile, she tells him she knows exactly how to solve this. She steps closer, speaking with gratitude. Thanks to the Viscount and his family, she says they have succeeded for the first time in defeating one of the leaders of the Yulan organization. Damien's eyes widen at her words, surprised by the weight of her statement. Agnes then declares that with such cooperation, the Haxon family will now be recognized as an official partner of the church. Behind them, Victor turns to the Viscount, his voice trembling with hope as he asks if this means their family might finally escape their looming crisis. Both father and servant show renewed light in their eyes. Damien seizes the moment, stepping closer to Agnes and politely asking if he may request her help with something further. Internally, he smiles. This is precisely what he had aimed for all along, securing the protection of the church. Agnes, caught off guard by his sudden closeness, flusters slightly and takes a step back with an apologetic gesture. Turning back toward the defeated knights, Damien's expression hardens. He speaks clearly, asking if they have understood the words just spoken, that House Haxon now stands under the church's protection. Garrick, trembling and pale, mutters that Damien himself should go tell Marquis Lion Bloom that truth. But Damien doesn't stop there. His voice is cold and steady as he warns them that if House Lion Bloom dares to use force again, they will face the wrath of the church itself. Then, with unshakable firmness, he orders them to leave at once. The knights scramble to their feet in a panic, bowing their heads and nervously thanking Damien for sparing them as they flee the estate in fear. Victor scoffs at them, mocking how they ran away in fear like frightened dogs. But before he can continue, Damien's father cuts in, reminding everyone that their troubles are far from over despite the retreat. The Viscount wastes no time and insists they hold a formal discussion on their next move. Soon after, the family assembles in the manor's conference room, where Viscount Hacken officially begins the meeting. Louise is the first to speak, making it clear that the agenda is how to handle the growing conflict with House Leon Blum. Abel, confused, asks why they should even bother when they're already under the church's protection. Louise quickly corrects him, explaining that the church won't step in to directly resolve such disputes. Viscount Paul Haxon supports her point, stressing that the church never meddles in feuds between noble families, and that House Leon Blum's influence isn't just military, it's overwhelming. He warns that they could easily crush smaller houses like theirs if they wished. Agnes then outlines their choices: either pay reparations or find protection by allying with a stronger noble house. But before anyone can settle on that, she interrupts with another possibility. With excitement, Agnes reveals her proposal. Damien should become a holy knight of the church. The room falls silent at her unexpected suggestion, broken only when Damien refuses outright. Viscount Paul immediately declares the matter closed, saying it cannot be forced if Damien does not agree. But Abel leaps to his feet, shouting at his father in frustration. When asked what he wants, Abel explodes, furious that his father dismissed the idea so easily. He demands to know why they aren't considering it seriously, since it could resolve all their troubles at once. Abel then sneers at Damien, mocking him and laughing that all he needs to do is accept becoming a holy knight. But just as his laughter echoes through the hall, Abel freezes. An overwhelming, terrifying energy rises behind him, making him whip around in shock. The Viscount calmly reminds him they have guests and orders him to show proper respect. Abel sits back down with a dissatisfied grunt, joining the rest of the family at the table. Damien's father then addresses the room, admitting that Abel is right. Damien's actions did spark this conflict with the Mars family. But he firmly adds that the fault does not rest on Damien alone. Damien's mother keeps the discussion moving, explaining that the Mars family's second son had always set his sights on Louise. Even if Damien hadn't stood up to him, that man would never have backed down easily. Viscount Hacken then adds that Damien actually protected his sister from that man's schemes, something even he, as her father, had been powerless to do. Turning to his son, the Viscount calls Damien's name in a calm and steady tone. Damien immediately responds with respect. Yes, father, waiting to hear what comes next. To his surprise, his father commends him, saying he did well today. He praises Damien for not tolerating the insult against their family and for standing up for them, as he should. Hearing these words, Damien is caught off guard. He had never realized his father saw his actions in that light. Collecting himself, he replies that he only did what he believed was necessary. His father reassures him, promising that from this point on, he will personally take charge of the situation. Damien tries to argue against it, but his father silences him, insisting that he allow him this chance to act as a proper father, if only once. Just then, a servant rushes into the room, bowing and apologizing as he addresses the Viscount. He reports that someone from the ducal house of Gold Pixie has arrived and wishes to see him. Shocked, the Viscount asks why anyone from such a house would come to them. The envoy steps forward nervously and explains the reason. It concerns Damien. He had borrowed money and used the Viscount's wheat fields as collateral, and the deadline for repayment has already passed. Damien's heart sinks, anxiety washing over him. He berates himself inwardly, wondering if the fields have already been taken. He freezes as his father suddenly calls his name in a furious tone. Moments ago, he was praised, but now the Viscount's anger erupts, raging that Damien is always causing problems. His furious voice booms through the manor, calling Damien a damn brat, loud enough for those outside to hear. The envoy then removes his hat, greeting Damien directly with a polite smile. "Ah, Sir Damien," he says, "a good day to you." Damien stares at the man, trying to place his face. Slowly, the memory comes back. Olin Dinosaur, the West Branch manager of Dash and Cash, greets him with a calm smile, saying it's been some time since their last meeting and reminding him that today is the repayment date they agreed upon. As Olin speaks, Damien recalls how he was persuaded into this mess. He remembers how Olin convinced him to put up the family's land as collateral, assuring him that it was the only way to borrow a larger sum. He had said it was nothing but a formality, that there was no risk at all, even laughing as he claimed, "How could someone like me ever take land from a noble like you?" Every word had been carefully chosen, every assurance dripping with false sincerity. Damien clenches his teeth, cursing his past self with a twisted smile, wondering why he ever handed over the deed in the first place. Shoving those thoughts aside, he asks bluntly how much he owes. With a mocking grin, Olin answers. The borrowed amount was 200 gold coins, but with interest, it now stands at 300. Damien freezes, shocked by the number. He can't even recall why he borrowed so much, only that his family could never hope to gather that kind of money. A wave of dread washes over him as he imagines them cast out, their lives destroyed by this crushing debt. Olin explains coldly that if the payment isn't made today, the collateral will be seized. The land will officially belong to House Gold Pixie. Enraged, Damien demands to know why Olin had promised the collateral was just a formality. But Olin only smirks, telling him he doesn't really have a choice. The order from House Gold Pixie is absolute. All debts must be collected, whether from nobles or commoners. Pressing further, Olin warns Damien to hand over the money if he understands what's at stake, though he clearly suspects he doesn't have it. Looking Damien straight in the eye, he asks if he can pay. Damien answers evenly, admitting he hasn't been able to raise the amount. Feigning sympathy, Olin smiles cunningly and says he understands perfectly. Then, without shame, he drops into a sofa, lounging arrogantly as though he owned the place, his eyes full of disdain for Damien who stands before him. With mockery in his voice, he remarks that Damien never should have borrowed money he couldn't repay. Then, with a smirk, he snaps his fingers. His guards move instantly at the signal. "Since you can't pay," Olin sneers, "I'll have to use the method I know best to collect." The two guards step up behind Damien, their heavy presence pressing down on him, clearly meant to intimidate. Olin Dinosaur, watching it all unfold, admits inwardly that he had never expected Damien to pay back the debt. That was never the real goal. What he truly craves is the sight of arrogant nobles brought low, begging before him. The thought excites him, and he can't help but wonder what kind of expression Damien will make now, cornered and facing danger. Just imagining it sends chills down his spine. Meanwhile, in another part of the estate, the rest of the family waits anxiously. The Viscount paces aimlessly, consumed with worry, while Abel stands in the corner, deep in thought. Damien's mother urges her husband to sit down and rest, warning that his stress might cause him to collapse. Louise echoes her, asking Abel to calm himself and take a seat as well. But the Viscount only grows more agitated. He refuses to sit, demanding how he possibly can when their family teeters on the brink of collapse. Abel raises his voice too, agreeing with his father, shouting that there's no way they can remain calm with disaster looming over them. Damien's mother, however, tells them both to settle down and place their trust in Damien. She reminds them that he has always found a way through every crisis. The Viscount shakes his head anxiously, insisting that Damien's survival so far has only been thanks to his combat abilities. But this, he emphasizes, is different. Combat and negotiation are worlds apart. Just then, a thunderous crash echoes through the manor. The family turns in shock. Back in the room, Damien stands over the fallen body of one of the guards, leaving Olin completely stunned. Damien, his voice laced with sarcasm, remarks that his father will surely scold him harshly for resorting to violence. The remaining guard, enraged, charges at Damien with his weapon raised high. But Damien moves with blinding speed, blocking the attack in an instant. He seizes the guard by the face, his grip so crushing that the man screams in agony. Lifting him effortlessly, Damien remarks coldly that when a guard dares to raise a weapon against a noble, defending oneself is only natural. A chilling smile spreads across Damien's face as he stands before the envoy, who sits frozen in shock. The envoy lets out a panicked scream, scrambling backward on the sofa in a desperate attempt to escape. Damien moves toward him slowly and silently, his calm steps only heightening the envoy's terror. When Damien finally speaks, his voice is steady. He tells the envoy to get on his knees. Terrified, the envoy obeys instantly without hesitation. Damien then explains that he cannot repay the debt in coin, causing the envoy to shift nervously. But Damien doesn't stop there. He adds that he intends to repay the debt in another way. With a bright smile that contrasts the menace in his tone, Damien asks if it's acceptable to settle the debt through something other than money. The envoy, rattled and confused by Damien's unpredictable demeanor, quickly agrees, desperate to avoid further confrontation. The next morning, the sky above the manor is clear, signaling the start of a new chapter. Inside, Abel speaks to his father, his voice heavy with sorrow. Concerned, his father asks what troubles him. Abel explains bitterly that justice has once again fallen to violence, and it eats away at him. Meanwhile, Damien's mother and sister offer him words of caution as he prepares to leave. Damien reassures them with confidence, promising he will return safely and telling them not to worry. Abel suddenly bursts out in protest, frustrated, but his father immediately scolds him, telling him to stop spouting nonsense and instead encourage his brother on his long journey. Inwardly, the Viscount admits he has no real choice but to go along with this plan, even if he remains unsure whether it will truly succeed. Agnes then steps forward to speak with Damien. Calmly, she apologizes for their parting. Damien thanks her for all the help she has given, but she insists she only did what was right. She explains that her investigation is nearly complete and that she will return to her post the following day. Before leaving, she wishes Damien a safe journey. He returns her farewell with a gentle smile. Before parting, Agnes adds that if he ever changes his mind about joining them, he should let her know. But Damien's reply is firm. He will not waver in his decision. Finally, Damien asks Victor if his luggage is ready. Victor confirms it is, and Damien boards the travel carriage. Settling into the spacious interior, he comments on its comfort, only to be caught off guard when he notices the envoy from House Gold Pixie already seated inside. The envoy, wearing a polite expression, explains that he is there to ensure Damien's comfort throughout the long journey. Damien smiles calmly in return and replies that such thoughtfulness is much appreciated. Damien leans back in the carriage and casually requests a luxurious crab meal for lunch, leaving the envoy blinking in confusion at such an odd demand. Turning to Victor, seated beside him, Damien calls his name. "Yes, young master." Victor responds eagerly, his voice full of energy. Without hesitation, he raises his voice, announcing with excitement the official start of their journey. The horses burst forward, the carriage picking up speed as Damien sits with unwavering determination. Looking ahead, he declares firmly that their destination is the ducal estate of House Gold Pixie. When they arrive, the grandeur of the mansion leaves Damien silently impressed. Standing before the enormous estate with Victor and the envoy at his side, he admits inwardly that the Gold Pixie residence truly lives up to its reputation. With a faint smile, Damien thanks the envoy, saying he won't forget that things have gone smoothly thanks to his help. The envoy replies stiffly, stating that the Duke has already been informed of Damien's arrival and that he may enter immediately. Once back inside the carriage, however, the envoy sulks, stewing over his misfortune. He curses Damien in his thoughts, blaming him for dragging him out of his comfortable life and into this mess. Quietly, he hopes everything goes smoothly and that he won't end up dead, though deep down, a darker wish lingers. Before entering the mansion, Damien turns to Victor with a smile, assuring him that he will return soon. "Yes, young master." Victor answers with his usual enthusiasm. Inside, Damien is greeted with suspicion. Someone asks if he is truly Damien Haxon. Soon after, Duke Adam Gold Pixie himself steps forward, studying him and asking directly if he is indeed the son of House Haxon he's heard so much about. Damien responds politely, thanking the Duke for acknowledging him, though inwardly he mutters to himself that all nobles are the same. Still, He keeps his anger contained, reminding himself that he came here for a single purpose. The Duke then mentions that someone named Dmitri informed him Damien was seeking an audience and asks why. Damien answers calmly. He had borrowed money from the Duke's loan office, and the repayment deadline has already passed. Is that so? The Duke asks, intrigued. Then that makes you my customer. Damien nods and explains that while he does not currently have the funds, he wishes to repay the debt in a different way. Curious, the Duke leans in and asks what he means. Damien's answer is simple yet bold. Rather than money, he declares he will defeat House Leon Blum, and that victory will serve as full repayment of the debt he owes. The Duke and his men are caught off guard by Damien's sudden declaration. But instead of anger, the Duke breaks into laughter, remarking that the boy must have already caught wind of the latest news. Sir Jael Heimlich nods in agreement, saying it does seem that way. Damien, however, grows thoughtful. In truth, everyone in the Apple Kingdom has heard the rumor, the discovery of a vast gold mine along the border. Now, two noble houses, Lion Bloom and Gold Pixie, are locked in a fierce struggle for control. Their dispute has already spilled into duels among lower-ranking knights, each fight a step toward determining the mine's ownership. But Damien knows how this will unfold. In his mind, the outcome is clear. House Lion Bloom will claim victory, and their influence will spread like wildfire. Meanwhile, House Gold Pixie's strength will begin to fade. Still, Damien sees opportunity. If he can tip the scales in Duke Adam Gold Pixie's favor and secure his victory, not only will he repay his debt, but he'll also gain leverage over House Lion Bloom, achieving both goals in one stroke. The Duke leans forward, intrigued, and asks if Damien truly has the courage to take on the powerful Lion Bloom family and crush one of their main forces. Damien answers with a calm smile, saying that such a possibility isn't far-fetched at all. The Duke admits he's been struggling to find a suitable knight for the duel. Without hesitation, Damien steps forward, declaring himself the best candidate. No knight of low rank, he says, can hope to match Lion Bloom's eldest son, except him. Raising an eyebrow, the Duke presses further. Does Damien truly believe he can defeat Michael Lion Bloom, a man famed for his mastery in duels? Damien's confidence doesn't waver. He replies that he knows Michael's abilities all too well, but he will never lose to him. At that moment, Knight Ernst Hovitz cuts in, warning the Duke not to take Damien's words at face value. Rumors, he says, are often blown out of proportion. Ernst goes on to remind them that Lady Chelsea is still out seeking a knight worthy of facing Michael Lion Bloom, and she is bound to return soon. Hovitz speaks up, assuring the Duke that Lady Chelsea will return soon, and that she will no doubt find a duelist of exceptional skill. His confidence is echoed by Hovitz and the other knights, who smile with certainty as the Duke nods in agreement. Damien quickly realizes what's happening. Hovitz is deliberately trying to block his path, and in Damien's mind, the man is nothing more than a useless obstacle, like a bone gnawed hollow by a ghoul. The Duke leans back at his desk, musing aloud, uncertain how to proceed in such a situation. Damien immediately senses the test hidden in the Duke's words. This is not a matter of talk alone. He must prove himself through action. With steady conviction, Damien declares that everyone here is making a mistake. Turning directly to Hovitz, he says if the Duke truly wishes to win the duel, then he has no choice but to choose him. No other knight can stand against their opponent. Hovitz bristles with anger at Damien's bold claim, demanding if he even knows whom Lady Chelsea is bringing back as a challenger. Damien, calm as ever, offers a chilling proposal. If Hovitz doubts him, he is welcome to try striking him once, if he can. The hall falls silent as Hovitz's face twists with fury and disbelief at Damien's audacity. Unable to hold back, Hovitz demands permission to test Damien directly. The Duke, intrigued by the rising tension, grants it without hesitation. The atmosphere grows charged, excitement thickening the air as the stage is set. Soon, Damien and Hovitz stand across from one another on the dueling grounds. From the side, Victor watches with shock and unease. whispering to himself in disbelief at what the young master has gotten himself into. Damien, however, brushes it off, saying this is simply how things turned out, with no planning on his part. Victor grows increasingly anxious as he witnesses the knights surrounding the field, their auras flaring violently. A suffocating pressure fills the air, and Duke Goldpixie issues a crisp command for Hovitz to begin at once. Hovitz accepts with calm determination, stepping forward with a sneer. He addresses Damien mockingly, promising that if he begs now, perhaps he might consider sparing him. Damien responds with nothing but a lazy yawn, coldly telling Hovitz to hurry up before he falls asleep. The remark strikes Hovitz like a slap, sending him into a rage. With clenched fists, Hovitz channels his aura into his weapon, forcing it to the point where the energy envelopes his entire body. A violent shockwave bursts outward, rattling the ground. Fixing his glare on Damien, he confirms one last time. So, it's the ultimate attack you wanted, right? Damien remains calm, though inside he briefly wonders if he may have pushed Hubbets a little too far. With a furious roar, Hubbets charges at Damien, vowing to shatter his face with a single strike. He lunges forward at full speed, his weapon aimed straight for the kill. Damien watches closely, unfazed by the pressure pressing down on him. To him, this is nothing more than what one would expect from a mid-tier knight. If he can read the aim of the strike, dodging or deflecting it won't be too difficult. And then he sees it. The spear is locked on the center of his chest. As Hubbets thrusts forward with all his strength, Damien meets the blow head-on, catching it with the flat of his sword. The impact is immense. Cracks spread across Damien's blade as it strains under the force of the strike. A sinister grin spreads across Hubbets' face. Inwardly, he mocks Damien as a fool for walking straight into his trap. He laughs with wild delight as blood bursts from Damien's chest and the young man collapses. Gasps erupt. Both Victor and Duke Goldpixie cry out in shock, horrified by the sudden wound. But then, against all expectations, Damien surges forward with blinding speed. The movement leaves the onlookers frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief. Hubbets' expression twists in confusion and fear. Had Damien truly taken that strike and endured it? From the Duke's side, one of his knights leans in as Goldpixie calls him protector, waiting to hear his command. But before anything more can be said, Damien steps forward, points directly at the Duke, and declares with steady confidence. The position of the Duke's representative now belongs to him. Victor rushes over, calling out desperately, "Young master!" He embraces Damien tightly, trembling with relief. Damien blinks in surprise at the sudden gesture and gently asks if Victor is all right. But Victor clings to him, demanding to know how he survived such a deadly blow unscathed. Damien only smiles, calm and unwavering. He reminds Victor that he already said he would not be harmed. The Duke approaches, his expression shifting from doubt to admiration. He admits that at first, he wasn't entirely convinced of Damien's abilities. But now, after witnessing this display, he has no more doubts. Smiling, he declares that Damien is indeed a valuable asset. Standing tall before his knights, Duke Goldpixie raises his voice and makes it official. Before all his guards, he proclaims that Damien Haxon has proven himself beyond question. From this moment forward, as promised, he will serve as the Duke's appointed representative. Hubbets, visibly shaken, tries to object. But, Your Grace, he begins, only to be cut off sharply. The Duke's voice hardens with irritation as he orders him to stop immediately, warning that he won't allow his good mood to be spoiled. The rebuke leaves Hubbets pale and trembling. Bowing his head, he mutters that he understands and will raise no further objections. Damien stands calmly, unfazed by the tension, while Hubbets clenches his fists in silent frustration. Deep down, he is certain his strike had connected. Damien turns to him with a composed gaze, reminding him that he is being scolded by the Duke. His voice remains steady as he tells Hubbets his skills aren't bad, but he chose the wrong opponent. With quiet assurance, Damien adds that he has already surpassed the level of a mid-tier knight and grown even stronger. Inwardly, Damien reflects on his own words. It's important to reveal this level of strength, especially since the duel is restricted to mid-tier nobles. He admits to himself that without channeling mana at that crucial instant, the situation could have been far more dangerous. The Duke steps closer, studying Damien in silence, his eyes sharp with thought. He can see the strain hidden beneath Damien's calm exterior, the internal injuries that cannot be ignored. Without warning, the Duke draws out a peculiar ring, catching Damien off guard. A flicker of curiosity passes through him. Could this be a magical storage item? From the ring, the Duke produces a small ornate box and hands it directly to Damien. He tells him it is a personal gift. When Damien opens it, waves of magical energy spill into the air. Inside lie several small glowing spheres, the balance orbs. The Duke explains their purpose. Knights often use them during training, but they are just as effective for restoring internal injuries. Damien accepts the box with quiet gratitude, thanking the Duke for such a valuable gift. The Duke smiles, assuring him that from this day forward, he will be counting on him. Damien responds with a confident smile of his own, promising he will give his all. The next morning, sunlight pours across the gold pixie estate, its walls gleaming in the brightness of day. Damien walks slowly through the courtyard, pressing a hand against his chest. He is surprised to find that his wounds have nearly vanished overnight. The orb's power is undeniable. Looking around, he notices the estate's impressive training facilities and resolves to make full use of them in the days ahead. Just then, a voice calls out to him. "Are you Damien Haxon?" Damien turns to face the speaker, replying calmly that he is indeed. Then, with steady eyes, he asks the man to reveal his identity. The man introduces himself as Pavel Burand, proudly presenting the two knights at his side as his trusted comrades. Stepping forward with energy, Pavel declares that they too will be taking part in the upcoming duel. Damien blinks in mild surprise at their sudden arrival and asks if they are also participants. Pavel answers with a sharp, challenging tone, "Yes, they are." He goes on to say that Damien is fortunate they have been away on external training yesterday. Otherwise, the duel wouldn't have fallen to him, but to them instead. With confidence, Pavel warns Damien that this contest with House Lion Bloom is far too important for the Duke's family to leave in unworthy hands. He tells Damien not to get in the way with his weak skills, making it clear that if he understands the gravity of the situation, he should step aside and let them train. Damien quietly shifts aside, choosing not to argue. Inside, however, he feels a spark of interest, eager to see just how the Duke's knights perform. Without hesitation, one of the knights launches a powerful move, calling out the technique by name, the high rise of the bird. His voice rings with energy as he charges his opponent. At the same moment, another knight mirrors him with equal force, raising the intensity of their duel. One of them shouts boldly, declaring this will be his victory in their 98th match. But his opponent fires back with a mocking reply, demanding to know who decided such an outcome. The clash intensifies. One knight is struck hard, stumbling back in visible pain. But before the rhythm can settle, Pavel himself bursts forward, unleashing immense strength in a swift, decisive strike. His opponent reels in shock, unable to comprehend the sudden blow. And yet, instead of faltering, the knight steadies himself. With a faint smile of disbelief, he acknowledges Pavel's strength and remarks that such precision is exactly what one would expect from him. He admits Pavel had already read his move and even managed to block it with nothing but his forehead. The match winds down, and Pavel suggests they call it a draw, recognizing the clear progress his opponent has shown. His words are met with respect as the other knight bows his head, saying he has learned much from the sparring. But the training floor doesn't stay still for long. A towering knight steps forward, eyes burning with excitement. With booming enthusiasm, he demands to face Pavel next, unable to contain his eagerness for a duel. In the background, two other knights exchange serious words about the upcoming battle with House Lion Bloom. If they continue to train with this level of intensity, they agree the results will surely be promising. The knight nods firmly, declaring with pride that together they will defeat House Lion Bloom and bring glory to the Duke's family. Fired up, the three knights lift their swords high and shout in unison, their voices echoing with passion. All for one, and one for all. Their display of unity and determination leaves the air charged with their excitement for the coming battle. From a distance, Damien and Victor watch in silence. Victor, clearly puzzled, glances at Damien and whispers, asking why he is standing there without saying a word, and who exactly these overly spirited knights are. Damien, his voice low and edged with disappointment, replies that it looks as if the duel is already lost. Victor stiffens in shock, his eyes wide as he quickly presses for an explanation. Damien answers calmly, almost matter-of-factly. He simply doesn't believe those knights, despite their enthusiasm, have the strength to secure victory. Just then, Duke Gold Pixie appears, laughing heartily. He praises the knights for their spirited energy, though he teases them lightly about how far they've let their excitement carry them. Turning to the towering knight beside him, the Duke encourages him to speak his thoughts openly. The large knight doesn't hesitate. He bluntly replies that he doesn't care about such displays at all. The scene fades into a memory of the previous night. Damien had spoken respectfully to the Duke, apologizing as he declined his offer of training together. He explained that he preferred to train alone. The Duke only laughed, saying Damien was truly an intriguing person, especially after refusing the guidance of the veteran knight Heinrich. Curious, the Duke asked Heinrich's opinion of Damien. The knight responded without hesitation. Damien was remarkable. Few could summon a magical barrier in an instant to deflect a fatal strike, and Damien had done just that. Later that night, seated at his great desk, Duke Gold Pixie turned to another of his knights. He asked plainly what he expected of the upcoming duel and whether victory over House Lion Bloom was realistic. The knight, cautious in tone, admitted he could not give a certain answer. He explained that the duel would pit 3 participants from each side against one another, with victory granted to whichever side claimed 2 wins out of 3. Even if Damien performed outstandingly, he said, it would not guarantee overall triumph. The Duke leaned back, nodding in agreement. He acknowledged that Damien's strength alone would not decide everything. The rest of their knights would also have to deliver. He then inquired about the progress of training under the mid-tier knight Vincenzo. In response, another knight spoke with firm confidence, assuring the Duke that in that regard, there was nothing to worry about. Outside, Damien stood quietly, lost in thought over a troublesome situation he hadn't anticipated. Watching the knights spar, he muttered that aside from their foolishness, their condition was pitiful. With skills that poor, defeat was inevitable. He sighed, hesitated for a moment, then decided there was no avoiding it. He'd have to step in and give them some proper training. His voice rang out clearly, calling to the 3 knights. You 3 over there. Startled by the sudden address, they turned to him. Damien smiled faintly and challenged them to a sparring match. Half Berman smirked, amused by Damien's nerve. Bold words, especially after you've seen what we can do. Damien's reply carried unwavering confidence. He accepted their challenge, but added that he would fight all 3 of them at once. The knights froze, taken aback by the audacity of such a declaration. Pavel erupted in anger, shouting how a fool like Damien dared to challenge them all together. Damien advanced calmly, his tone sharp. True, dueling 3 knights at once may go against chivalric rules, but those rules don't apply to stray dogs. Furious, the 3 knights lunged at him in unison, cursing him as they struck with everything they had. Yet Damien remained perfectly still, calm as a statue. Then, in an instant, the world flipped upside down for one of them. Pavel hit the ground, completely bewildered, unable to grasp what had just happened. Moments later, he and his comrades all found themselves sprawled on the ground, dazed and speechless. When Pavel slowly opened his eyes, Damien's voice reached him, calm and cutting. So, you're finally awake. Looking up in shock, Pavel saw Damien standing over him, mocking that he was still just as weak as ever. Then Damien's tone grew cold. Cause another scene like this, and what you see next will be far worse. Stunned, Pavel struggled as fragmented memories pieced themselves together. Damien, utterly composed, delivered his final words. This wasn't an incident. It was simply the lesson I meant to give the Duke's knights. Pavel's memories began to return piece by piece. He remembered how he and his comrades had rushed Damien together, only to be overwhelmed in an instant. The image was vivid, Damien brushing aside their attacks with almost no effort, knocking them down one after another. Pavel recalled the sharp blow to his face that had sent him crashing to the ground, consciousness slipping away as he was hurled through the air. Now, standing in shock, Pavel could hardly believe it. Could Damien really have defeated all 3 of them so effortlessly? Behind him, his comrades were pale and broken in spirit, but Pavel himself was consumed by a deeper fear. He stared at Damien, his thoughts trembling. What kind of monster is this man? Not a single sign of fatigue marked Damien's face or body. Damien's voice cut through the silence as he looked at them steadily. Tell me, who's in charge of your training? Still kneeling and shaken, Pavel stammered that their instructor was a mid-ranked knight named Sebastian Vincenzo. Damien repeated the name slowly, disbelief flashing across his tone. Sebastian Vincenzo? He trained you. When Pavel gave a hesitant nod, Damien's composure darkened with irritation. He questioned seriously whether Vincenzo had truly been responsible for molding them into knights, so poorly prepared as they were. With a heavy sigh, Damien admitted he would gladly order Vincenzo to stop, if that were possible, but starting unnecessary conflict wasn't his intent. Instead, he gave the three of them a direct order. Once they finished their sessions with Vincenzo each day, they were to report straight to the courtyard for training with him personally. Pavel wavered, fear gnawing at him. What if they ended up injured under Damien's instruction? What would Vincenzo do when he saw them battered? But Damien silenced that worry with calm certainty. You don't need to be concerned. No matter how many blows you take, you won't walk away with so much as a scratch. Shaken, Pavel looked down at himself, inspecting his body in disbelief. Damien had struck him directly, yet not a single bruise or wound remained. His confusion deepened. Damien stepped closer, his expression cold as he explained, "That's because I learned long ago how to strike in a professional, precise way." His thoughts drifted to old memories of a man known across the continent as the personal corrector. This man traveled from place to place, disciplining criminals, breaking them down, and reshaping their behavior. His method was brutal in its simplicity. He would beat a criminal for a full hour straight. If that didn't change their ways, he'd double the time, sometimes extending the punishment far beyond that. But over time, Damien recalled, the corrector began to feel pity. He saw countless criminals crushed beneath his fists, enduring relentless beatings, and yet he didn't want his punishments to destroy their lives completely. So he searched for a way to continue striking them, mercilessly, endlessly, without putting their bodies in mortal danger. In time, that wandering corrector perfected a technique so refined it earned the name Pretend Death Kill, an advanced style that inflicted crushing pain while leaving no mark behind. Damien admitted to himself that this was exactly what he had just used on the three knights. Turning back to them, he spoke firmly. Now you should clearly understand how weak you really are. Shame washed over Pavel as he lowered his head, reluctantly confessing that Damien was right. They were as weak as he said. Damien's lips curved into a sharp, sarcastic smile. Don't despair too much. You still have 1 full month before the duel. In that short time, I'll reshape you, from useless insects into, at the very least, useful ones. The three knights froze, stunned by Damien's words, staring at him in disbelief. Before the silence could settle, a clear voice called out for Damien, announcing his arrival. Damien turned his head, eyes narrowing slightly as a servant hurried toward him. For a moment, he wondered silently. Was this truly the Marquis's man? The servant bowed quickly, explaining that the Marquis had summoned him at once. Damien asked calmly why the summons had come now. The servant's reply was sharp and to the point. Princess Chelsea had just returned. Inside the palace, Princess Chelsea Gold Pixie made her entrance. Her steps carried regal authority, her presence undeniable as she officially declared her return. Approaching the Duke, she bowed gracefully. "Father, it has been a long time. I have finally returned from my mission." Hubbards's face lit with joy at the sight of his daughter. The Duke responded warmly, remarking that it had been a full month since she departed. He asked if she had succeeded in finding a knight worthy to compete. With confidence, Chelsea turned to the side. "I have indeed found him." Stepping forward came a knight whose very aura radiated ferocity. Introducing himself in a thunderous voice, he declared, "I am Guillermo Blackwing, the wild beast." His imposing presence filled the hall. Murmurs rippled through the gathered knights as recognition spread. They whispered of his reputation, recalling his bloody role in the conflicts of the Eclairin kingdom. He had cut down countless knights of lower rank, carving his fame through massacre. His notoriety stretched far, and among knights of his standing, none could rival him. Duke Gold Pixie turned his attention to Guillermo, stating that he had already heard much about him. Guillermo replied with pride, confirming that his name had even spread as far as the Apple Kingdom. Stepping forward, Princess Chelsea addressed her father directly. She declared that Sir Guillermo Blackwing had sworn loyalty to her and had promised to stand in the upcoming duel. With a confident smile, she proclaimed that Guillermo would have no trouble dealing with Michael Lionbloom when the time came. Whispers stirred among the knights nearby. They muttered that based on reputation alone, Guillermo clearly outmatched Michael Lionbloom. Michael, after all, was still in the process of growing while Guillermo was already a hardened veteran. The Duke acknowledged the point, calling it good news, though he admitted with a sigh that the situation was giving him something of a headache. Puzzled, Princess Chelsea asked what he meant by that. The Duke answered calmly. He had not yet introduced the one who would represent him in the duel. Both Chelsea and Guillermo turned their eyes toward the doorway as the Duke announced the name clearly, Damien Haxon. Chelsea's gaze immediately sharpened, filled with hostility as she glared at Damien. Turning to her father in shock, she demanded an explanation, reminding him that she had asked him to wait for her return. The Duke acknowledged this was true, but reminded her firmly that he had never promised he would wait. Chelsea pressed further, insisting that even now he could still change his representative if he wished. Her father replied that the decision remained his own. Frustration flared in Chelsea's voice as she protested that she had never even heard the name Damien Haxon before. Why? She asked angrily. Would he choose an unknown knight over someone as proven and obvious as Sir Guillermo Blackwing? Guillermo's lips curved into a satisfied smile at Chelsea's words, clearly enjoying the comparison. Damien noticed Guillermo's stare and wondered inwardly if this was the man he had been waiting to face. Duke Goldpixie then explained his choice. While Sir Guillermo's reputation was indeed impressive, Damien Haxon had already shown extraordinary skill by successfully blocking Headstrike. Chelsea let out a short, frustrated sigh. Father, you always have such fine excuses to dismiss my own judgment. Chelsea pressed on, accusing her father of constantly contradicting himself, his words and his actions never aligning, especially when it came to her and her mother. The Duke cut her off harshly, warning her to mind her tongue before their guests. Startled, Chelsea stopped mid-sentence and quickly bowed her head, apologizing. She claimed her exhaustion from travel had clouded her judgment and that she wasn't speaking in her right state of mind. From a distance, Damien observed the heated exchange. Quietly, he thought to himself that the rift between father and daughter was far deeper than it appeared on the surface. The Duke ended the matter with authority, declaring that the decision about changing the representative would be made only after consulting the other officials. He ordered Chelsea to stop quarreling and leave the chamber immediately. Just then, laughter rang out, loud, unrestrained, and unsettling. It was Guillermo. His sudden hysteria drew confused stares from everyone present. He turned to the Duke, dismissing the formalities. There's no need for debate. We're men. The strongest should represent you. Chelsea's expression shifted to alarm at his words, while the knight beside the Duke sneered in open disgust at Guillermo's rudeness. But Guillermo didn't stop. His eyes locked on Damien as he asked directly, "Don't you agree? Shouldn't the strongest one be chosen?" To make his challenge unmistakable, he added bluntly, "You and I should fight. The winner becomes the representative." Chelsea stood abruptly, shouting at him in agitation. "What are you doing? I told you to remain calm and avoid reckless actions." Yet Duke Gold Pixie interrupted her with calm composure. What he said isn't entirely wrong. Chelsea's frustration boiled over, her face darkening at her father's words. The Duke then turned his gaze to Damien. "And what do you think?" Damien remained silent for a moment, considering. He recognized instantly. This was another test from the Duke. If he wanted to settle the matter, he would have to show his strength. Still, he reasoned inwardly that a full fight wasn't necessary. A display of power without true battle would be enough. With that thought, Damien approached Guillermo and extended his hand. "Let's settle this with a test of strength. It's the quickest way to resolve things." Guillermo smirked mockingly. "Careful. If your arm gets dislocated, don't blame me." Damien's reply came with a cold smile. "If that happens, I'll simply dislocate your shoulder in return." The remark hit Guillermo like a slap, his face twisting in fury. He clenched his teeth, seething with outrage. In the next instant, Guillermo lunged forward with full force, seizing Damien's hand in a crushing grip. But Damien moved effortlessly, slipping past Guillermo's grip and twisting his arm with a sudden precision that caught him completely off guard. In an instant, Guillermo's body was lifted from the ground, flipping through the air before crashing violently against the floor. The entire hall fell into stunned silence, eyes wide at what they had just witnessed. Senior Knight Heinrich stood frozen for a moment, visibly astonished. Inwardly, he noted that Damien Hashin's performance had been nothing short of flawless. He began analyzing aloud, explaining how Guillermo had attempted to seize Damien's hand, only for Damien to redirect that strength against him, throwing him down with perfect execution. The Duke nodded in agreement, adding that Damien's technique showed not only raw strength, but also refined skill beyond expectation. Furious, Guillermo glared at Damien, his pride burning. How dare he humiliate me like this? Damien remained calm, a faint smile on his face. You're stronger than I thought. Honestly, I had only intended to dislocate your shoulder. The mocking remark sent Guillermo into a frenzy. He let out a furious scream, raising his weapon high, his body trembling with rage. Without hesitation, he charged forward, his voice cracking with madness. I'll crush your skull with one strike. Chelsea's panic cry broke through the chaos. Sir Guillermo, stop. Right now. But Guillermo ignored her completely, his fury blinding him. Just as his attack was about to fall, a commanding voice thundered through the chamber. Enough! Senior Knight Heinrich stepped forward, his presence suffocating. His tone was razor-sharp as he leveled his glare at Guillermo. You dare draw a weapon in the Duke's presence? Do you have a death wish? A terrifying aura erupted from Heinrich, his fury radiating like a crushing weight. Damien's eyes widened slightly, stunned. Inwardly, he admitted this was the true power of a high-ranking knight. But for Chelsea's sake, Heinrich forced himself to hold back. His voice dropped, low and cold. I'll overlook this once. But if anything like this happens again, there will be no second chance. Breathing hard, Guillermo lowered his weapon, beads of sweat forming as the reality of Heinrich's warning sank in. His face was tight with tension, his pride fractured but not forgotten. The Duke broke the silence with a calm clap of his hands, brushing off the chaos as though it were nothing more than a minor interruption. A small disturbance, nothing to concern ourselves with. He then announced decisively that Damien would remain the duchy's official representative in the duel. But Hubbets immediately interjected, his voice heavy with frustration. He argued that what had just taken place was hardly fair at all. Hubbets defends his stance, pointing out that Sir Guillermo Blackwing has yet to recover from the exhaustion of travel, giving Damien a clear advantage. But Knight Vincenzo cuts in, arguing that since Sir Guillermo usually fights with weapons, it's unfair to measure his true ability while unarmed. Princess Chelsea quickly agrees with Vincenzo, insisting that the only fair way to judge their skills is through an official duel. Duke Gold Pixie, however, loses his patience and orders his daughter to stop pressing the issue. She refuses to back down, speaking even more, which only fuels the Duke's irritation. His temper finally snaps. He slams the table and shouts at her to quit flaunting her incompetence. Chelsea, mortified and ashamed, quietly admits she has acted out of line. The sight of her humiliation enrages Hubbets, but before the tension grows worse, Damien raises his hand to address the Duke. Smiling, he politely asks if he may speak. When granted permission, Damien shocks everyone by requesting to accept Lady Chelsea's proposal for a duel, leaving even Chelsea speechless. The Duke, taken aback, stares in silence, weighing Damien's words. Once the meeting concludes, Victor questions Damien's decision. He doesn't understand why Damien agreed to the duel when there was no real need. Damien only replies that every action has its reason. As they walk, Damien notices the workshop the Duke had mentioned before. Victor confirms it is the very place. Damien recalls the Duke explaining earlier that his sword was broken in the duel against Hubbets, and so he had ordered a special blade to be forged by the duchy's finest blacksmith. Damien reflects that while most would settle for a simple training sword, the one commissioned by the Duke is far from ordinary, something rare even within the duchy itself. Inside the workshop, a blacksmith greets them, already informed of their arrival, and invites them in to see the weapon prepared. Damien is immediately struck by the sheer number of finely crafted arms within the forge, remarking on their quality to Victor. Then his eyes fall upon a single, unique blade displayed among the rest. His thoughts sharpen. Could this be the sword crafted especially for him? The blacksmith notices Damien's gaze fixed on the unusual blade and asks if he's interested, noting that its design is unlike any other. He then shares its story, saying the knight who ordered it had promised to give it a name before vanishing without a trace. Damien quietly suggests it must have been a specially commissioned blade, which shocks the blacksmith, who wonders how Damien could know such a thing. In his thoughts, Damien recognizes its resemblance to a weapon once wielded by the infamous evil swordmaster. Deciding firmly, he declares he will take this sword. The blacksmith, startled, reminds him of the rare and peculiar materials used to forge it, but Damien is unfazed. Inwardly, he acknowledges that this blade surpasses ordinary rare swords. it carries the power to amplify magic. He then asks if it already has a name. The blacksmith recalls that the knight intended to call it the Sword of 1,000 Miles. Standing before the blade, Damien repeats the name aloud, claiming it as his own. The blacksmith respectfully asks if he has truly found a weapon to his liking, but Damien only studies the sword in his hand with keen interest. At that moment, a young maid enters the workshop. With graceful politeness, she introduces herself as Rebecca, a servant of Princess Chelsea. She informs Damien that she has come to escort him, as the princess wishes to meet him in person. Damien replies coolly that he doesn't see much reason to meet her. Rebecca, however, smiles softly and hints that things may not be as simple as he thinks. She explains that the princess likely has her own intentions and persuades him that it would be wiser to agree. After a brief silence, Damien nods and agrees to follow. Rebecca leads him through the palace halls and gardens, speaking as they walk. She tells him that their destination is a restaurant overseen personally by Princess Chelsea, an exclusive place reserved only for nobles. Today, however, the entire venue has been cleared for Damien alone. As they approach, Rebecca points toward the elegant restaurant and informs him that the princess is already waiting inside. Damien nods quietly to Rebecca, telling her he understands and will head inside at once. Standing before the restaurant's doors, he pauses, wondering what kind of proposal Princess Chelsea intends to put before him. Just then, a peculiar scent drifts out from within, sharp and distinct enough to catch his attention. As he steps inside, Princess Chelsea greets him smoothly, remarking that he's a little late. Seated at the table, she gestures for him to join her quickly. With a faint, knowing smile, she addresses him by his full name, Damien Haxon. Confident and unwavering, Damien wastes no time. He asks her directly why she summoned him here in secret. Chelsea remains composed, suggesting they speak over dinner, which will be served soon. Damien dismisses the idea, saying he has no interest in idle talk, and demands she state her purpose immediately. Accepting his bluntness, Chelsea gets straight to the point. She tells him she has only one request, that he step down as House Gold Pixie's representative in the upcoming duel. Damien asks if she doubts Sir Guillermo's ability. Calmly, she tells him not to misunderstand. With his axe in hand, Sir Guillermo could easily overwhelm someone like Damien. Her true concern, she explains, is preserving their full strength for the duel against the Marquis. She doesn't want needless risks or even minor injuries from an unnecessary clash. That's why she wants Damien to withdraw. She goes further, promising that if he agrees, she will give him whatever he desires in return. Damien looks at her and asks what reason he should have to yield to such a demand. Chelsea answers with a confident smile, saying nobles like him, poor nobles, always have predictable desires, wealth, reputation, things of that nature. But Damien meets her words with a cold stare. Inwardly, he calls her arrogant for judging so carelessly. Then aloud, he asks whether she really believes he couldn't gain far more from the Duke himself. Princess Chelsea answers smoothly, saying that while it may seem that way now, he should think more carefully. With a sly smile, she leans in slightly and asks if it wouldn't be wiser to side with the future Duke. As she says this, her eyes flicker toward the hourglass set beside her, watching the last grains of sand trickle down. The aroma she had prepared earlier is nearly at full effect. Her tone suddenly sharpens into command as she tells Damien that, if he has understood her well, he should go immediately to her father and declare his resignation as House Gold Pixie's official representative. The moment the final grain of sand falls, a sinister aura spills from Chelsea, filling the room with suffocating tension. She orders him again, "Go tell him you'll step down." The air grows heavy in silence. Damien sits motionless, eyes lowered as though already caught under her spell. But then, he lifts his head with clarity and firmly rejects her demand. Chelsea freezes in shock, her composure shattered. She cries out in disbelief, insisting that this isn't how things were supposed to unfold. Damien only smiles faintly, understanding why her voice now trembles with frustration, because her charm fragrance has failed. Inwardly, he recalls what he knows from his past life. Charm fragrance, a powerful form of dark magic that manipulates the will, clouding judgment with false allure. To most, it's irresistible. Anyone exposed for even an hour would be reduced to a mindless servant. But he knew the moment he stepped into the room what she had prepared. What Chelsea doesn't know is that his authority of greed absorbed the spell entirely, leaving him untouched. While she sits stunned, Damien asks her directly what she means by claiming this isn't how it's supposed to go. Enraged, Chelsea demands to know why he would refuse her when she had promised him everything he could possibly want. Damien, calm and unwavering, replies that he has no need for anything she can offer. What he truly seeks, he says, is something far beyond her reach. Chelsea reels at Damien's words, shouting furiously, demanding to know what he means. What could he possibly want? Damien answers softly, almost with a smile, that what he truly desires is nothing more than his family's happiness. Chelsea freezes, thrown off completely by his response. Her voice trembles with confusion as she presses him again, asking what he means by that. But Damien doesn't bother to explain further. Instead, he calmly turns to leave, telling her to make sure Sir Guillermo Blackwing is well prepared for the duel ahead. Her expression hardens instantly, her voice dropping into a chilling tone. She warns Damien that he seems to value his family far too much. Then, her words twist into a threat. If he refuses to step down, she will have the entire Hashin household destroyed. She promises to send her forces to grind his family underfoot without mercy. Before she can finish, Damien suddenly surges forward at frightening speed. His hand clamps around her throat, forcing her to the ground in an instant. Chelsea collapses, paralyzed by the crushing force, screaming in both pain and rage. She shrieks at him, demanding how he dares lay a hand on her. Damien says nothing. His fury burns silently as he tightens his grip, her cries echoing through the chamber as she chokes and writhes beneath him. The commotion draws her knights rushing in, their voices filled with alarm as they call out for their princess. Horrified, they roar at Damien, demanding he release her immediately. One knight leaps forward, desperate to save her, but Damien moves like a phantom. With terrifying speed, he counters, striking them down one after another before they can even comprehend his movements. Each attempt to reach him is met with effortless evasion and swift retaliation. In moments, the knights lie scattered, shaken and defeated, staring in shock at the overwhelming power Damien just displayed. Cold and unrelenting, Damien glares down at them, the air heavy with his murderous intent. He tells the knights flatly that the cuts to their ears are shallow. If they apply potion now, they will survive. Before leaving, he turns his gaze back to the princess. Calling her by her full name, Chelsea Goldpixie, his voice cuts like ice. He tells her that as much as he longs to slit her throat right then and there, he'll refrain. Because for her, death would be far too merciful a punishment. As Damien turns to leave, his voice cuts through the silence one last time. He tells Chelsea to await the punishment she truly deserves. With a slight turn of his head, he flashes a chilling smile, an unspoken warning of the grim future closing in on her. Chelsea trembles where she sits, fear etched plainly across her face at his words. Just then, Rebecca bursts into the room, her eyes widening in shock at the scene before her. She rushes to Chelsea's side, asking anxiously if she's all right. But Chelsea, consumed by fury, clenches her teeth and vows that she will kill Damien Haxon without fail. Her rage erupts into a scream as she calls for someone named Mustang. At once, Mustang appears, loudly announcing his arrival. Chelsea immediately lashes out at him, demanding why the enchanted perfume failed against Damien. Mustang hesitates, clearly unsettled, and admits he doesn't know the exact reason. He explains that some people are naturally resistant to dark magic. Chelsea's rage only intensifies. She strikes him hard, calling him a fool, and he cries out in pain. Then, her tone turns sharp as she demands to know where Sir Guillermo Blackwing is. Mustang, trembling, explains that Sir Guillermo went to a tavern to drink, trying to calm his anger over the day's events. Chelsea erupts again, screaming furiously at the thought of him wasting time in a tavern with such a crucial duel ahead. By the next day, her fury hasn't cooled. She storms up to Mustang, screaming in his face, demanding if he's truly certain that Sir Guillermo can defeat Damien Haxon. Mustang, regaining some composure, responds with confidence. He assures her that Sir Guillermo is their strongest knight, unmatched in skill and mastery of dark magic. He urges her to be patient, promising that victory will soon bring the ducal estate firmly under her control. But Chelsea's glare is unrelenting. With venom in her voice, she threatens him, saying if he fails to deliver, he will be the first to die. Pale and shaken, Mustang stammers nervously, repeating that he understands and will not forget her words. High above, Damien observes the chaos below with a calm, unwavering gaze, his focus sharp as ever. The blacksmith's shop glows faintly against the night, its forge long cooled but still alive with dim light. Inside, Victor lies sprawled across the floor, fast asleep with weapons scattered around him, clutching them as though they were pillows. His soft snores echo through the quiet room, entirely unbothered by the world. Damien, however, remains awake, seated with the new sword resting across his knees. With a flick of his finger, he taps the blade and murmurs a single name, Yulon. The sword resonates in response, releasing a strange wave of sound. The reaction sharpens Damien's thoughts. His eyes narrow as he recalls an old and dangerous memory, the Yulon organization. Dark mages. He curses them bitterly under his breath, his suspicion now certain. Princess Chelsea Goldpixie must be tied to them. The energy he sensed from Gaiam before was without doubt the same dark magic. Testing the blade again, Damien flicks it once more, and a heavier wave ripples through the room. He strikes harder this time, sending out a burst so powerful that nearby structures tremble, debris scattering into the air. A loose shard of stone smacks Victor on the head, yet he continues snoring peacefully, utterly unaware. A grin spreads across Damien's face, amused at the irony. He muses that instead of wasting time explaining everything to the Duke, simply showing him would be far quicker. With a touch of self-satisfaction, he mutters that the idea is nothing short of brilliant. The night slips quietly into morning. At dawn, Guillermo strides onto the sparring grounds, his armor clanking with each heavy step. He paces back and forth, working himself up with guttural roars, a display both to steal his resolve and to intimidate the spectators. The crowd murmurs among themselves, recognizing him instantly. That's Guillermo. Their voices carry a mixture of awe and unease as they comment on his massive frame and the sheer force he radiates. Whispers spread, each one adding to his fearsome reputation. Then someone turns to Pabel, asking directly who he believes will win the duel. Pabel hesitates, conflicted, his face revealing his unease. After a long pause, he finally speaks. If one were to weigh only the reputations of the two knights, then Guillermo Blackwing would almost certainly be the victor. A low-ranked knight, standing near Pabel, lights up at his words, his voice trembling with excitement as he blurts out whether this means they'll finally be freed from the grip of that demon-like Damien Hashin. His tone is drenched in resentment, the result of all the humiliation Damien had inflicted upon them in the past 2 days. The bitter remark sends a chill down the spine of another knight beside him, who shudders as memories of their sparring session flood back. Damien's merciless beating, the way he seemed to savor every strike. Pell, too, remembers it vividly, the helplessness of that one-sided fight. He admits he longs to see Damien lose, but with a heavy sigh, he confesses he simply can't imagine it happening. Just then, Damien steps onto the sparring grounds. His energy is electric, his movements alive as he stretches with enthusiasm, a glaring contrast to the grim and nervous knights around him. From the sidelines, Victor cheers loudly, urging him to win. Hitz watches Damien's bold entrance with contempt, his face twisted with disdain and confusion, unable to comprehend how he can walk in so fearlessly. Now, the duelists stand face to face. Damien versus Guillermo. The crowd falls silent, the tension pressing down like a weight. Guillermo is the first to speak, arrogance dripping from his voice. He sneers that he's surprised Damien didn't run away. Damien dismisses the jab with ease, asking instead what nonsense Guillermo is muttering. Then, with casual observation, he remarks on Guillermo's shoulder, suggesting he must not have slept well since it looks stiff. Guillermo scoffs at the comment, telling Damien to keep up his little act of calmness while he still can. At that moment, Duke Goldpixie arrives, taking his seat with authority. He notes lightly that it seems he is the last to arrive. Wasting no time, he announces that, as promised, whoever wins today will take on the role of official representative. Before signaling the start, his voice grows firm as he adds a pointed remark. He expects everyone to accept the outcome without complaint. His eyes fixed deliberately on Chelsea. She meets his gaze with a smug smile, dismissing his warning with a scoff. Inside, she mocks him, convinced this victory already belongs to Guillermo. She thinks to herself that her father should enjoy this moment while it lasts, because soon, Sir Guillermo will secure triumph. Then, to begin the duel, the Duke raises a small white cloth, tossing it high into the air. His voice rings out clearly. With that signal, let the duel begin. Sir Guillermo is the first to make a move, pulling out a pair of axes, while Damien still has his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, leaving it unsheathed. Guillermo twirls both weapons with ease as he advances, his steps steady, his confidence clear. He calls out Damien's name, warning him that accepting this duel was a fatal mistake. Damien doesn't move an inch. Guillermo grips his axes tightly and declares that he'll show Damien why people call him the wild beast. He lowers his stance, ready to charge like a bull. Mana surges around his body. In the blink of an eye, he rockets forward with terrifying speed. His axe comes down, the strike just a breath away from Damien's head. Yet Damien stays perfectly calm. Just before the blow lands, he finally draws his sword, swinging it with a subtle motion, exactly like the night before. From the blade erupts a distinct wave of sound, surging outward to intercept Guillermo's strike. Guillermo's eyes widen, startled. He instantly pulls back, narrowly avoiding a direct hit, but the force of the wave still drives him back further than where he started. Shocked and catching his breath, he demands, "What the hell was that just now?" The display leaves everyone stunned. Not just Guillermo, but also Chelsea and her maid. Even the Duke looks unsettled, murmuring that it's a most unusual technique. His knight, however, seems to recognize it, his expression tightening. Humiliation burns through Guillermo. His face twists with rage as he roars, hurling curses at Damien and calling him a bastard knight. He demands to know what kind of sorcery this is. Damien answers with silence. Instead, he unleashes another wave from his blade, followed by more in quick succession, sending a barrage toward Guillermo. But Guillermo refuses to back down. Consumed by fury, he charges headlong into the oncoming strikes, unwilling to retreat. The waves slam into him, tearing into his body and drawing blood. He stumbles, breathing hard, pain cutting deep. He steadies himself, managing to mutter, "You," in a low, strained voice. But before he can finish, Damien fires off another wave. Bam! It crashes straight into Guillermo's face. Before Guillermo can even lift his head, another strike smashes straight into his face. Bam! He reels under the blow, his nose pouring blood, his body sluggish and unable to properly respond. Damien finally eases his assault, giving him a brief moment to breathe. Guillermo spits, wipes his bloodied mouth, and glares up at Damien. Through clenched teeth, he snarls, calling him a little bastard. In response, Damien raises his sword high, flooding it with mana until it radiates an overwhelming force. His voice cuts through the silence. He's done wasting time. Pointing the blade downward, he drives it into the ground with devastating power. Bam! A massive shockwave erupts from the strike, far stronger than before, and surges directly into Guillermo. The impact is brutal. His body convulses as the dark mana within him is ripped away, leaving him writhing in agony. A scream tears out his throat, raw and piercing. The spectators are frozen, their minds spinning. None of them can make sense of what they're witnessing. Shock and disbelief ripple across every face. Chelsea, her maid, the Duke, even a knight beside him. Guillermo clutches at himself, his stomach twisting violently. A vile sound escapes his throat, the unmistakable warning of what's to come. That happens. He vomits. A thick, revolting stream of black sludge pours from his mouth. It keeps coming, a sickening torrent that refuses to stop. Damien stands firm, unflinching, watching every second. The Duke, visibly shaken, demands to know what is happening to Guillermo. His knight narrows his eyes, muttering that it might be exactly what he suspects. Chelsea, however, is overwhelmed, her thoughts spiraling as she mutters in disbelief that such a thing can't be real. Still, the vomiting doesn't end. It stretches on painfully long. Guillermo's body shudders with torment, smoke beginning to rise from his skin. His hand shrivels before their eyes, the flesh withering as though being drained away. Damien finally steps forward, closing the distance between them. Standing tall over Guillermo, he allows a faint smile. His words cut cold. At last, Guillermo's true form has been revealed. Guillermo makes one last desperate attempt to fight back, but it's pitiful. His voice breaks, nothing more than the weak whimper of a dying animal, before his body collapses completely. His strength gone, his muscles wasted away, he lies crumpled on the ground, utterly defeated. Damien stands tall over the fallen man, his voice cutting through the silence as he calls Guillermo what he truly is, a fake knight. His words echo, heavy and undeniable. The crowd stiffens, a collective gasp breaking the air. A fake knight? The accusation strikes like a hammer. All eyes widen, disbelief written across every face. Even the three gold-ranked pixie knights and Victor stare in shock, unable to process what they're witnessing. With practiced composure, Damien flourishes his blade before sliding it back into its sheath. His voice is steady, resolute as he confirms once more. Guillermo is no knight. He explains that Guillermo has been bolstering his body with dark magic, a disgraceful trick that makes him nothing more than a fraud. Damien dismisses him with a simple wave, as though the matter is beneath him. Guillermo, laid bare before all, trembles weakly on the ground. His strength is gone, his body shaking in pitiful defeat. Around him, unease spreads among the Duke's vassals. Whispers stir, dark magic. Fear mixes with denial. One man scoffs, unable to accept it, while Het can only stare blankly, lost in confusion. Chelsea's maid, unlike the rest, betrays no reaction. Her face remains perfectly still, unreadable, as she watches silently. The murmurs swell. Panic seeps into their voices. If word of this reached the church, disaster would follow. Someone insists they must first uncover Guillermo's true identity. Nods of agreement follow quickly, their hushed plotting barely contained. In the midst of this, Chelsea's maid quietly slips away, moving unnoticed toward the exit while the others remain distracted. The Duke, however, seethes. His rage coils tighter with every moment as the scene unravels before him. His eyes darken, his composure fraying, until finally he bursts out, his voice trembling with fury. Damien, did you already know Guillermo's true identity? Damien bows his head slightly, answering with calm respect. Yes. He apologizes for keeping it hidden, but makes it clear that his silence was deliberate. The reason I didn't speak sooner, he explains evenly, was because I wanted to discover who is truly behind all this. To learn who could allow something like this to happen inside your very house. The Duke's stomach twists, a sickening weight settling in as his face pales. His voice shakes as he presses further. The perpetrators? Damien's gaze sharpens, turning grave. Yes, he confirms. Then, without hesitation, he delivers the revelation. Dark mages have infiltrated the Duke's household, and to unmask the one truly responsible. Damien drops a bombshell. The one tied to this dark magic, Damien declares without hesitation, is none other than your daughter, Lady Chelsea. The revelation crashes down like thunder. Chelsea's eyes go wide, her face frozen in disbelief as her name hangs heavy in the air. Cornered, she bursts out in panic, her voice sharp and desperate. Father, it's not me. I didn't know anything about this. But the Duke only buries his face in his hands. His shoulders slump, the weight of disappointment pressing down on him. His voice trembles as he speaks, torn between denial and fury. I can't deny it, not when I look closely. He admits softly, I don't want to believe it. Yet his anger swells past the point of restraint. His eyes harden as he lifts his head, glaring at Chelsea. How dare you bring such filth into my house? His voice booms, cutting through the chaos. Don't just stand there. He thrusts a hand toward Chelsea, his order absolute. Lock her and all involved in the prison. Find out who they truly are. Chelsea cries out in desperation. Father, I swear I've been wronged. But her pleas fall on deaf ears. Soldiers move swiftly, seizing Guillermo's weakened body and surrounding Chelsea. They urge her to submit peacefully. Panic overtakes her. She clenches her teeth, realizing that capture would mean ruin, that every hidden truth would spill out. In a frantic gamble, she snaps at her loyal men. What are you doing? Protect me. Without hesitation, her soldiers raise their blades, shouting in unison, Yes, my lady. They strike at the Duke's guards, recklessly attempting to shield her. The Duke watches this pitiful display and exhales heavily, his disappointment cutting deeper than anger. At last, his voice turns cold. Sir Jael. At the command, his official knight steps forward. The Duke's tone is final. Apprehend Chelsea Gold Pixie at once. Sir Jael bows his head, his voice like iron. As you command. Then he advances. Every step he takes radiates raw dominance, his cloak sweeping behind him with an imposing flow. Chelsea's soldiers falter instantly. A suffocating aura descends upon them, pressing against their very souls. Their bodies shake uncontrollably, instincts screaming at them of the gap in power. Sir Jael's eyes lock onto them, sharp as blades, murderous intent pouring forth like a tidal wave. His voice strikes like a hammer. Step aside. But none of them move. Paralyzed, trembling, they know the truth. Before such a man, they are utterly powerless. Chelsea's soldiers, trembling under Sir Jael's overwhelming presence, grit their teeth and refuse to budge. With voices heavy with determination, they shout to their lady, "Please, find a way to escape. We'll hold them off." Chelsea's eyes are wide with terror, but she doesn't hesitate. "Okay," she gasps, turning to flee. Sir Jael exhales deeply, a shadow of regret in his tone as he mutters, "How unfortunate." His hand moves, unsheathing his blade in a single smooth motion. That alone is enough. The simple act of drawing his sword unleashes a devastating slash. Chelsea glances back mid-run and freezes in horror. The wave of mana from his blade has already ripped past her soldiers, still surging toward her. Her scream tears out as she ducks instinctively, eyes squeezed shut in sheer panic. The force still grazes her, slicing strands of her hair clean off. When she realizes she's still alive, her breath comes in ragged gasps. She dares to open her eyes, and relief briefly floods her chest as she sees her soldiers still standing. But that relief is short-lived. She doesn't notice at first the thin, imperceptible line etched across their bodies. A heartbeat later, their forms give way. Bodies and weapons alike collapse in pieces, neatly severed where Sir Jael's attack had passed. Blood bursts forth, splattering across Chelsea's face. Her scream dies in her throat. Horror takes its place. Two lifeless corpses lie at her feet, their blood soaking into the ground. Sir Jael steps forward, his presence towering over her like a crushing weight. To Chelsea, he no longer looks human. He is a demon advancing without mercy. She stumbles back, her voice cracking, trembling as she cries out, "Don't come any closer." Panic consumes her, her eyes darting desperately for salvation. Then she sees him, Sir Ernst. Her gaze locks onto him like a lifeline. "Sir Ernst," she cries. He stiffens, startled at hearing his name. Tears mix with blood across her face as her voice breaks into pure desperation. "Please help me. Save me." Her words shatter whatever restraint he had left. Though his heart tells him he should stay out of this, her voice cuts too deep. She calls his name again, her tone drenched in sorrow. Finally, he can't hold back any longer. Sir Ernst steps forward, weapon drawn, planting himself between Chelsea and Sir Jael. He cannot bring himself to ignore the desperate pleas of the princess he cherishes. From the sidelines, Damien watches with sharp disdain. Inwardly, he mutters one word, "Idiot." Sir Jael, unshaken, fixes his gaze on Sir Ernst. His voice is low but commanding as he offers him a choice. Sir Jael's voice cuts the air as he addresses him directly. "Sir Ernst Hovitz," he begins, his tone calm but heavy with authority. "As a mid-class knight, you've contributed greatly to the strength of this ducal household. His Grace, the Duke, holds you in the highest regard." Then his words sharpen into steel. "But if you insist on shielding Lady Chelsea, I will execute you where you stand." The warning strikes deep. Ernst's body trembles, though he tries desperately to stand his ground. He surrounds himself with mana, forcing himself to shout in defiance. But the weight of Sir Jael's presence crushes him. This was no bluff. Sir Jael's threat is absolute. Ernst fights the inevitable, but he knows the truth. He can't stop this man. The realization weighs him down until his breaths come ragged, defeat sinking into his bones. At last, he lowers his head. His weapon clatters to the floor, his knees hitting the ground as he bows before Sir Jael, surrendering completely. From behind him, Chelsea whispers his name, her voice fragile, broken. "Sir Ernst." The soldiers seize their chance, closing in. They grab Chelsea, holding her firmly despite her struggles. She twists, resists, but her strength isn't enough to break free. Her eyes dart desperately to the Duke. Her voice cracks as she cries out, "Father, please. Listen to me. I'm innocent. If you just let me explain." But the Duke snaps, his voice booming with fury. "Silence, you worthless thing." His glare burns with disgust as he continues, words heavy with venom. "Because of you, this family nearly faced catastrophe. You've dragged us all into disgrace and filth." Chelsea tries to interject, her voice breaking. "Father," but he ignores her pleas. His words strike her like lashes. "Even now, all you think about is yourself, your safety. Bringing you into this family was the greatest mistake of my life. Blood stains her face as tears mix with it. She shakes her head violently, stuttering, "No, no, I had nothing to do with this. Please, let me go." The Duke's expression hardens. He's finished. I will hear no more of your lies. Guards, silence her. Remove her from my sight. Chelsea thrashes, screaming, "Father, father." But before she can say another word, the guards clamp a hand over her mouth. Her cries die into muffled hums as she's dragged away, powerless. Chelsea struggles violently as the guards drag her away, twisting and thrashing in a desperate attempt to break free. Her muffled cries echo faintly, smothered by the hand pressed tightly over her mouth. No one can make out her words. The crowd watches with mixed expressions. Some gaze at her with pity, while others look on with grim satisfaction. As she's pulled toward the exit, her eyes lock onto Damien. That single glance sends her into a frenzy. Rage burns so fiercely within her that her eyes nearly turn blood red. She tries to scream curses at him, her fury spilling out in silence. But the hand over her mouth steals her voice. Damien doesn't move. He only watches her futile struggle, standing still, unmoved, as if her hatred is nothing but wind against stone. The others present also observe quietly, their expressions unreadable. Then, in chilling contrast, Damien allows a faint, wicked smile to stretch across his face, a dark satisfaction in seeing her dragged away in disgrace. A few days later, the prison beneath the Gold Pixie estate resounds with horrifying screams. The thick stone walls quiver as guttural cries of torment ricochet through the chambers. In the depths of the torture room, one of Chelsea's accomplices writhes in agony, chained down, his body scorched by relentless interrogation. The acrid smell of burned flesh fills the air as a glowing iron sears into his exposed skin again and again. His screams tear out, primal and unending. Sir Jael stands with his back to the scene, silent, though a faint, nearly imperceptible tremor runs through him at every cry. The broken man gasps for air, his words stammering out between ragged breaths, barely audible. That's all I know it. It makes you fall for Lady Chelsea. The torturer, towering and merciless, lifts the iron once more, ready to continue. But Sir Jael's voice cuts across the chamber, flat and cold. "Enough. Stop." The order freezes the air. The torturer lowers the iron immediately, bowing his head. "Yes, sir." The prisoner collapses into unconsciousness, his suffering too great to endure any longer. Sir Jael exhales slowly, bitterness on his tongue. His voice is quiet, but heavy with certainty. "Just as I thought. The truth hangs heavy. Lady Chelsea, aided by the shadows of dark mages, has been weaving her influence far deeper into the Duke's household than anyone had realized." Sir Jael turns, his gaze settling on the limp, broken figure sprawled on the floor. A single question, sharp and consuming, ignites in his mind. How far has the corruption already spread? Lady Chelsea, why? Why would you do such a thing? The unanswered question lingers like a haunting shadow, echoing against the cold stone walls of her prison cell. The room is dim, the air damp and heavy. A single, frail shaft of light pushes through the bars, falling weakly across the cracked floor. In its pale glow lies Chelsea, her body curled, battered, bruises painting her skin, her breath shallow from her own torment. For a moment, she seems broken, but then from deep within, something stirs. A spark of rage flickers to life, defiance clawing its way up through her pain. Slowly, agonizingly, she forces herself upright, her limbs shaking violently with every movement. Blood-red eyes lift from the shadows, eyes once soft, now ablaze with unrelenting fury. A guttural cry escapes her throat, raw and jagged, the sound of hatred and despair erupting as she kneels upright, fists trembling. In her mind, the Duke's face appears with brutal clarity, his cold, merciless gaze the moment he ordered her imprisonment. The memory stokes her fury further, grinding her teeth until her jaw threatens to snap. "Whose fault do you think this is, Duke? Whose?" The words rip silently through her thoughts, venom coursing with every syllable. She only ever wanted one thing, acknowledgement. A memory surfaces, slicing through the storm. She is a child again, her tiny hands clutching a flower crown she had crafted herself, each petal carefully placed with love. Her face beams with innocent joy as she offers it to him, her father. But instead of warmth, his hand lashes out. The crown is smacked violently from her grasp, scattering into broken petals at her feet. The fragile symbol of her hope crushed in an instant. Her little heart shatters with it. Tears sting her eyes now as she recalls it, though they are not born of sadness. They burn with injustice, streaming hot against her blood-stained face. I only ever wanted him to see me as his daughter. That's all. Since I was that little girl, that's all I ever wanted. But in her memories, she sees again and again the same cold glare, the unyielding eyes that never softened, never once showed her love. Her chest heaves as her rage boils over, and in the depths of her mind, she screams into the void. Why? Why you still look at me with those cold, cold eyes? The silence around her is broken only by the distant wails of other prisoners, tortured cries bleeding faintly into her lonely cell. Time drags endlessly, every sound a reminder of her own torment, every breath stoking the fire consuming her heart. Alone in her cell, her torment is interrupted by the sound of footsteps. A lone figure steps into view, a gold-ranked pixie soldier. His armor is stern, his demeanor colder still. In his hand, nothing more than a small loaf of bread. The gate creaks open with a sharp metallic snap, cutting through the silence. Without so much as a glance of kindness, he sets the bread down and speaks flatly. "Lady Chelsea, your meal." Her gaze drops to the loaf. She doesn't move, doesn't answer. Inside, a war rages, silent and merciless. At last, her bloodied hand stretches forward, trembling yet steady, and she takes the bread. Words would mean nothing here. She tears into it, biting down hard, like a beast clinging to life. Yes, this is what she must do. She cannot allow herself to end here. She rips another piece with force, chewing it down with raw defiance. No matter the shame, no matter how far she's fallen, she swears to herself, she will live. She will endure. What she does not see is the soldier still standing beyond the bars. He lingers there, eyes fixed upon her. His stare is sharp, his presence heavy, as though he is quietly scheming something sinister. Elsewhere, in the stillness of a long corridor, Damien rolls his shoulders and stretches, loosening the strain from the day. A sigh escapes him, almost casual. Finally, my training at the ruins is finished. As he strolls, Victor appears, bowing low in greeting. "Young master, you've arrived." Then he adds, "His Grace, the Duke, wishes to see you." Damien pauses, his brows knitting together. What would the Duke possibly want with him now? Moments later, behind closed doors, the Duke himself pours a deep crimson wine into a crystal glass. He gestures to Damien, urging him to drink. Damien accepts, and after a sip, his lips curve into a small smile. "This is good," he remarks, genuinely entertained by the taste. The Duke bursts into laughter, his mood unusually bright. "I'm glad you noticed," he exclaims, almost gleeful. He admits the wine isn't costly, but it remains his favorite, savoring another drink with satisfaction. Then, without restraint, he lets out a loud belch and declares, "Excellent, excellent." Damien watches quietly, uneasy at the Duke's unusual behavior. Something about him seems off. Yet the Duke, still riding his cheer, produces another delicacy. Cheese from the Blanco region, rich and exquisite. The Duke gestures toward the cheese, assuring Damien that it pairs perfectly with the wine. "Go on, try it," he urges. Damien, courteous as always, accepts with a nod. "Thank you," he says, lifting the piece of cheese toward his mouth. But just as he's about to take a bite, the Duke's voice cuts in, low and deliberate. "About Chelsea, I've decided, in the end, to accept help from the church." Damien freezes, lowering the cheese in his hand. His head turns sharply toward the Duke, eyes narrowing with genuine surprise. "Really? That's unexpected. I thought you preferred to investigate on your own." The Duke lets out a long sigh, his posture sinking slightly. "Yes, but after all the help you've given me, I can't shake the guilt." His tone shifts, edged with frustration as he adds, "And we've lost every single dark mage." Damien's eyes widen, his voice quick and sharp. "All of them? You're telling me we lost them all?" The Duke presses his hand to his forehead, as though steadying the storm building inside him. Irritation laces his words. "Yes, we managed to capture all of Chelsea's other allies, but not a single dark mage was among them." He exhales heavily, then continues in a steadier tone. "I thought you should at least know where things stand." Damien's mind flickers with the shadowy faces of the dark mages who once stood at Chelsea's side. His jaw tightens, frustration bubbling within. Damn it, every last one of them gone. Maybe I should have stepped in myself. The Duke keeps speaking, his words firm despite his irritation. Even so, I'll let the church handle it. They're better suited to track those slippery bastards. I have no intention of drawing their suspicion by doing it myself. Damien nods slightly, then asks, "And Chelsea? Did she say anything at all, about the dark mages?" The Duke's head shakes slowly, the motion heavy with finality. No, not a word. Even under relentless torture, she never spoke. That woman, she's tougher than anyone imagined. He drains the last of his wine, then leans forward to set the empty glass on the table. For a moment, he stares into the distance, his voice dropping to a murmur. Chelsea wasn't always like this. The room falls silent, the weight of his words hanging in the air. Only the faint breeze drifting through the window stirs the quiet, carrying with it a subtle, chilling edge. The silence lingers until the Duke begins to speak again, his voice heavy as he unravels Chelsea's past. He tells Damien that Chelsea's mother was no noblewoman, but a commoner he met by chance during a hunt in his younger years. Not long after, she became pregnant with Chelsea. His tone carries a trace of bitterness as he admits, "Back then, I refused to believe a single mistake could leave her carrying my child. The idea that someone of such low birth bore my blood, it was unbearable." He recalls the memory. Chelsea, just a small, bewildered child, clinging to her mother's side as they stood at his door. Her mother's voice pleading desperately for him to open it. But in those days, he shut them out, cold and merciless, turning his back without hesitation. Now, in the present, his face darkens with sorrow. Time went on, he says softly, but eventually, curiosity got the better of me. I ordered an inquiry into the child I had cast aside. What he discovered shook him. The woman had succumbed to the plague. Only the child survived. Chelsea endured alone. With that knowledge, he finally brought her into his household. That's how I came to know her, he explains. A bitter laugh escapes him, hollow and sharp. Looking back, it was such an uncharacteristic decision for me. Why did I do it? The question hangs in the air, not meant for Damien, but for himself. Damien, calm and straightforward, give a simple answer. Maybe because she's family. Family, the Duke repeats, almost disbelieving. Family, the word feels foreign on his tongue, as though it doesn't belong to him. His gaze drifts upward toward the ceiling as he wonders aloud. Did Chelsea really wish for that? Did she do all of this just so I would recognize her as family? A long sigh escapes him, heavy with regret. She could have lived the life of a noblewoman, simple and ordinary. Why did it have to turn out like this? He pauses then, realizing the room has been filled only with his voice. He straightens up slightly, a faint flush creeping across his face. "Listen to me ramble," he chuckles. "The wine must be taking its toll. Forgive me, Damien, I've been talking far too much." Before Damien can reply, a panicked voice cuts through the air outside the door, hurried and frantic. Your Grace, are you here?" The door slams open, and a man stumbles inside, breathless, terror etched in his voice. The Duke narrows his eyes. What's all this commotion? The messenger gasps, struggling for breath, his words quaking. "Your Grace, Lady Chelsea, something terrible has happened to her. But he never gets the chance to finish. The scene cuts suddenly. Two soldiers stagger backward, collapsing to the floor, their faces twisted in sheer horror. Their wide eyes lock onto the sight above them. In the reflection of one soldier's trembling gaze, the horror is plain to see. Inside the cell, Chelsea hangs lifeless. The silence that follows is suffocating, broken only by the weight of the dreadful truth. Later, the estate is quiet. Damien and Victor walk side by side down the hallway, a basket of laundry in tow. Victor grumbles, unable to hold back his irritation. "Young master, are you really going to keep doing this?" Damien glances at him calmly. "Doing what?" Victor's voice rises as he scolds. "I've told you countless times. When you send laundry out, you must separate the undergarments from the rest." Unbothered, Damien replies, "Did you?" Victor nearly explodes, his face flushed. "Did you?" "Of course I did. I've told you again and again. Do you have no regard for the one who has to wash it all? And another thing, why are your socks always inside out the second you take them off?" But Damien doesn't answer. His steps falter. His attention is fixed on a half-open door, a narrow slit of darkness spilling out. Through the gap, he catches sight of the Duke. Alone in the dim room, the Duke sits motionless, his gaze lost in the endless void ahead. Damien lingers, a heavy solemnity settling over him as he takes in the Duke's lonely figure. Days have crawled by since the dreadful announcement of Chelsea Goldpixie's death. The inquiry ended with finality. Suicide. The investigations of everyone tied to her have already concluded, the punishment swift, handed down as retribution for the shame she was deemed to have brought upon the house. Her resting place is bare and unmarked, an austere reminder of her disgrace, stripped of every trace of nobility. The chaos that once shook the Gold Pixie Duchy has, for now, fallen quiet. Yet Damien feels it in his bones. This silence is not peace. It is only the stillness before a storm. A fire burns hot in his eyes as he mutters under his breath, voice sharp as a blade. If it truly is them, then I swear. His vow cuts off abruptly. Victor suddenly appears at Damien's side, his expression exaggerated, caught somewhere between disbelief and alarm. Are you even paying attention? He snaps, his words cutting through the haze clouding Damien's mind. Ah, Damien replies vaguely, little more than a sound, but quickly recovers. He throws an arm casually around Victor's shoulders, a smile tugging at his lips. I hear you, he says lightly. Now quit whining like some spoiled kid. Victor flinches at the remark, his tone sharp in return. Whining? You think I was whining? Honestly, even with something this simple. But his voice drifts away as the scene melts into the night. Above, the moon hangs cold and distant, its light spilling indifferently over the abandoned city alley. Sir Ernst Hovitz staggers alone through the shadows, a man broken beneath the crushing weight of sorrow. The chill of the night air offers no comfort. His steps falter, his body sways, and then a heavy thud echoes as his shoulder slams against the stone wall. He clings to it, breath ragged, using the rough surface to steady himself until his strength gives out. Sliding down, the scrape of stone against his shoulder follows him until he collapses onto the filthy ground. A harsh breath escapes him. His voice, cracked and trembling, slips into the silence. Lady Chelsea. The name falls from his lips like a wound torn open. In an instant, memory engulfs him. She appears in his mind, Lady Chelsea, young and radiant, her hands gently holding a crown of wildflowers she had woven herself. Sir Hovitz, she calls, her tone bright and innocent. Do you think my father would like it if I gave him flowers from the garden? Heat rises to Hovitz's face at her sweetness. He lowers his head, unable to meet her gaze. I wouldn't know, Lady Chelsea. I've never been given flowers before. Her eyes widen, genuinely surprised. Really? And then, she spins playfully, her voice carrying a secret joy. My mother always said flowers hold magic, that they bring happiness to people. Her smile shines with untainted light as she continues. These flowers, they're the same ones that bloomed when my parents first met. The words pierce him, leaving him shaken, captivated. All he can do is stare at her brilliance, lost in the purity of her presence. Her voice lingers, warm and certain. Then my father will be happy too. Hovitz can only gaze, breath caught in his throat, his lips parting in a quiet gasp of awe. A soft, genuine smile finally breaks across his face. Then I'm certain, he says with quiet conviction, the Duke will treasure them. But that memory fades, swallowed by the bleak reality of the alley. Sir Hovitz's face hardens, steeped in grief and crushing regret. His voice cracks as he whispers into the empty night. I failed you, Lady Chelsea. I couldn't protect you. Loneliness wraps around him like a shroud. His body trembles, every breath quaking under the weight of sorrow. The sound of his muffled sobs fills the still air, until they rip free as harsh, guttural cries that seem endless. In a surge of rage turned inward, he clenches his fist and drives it into his own chest, the dull thud resounding against the stone walls. Idiot, he spits at himself, raw and broken. Tears pour unchecked down his face, hot and blinding. The word repeats, each time heavier, sharper. Idiot, I should have died back then. Worthless fool. The curses twist into a howl of anguish, his voice tearing through the alley as he roars into the night. I should have protected her. The scream rips from his throat like his very soul being torn apart, echoing under the cold, unyielding moon. When at last the sound dies, silence presses in again. His breathing comes in ragged bursts, chest heaving as he claws his way back from the brink of despair. Slowly, painfully, he steadies himself. But then, a presence stirs in the shadows. From the darkness steps a figure, unexpected yet unmistakable. It is Rebecca, once Lady Chelsea's maid, now marked as one of the dark mages. Her voice cuts through the silence, unsettlingly calm. There you are. He lifts his head, his tear-streaked face turning toward her. As her form becomes clear, she draws closer, her expression faintly touched with concern. She speaks, her tone smooth yet edged with subtle control. Sir Ernst Hovitz. The sound of his full name on her lips jolts him. His breath hitches, and he stammers, the name trembling out of him. Araba. Then fury explodes. In a single, vicious motion, Hovitz lunges. His hand clamps around her throat, and with brutal force, he slams her against the stone wall. His grip tightens, cutting off her breath as his eyes burn like blazing coals, seething with murderous rage. You, Hovitz snarls, his grip tightening with lethal intent. What audacity do you have to show your face here? Because of you, Lady Chelsea. His words cut off as his hand clamps harder, the pressure alone promising death. Rebecca chokes, her nails digging desperately into his arm as her face flushes deep red. Her voice comes out strangled, a last plea between gasps. Please, Sir Hovitz, listen to me. But the storm inside him cannot be stilled so easily. Rage seethes through every fiber of his being. Silence, he roars, voice shaking with fury. Shut your mouth, you wretched dark mage. Crawling into bed with that demon. I'll crush your neck here and now. Her body convulses as she fights for air, but in the midst of her struggle, she forces out a few words. Help me, get revenge. The phrase slices through his rage, halting him for just an instant. His grip falters slightly, hesitation flickering in his blazing eyes. What did you say? His voice lowers, rough and trembling. Revenge? Why are you speaking of revenge, Rebecca? Her words are faint but urgent, each one forced through burning lungs. Lady Chelsea's death. The Duke called it suicide, but that was a lie. The claim pierces through him like ice. He stares, stunned, as she pushes on with a desperate whisper. It wasn't suicide. Lady Chelsea, she couldn't survive the torture. The word torture lands like a hammer blow. A cold, violent shudder rips through Hovitz, his entire body seizing as though frozen solid. His grip finally breaks. Rebecca collapses, falling hard to her knees, hacking violently as she drags in shuddering gulps of air. Her lungs burn, her body trembling from the near brush with death. Above her, Hovitz looms like a shadow carved from rage itself, all warmth gone from his face. His voice is low, sharp enough to cut stone. What proof do you have to make such a monstrous claim? Rebecca doesn't lift her head, but her voice steadies, grim and unwavering. Think, Sir Hovitz. You know better than anyone. Lady Chelsea was never the kind of person to take her own life. Her tone hardens, growing colder, sharper. And more than that, I heard it myself from those who recovered her body. They said it was covered in wounds. Unspeakable wounds, signs of brutal torment no one could endure. The kind that guarantee death. The weight of her words slams into him. A sharp, searing pain erupts in Sir Hovitz's skull, his thoughts spiraling in chaos. His mind claws desperately between loyalty and the horror Rebecca has unveiled. Sensing the fracture in his resolve, Rebecca presses forward. She lifts her gaze at last, eyes carefully crafted to mirror his grief, as though she, too, bears the same wound. The Duke, she breathes, her voice thick with false sorrow. He covered up himself. He staged her death, a suicide, all to bury his own disgrace. A broken sound tears from Hovitz's throat, a guttural curse, raw and venomous. His chest heaves as the dreadful realization dawns. No, it's possible. His mind reels, fragments of the Duke's ruthless past flashing before him. The cruelty, the cold ambition. Yes, the man he knows could very well commit such an atrocity. Rebecca watches him falter, his loyalty crumbling under the weight of doubt. She rises slowly from the ground, movements smooth and deliberate, her voice poised to pierce the last of his defenses. It's true, she concedes, her tone laced with calculated regret. I first approached Lady Chelsea with ulterior motives. She pauses, letting the admission hang heavy before softening her words. But she treated me with kindness. Like a sister. Her hand extends, fingertips brushing against the one Hovitz still presses against his face, as if to shield himself from the storm inside. I cannot let this go, she whispers. With both hands, she gently lowers his, forcing his trembling gaze to meet hers. I will avenge Lady Chelsea. I will make the Duke pay. Her eyes burn with a false fire as she declares it. Then the air shifts. From the pendant resting against her chest, a sinister glow ignites, an insidious purple light that spills outward, wrapping her in a malevolent aura. For me to take revenge, her voice lowers, weaving a dangerous melody. I need you, Sir Ernst Hovitz. The glow spreads, seeping into his face, painting his skin with its unnatural hue. His body stiffens, his mind dazed, overwhelmed by the chilling energy that coils around him like chains. And then, his eyes harden, glassy and vacant. His gaze fixes forward, stripped of will, swallowed whole by the enchantment. The purple aura coils tighter around him, stripping away the last of his will. Sir Hovitz's voice comes out hollow, flat, drained of all emotion. What do you want me to do? Rebecca's tone is calm, measured, as she issues her command. Without hesitation, his hand slackens. The bottle slips from his grasp, crashing against the stone, the sharp clatter echoing through the empty alley. His body sways unnaturally before straightening, his movements stiff and mechanical. Like a marionette bound by invisible strings, he lumbers forward, his steps carrying him toward the Duke. From the darkness behind Rebecca, another presence stirs. A hooded figure emerges, his features hidden beneath the heavy shadow of his cloak. His voice rumbles low, steady. You've done well, he remarks. I wasn't certain the enchantment would hold on a mere knight of middling rank. The hood pulls back, revealing a face twisted with a predatory grin. Rebecca's lips curve into a cruel smile as her hand trails across the glowing pendant at her chest. No matter how strong one appears, she says, her tone dripping with wicked amusement, there's always a weakness buried in their heart. If that weakness festers, enchantment is inevitable. The dark mage hums in thought, his gaze narrowing. In Hovitz's case, Chelsea Goldpixie was that weakness. Rebecca's laugh starts low, a chilling, uneasy sound that builds with unnerving speed, rising higher, faster, until it breaks into a sharp, manic cackle. She tilts her head, almost playfully, a sneer curling her lips. Hovitz is such a fool. He doesn't even realize who truly killed Chelsea. When the truth comes out, that we, the dark mages, orchestrated her death, he'll lose his mind completely. A thought suddenly flickers across her expression, halting her laughter. She turns toward the hooded mage, her tone briefly pensive. Boss, do we really have to go after Damien Hashin? I've never liked him much, but still. Her question cuts off as his voice sharpens, heavy with command. What choice do we have? You expect us to sit idle. His words bite, his tone edged with fury. His features twist, anger blazing as he continues. Did you forget what the church's spy confirmed? That it was Damien Hashin who killed Agito. His voice grows harsher still, vibrating with indignation. The hooded mage's expression hardens, his voice dropping to a chilling calm. On top of everything, Damien interfered with the grand cause entrusted to us. That alone makes him unforgivable. His eyes gleam, a sinister crimson glow flickering within. His lips curl into a twisted smile as he continues. He still doesn't know who we are. Even the duchy believes we've vanished. They'll never see it coming. A low, sinister laugh escapes him, echoing like a curse through the alley. In his mind, the image of Damien Hashin burns vivid and sharp. He is certain this is their golden chance to end him once and for all. Night falls within the duchy. Inside his quarters, Damien sits alone, cross-legged in silence. His breathing is steady, his focus unshakable as he guides the flow of mana through his body. The stillness cloaks him like a shroud, yet he is not alone. From the shadows, three figures lurk, eyes fixed on him. They wait, patient, until his concentration deepens. Then, like predators springing from cover, they move as one. Their sudden rush nearly snuffs out a nearby candle flame. All three strike together, wooden blades slicing down toward the motionless figure before them. But in the instant before impact, Damien vanishes. In a blur, He reappears above and behind them, his form silhouetted in shadow, eyes glowing white with lethal intent. His voice cuts through the air, calm yet final. What a pity! The strike comes swift. One attacker barely raises his sword to block, but the force of the blow crashes through his defense, hurling him across the hall. He slams into a pillar, collapsing to his knees. His sword hand trembles violently, teeth grinding in pain as he forces his head up. Ugh! But his body gives way, and he crumples fully to the ground, defeated. The remaining two freeze in fear, retreating instinctively as low growls of panic escape them. Damien lowers his weapon, resting the blade casually against his shoulder. His tongue clicks in disdain, disappointment dripping from his words. Pathetic. His gaze sharpens as he delivers his command. All three of you kneel. The low-class knights of the Gold Pixie estate hesitate under the crushing weight of his presence, the order pressing down like iron. Standing over the three, Damien speaks firmly. I told you to do whatever it took to land a hit on me, even ambush, and yet you still failed. Their heads drop as one, shoulders hunched in shame. Voices overlap in a shaky chorus of apology. Damien studies them for a moment, then sighs. It can't be helped. That's enough for today. The knights freeze, startled by his words. One dares to lift his head, confusion written all over his face. We're done training? Damien raises a brow. Why? Do you want more? The knight's eyes light up instantly, and he blurts out almost too quickly. No, no more training is just fine. Still, uncertainty lingers in his gaze. To him and the others, these sparring sessions have always felt like thinly veiled punishments, nothing more than relentless beatings disguised as lessons. Rest, Damien orders. In 2 days, you'll face the Marquis family. Their excitement falters at once, replaced by a collective groan of dread. Oh, but Damien continues without pause. There will be no more sparring from now on. Spend the next 2 days resting, and think carefully about what I've taught you. The knights blink, baffled. What he's taught us. Their memories betray only endless bruises and exhaustion, deepening their confusion. Damien exhales heavily, disappointment in his tone. So, none of you understood. His eyes sweep over them, sharp but not unkind. These sessions weren't just for physical training. That wasn't my goal. The knights exchange uneasy glances, still lost, but Damien's gaze settles on one of them. The man is silent, brow furrowed, deep in thought. A small smile tugs at Damien's lips. At least one of you gets it. With that, he reaches down and removes the weighted bags strapped to his body. The knights stare, jaws slack, finally realizing he'd been holding back all along. He pays them no mind, turning away with a faint, proud smile. Perhaps I can look forward to that match. Days later, the sound of hooves carries across the leafy plains. A mounted figure arrives. It is Duke Goldpixie. His sharp voice cuts through the air. You're late. Behind him follow his personal knight, Sir Jael, along with Damien Hashin and a group of soldiers. They quickly move to establish the camp. Once preparations are set, the Duke turns toward Damien. Sir Hashin, he says, addressing him directly. What is your assessment of the enemy forces? Damien studies the approaching force, his gaze sharp. They're highly trained, he says evenly. It's not just their weapons or armor. Each soldier carries considerable skill on their own. The Duke lets out a laugh. Right? You mean that bastard from House Lionbloom? If there's one thing he does well, it's drilling his soldiers. A faint smile tugs at the Duke's lips, while Damien watches him in quiet curiosity. Just then, Sir Jael steps forward. My lord, a messenger from the Marquis' side has arrived. They request a meeting between representatives before the duel begins. Is that so? The Duke muses, a knowing look in his eyes. So the Marquis wants to show a little sincerity. He tugs lightly on the reins, his horse answering with a sharp neigh. A confident smile spreads across his face as he calls to his men. Very well, let's go. Meanwhile, inside the Lion Bloom camp, a booming voice rattles a tent. Michael, get up already. Marquis Lion Bloom kicks the side of the bed, glaring down at his son. We're meeting the Duke's faction soon. How long do you plan to sleep? With a yawn loud enough to fill the tent, Michael pushes himself up slightly, eyes half-lidded. Father, you're too noisy. What? The Marquis roars, veins straining at his temple. But Michael only yawns again, stretching lazily. Why'd you wake me? I was having such a good sleep. This is Michael Lion Bloom, the eldest son of House Lion Bloom. True to form, he promptly flops back down, pulling his blanket over himself. "You little brat," the Marquis snarls. "Do you even understand the importance of your role in this duel?" "I'm not interested," Michael mutters, rolling onto his side. The Marquis grits his teeth, forcing back the anger threatening to boil over. With a click of his tongue, he turns toward the exit. His hand pushes the tent flap open, but he pauses for a final word. "Fine. If that's the case, I'll face that damned Damien Hashi myself." The name cuts through Michael's drowsiness like a blade. His hand freezes mid-motion as he was about to cover his head with the blanket. Slowly, he rises, all trace of sleep gone. "Wait." His voice is sharp now. He shoots a look at his father. "Why is that bastard with the Duke's faction?" The Marquis glares back. "Maybe you'd have heard if you weren't busy sleeping." The Duke's side chose Damien Hashin as their representative. A chilling grin spreads across Michael's face as his thumb presses against the hilt of his sword, sliding the blade halfway from its sheath. His eyes glint with madness. "Oh, really? Then that works out perfectly." Outside the camp, Michael and his father approach. Waiting for them are Duke Goldpixie and his loyal knight, Sir Jael. The Duke lets out a faint laugh the moment he sees them. "Inviting us and then arriving late." The Marquis still shows no sense of courtesy. Unbothered, Marquis Lion Bloom scoffs. "And for you to make such noise over a trifle, it seems you're still as narrow-minded as ever." Their words bristle with hostility, but instead of boiling over, they laugh, sharp, unsettling bursts that sound more like predators circling each other. Sir Jael finally cuts in with a discreet cough, breaking the tension. The Marquis turns to him at once. "Sir Jael, it's been some time." "It has," Sir Jael replies smoothly. "Good to see you again." Lion Bloom extends a hand. "Don't you find serving the Duke boring?" "My offer still stands. You'd be welcome in my house." But Sir Jael's response is immediate and unyielding. "My loyalty belongs to the Goldpixie household. It always will." The Marquis shakes his head with mock regret. "A pearl before swine, then?" The Duke bristles at the insult, his thoughts seething. "Why, you little—" But before he can retort, Lion Bloom's gaze shifts. His eyes land on the young knight standing at the Duke's side. "And this one, is he the one?" "Yes," the Duke answers. "The one they call Damien Hashin." The Marquis's eyes harden, fury swelling as he studies Damien. "So this is the man who humiliated my son and crushed my knights." His fists clench, veins straining as the anger builds. But even as the rage grows, something strange slithers into his chest. Staring at Damien's calm, smiling face, unease prickles his skin. Sweat beads at his cheek. Why? Why do I feel this tension? I am a high-class knight. Why does a mere lowborn make me feel this way? His thoughts race. Could it be hidden potential? Could this boy truly stand on equal ground with Michael? The realization jolts him. He snaps his gaze toward his son. Michael's face is shadowed at first, unreadable. But then he lifts his head. His eyes lock directly onto Damien, his glare sharp, unyielding. Damien Hashin. He speaks the name softly, almost testing the sound of it. Damien, for his part, only tilts his head, clearly puzzled by the intensity of Michael's stare. Then, slowly, a grin spreads across Michael's face. A grin sharp with mischief, edged with danger. His body shifts, steady and deliberate. His hand slides to the hilt of his blade, posture sinking into a practiced stance. Ready to draw. The metallic scrape of steel breaks the silence as Michael begins to draw his blade. Damien blinks, caught off guard. His expression shifts in a quiet confusion, though he says nothing. Michael's crimson eyes, appearing as though he had lost all sense, fixed ahead as he assumed a proper battle stance. With one hand gripping the hilt of his sword and the other resting on the sheath, he prepared himself to unsheathe it. Damien heard the metallic clank of the blade as Michael began to draw it. Without uttering a word, Damien stood still and fixed his gaze upon him. Suddenly, Michael halted all movement, coming back to his senses with shock reflected in his eyes. His father had stepped in, holding his hand and preventing him from drawing the sword completely. That single action snapped Michael back to awareness. Still stunned, he glanced at his own reflection in the half-drawn blade, realizing inwardly that he had not even been aware of what he was doing. Sir Jael cast him a stern sideways glare, addressing him formally as Sir Michael and demanding to know what he thought he was doing. He scolded him, questioning how he dared draw a sword in the presence of his grace. The Duke, calm but firm, remarked that Michael surely understood that drawing a blade against a noble was a grave crime. "Marquis, Add headings, format, paragraph styles, and they will appear in your table of contents. Lion Bloom quickly spoke in his son's defense, explaining that Michael had acted foolishly only because of his desire to win. The Duke, however, pressed the matter further, asking if he was requesting him to overlook such an act for that simple reason and demanded to know how he intended to take responsibility. Marcius, inwardly cursing the complication, cast a troubled glance at his son, wondering if Michael's body had reacted unconsciously. Looking then at Damien, and after observing his son's expression, he thought to himself that it was as though Michael were facing a wild beast. Meanwhile, the Duke rested his hand on his chin, carefully considering how best to make Marcius bear responsibility, regarding the situation as a perfect opportunity. After a moment of deliberation, he gave a thin smile and stated that it could not be helped. He announced his decision to cancel the duel entirely, but that he would overlook the matter this one time. Marcius reacted with surprise, thinking inwardly that something was amiss since the Duke was not one to let things go simply. His suspicion was proven correct, as the Duke quickly added that he intended to attach a few additional conditions to the reward of the duel. Marcius scoffed inwardly, realizing he had expected nothing less, but outwardly asked what additional terms the Duke sought. Smugly, the Duke pressed on, having clearly cornered his opponent. The negotiation concluded with Marcius's expression turning bitter as he reluctantly agreed to terms unfavorable to himself. He accepted all of them and turned away, telling his son to follow. Michael complied with a subdued acknowledgement. The Duke waved him off cheerfully, saying he would not see them out but would see them later. Damien, who had watched the entire exchange, sighed with satisfaction, silently admiring how craftily the Duke had seized the opportunity to impose extra conditions. Still, the Duke turned his gaze to Damien and remarked that it seemed strange that Michael Lionbloom had drawn his sword at him. Damien acted ignorant, spreading his hands and casually saying that who could know. Yet behind his composed demeanor, a faint smile lingered as he thought inwardly that Michael had already awakened his sixth sense at such a young age. He regarded Michael with interest, impressed, and declared within himself that the coming duel would be quite fascinating. As the two distanced themselves, Marcius Lionbloom tilted his head toward his son, demanding to know why he had drawn his sword so recklessly, warning that he could have endangered their house. Michael, his voice full of excitement, asked his father if he had seen it. His father widened his eyes, giving his son his full attention. With Damien's expression still vivid in his mind, Michael explained with exhilaration that Damien had known he was about to draw his sword, yet had only stood there smiling. Filled with joy, Michael admitted that he had never before met an opponent like that and felt that Damien might finally be able to fight him as an equal. The Lion Bloom leader, however, grew concerned, thinking that his son had grown restless from lacking a true rival and that the look in his eyes had changed. Michael, coming back to his senses, expressed slight remorse, saying that his father had been forced to accept disadvantageous conditions because of him. Marquis, inwardly irritated that his son was only now realizing it, suppressed his anger, sighed, and dismissed the matter, saying there was nothing to worry about. With confidence, he declared that victory would belong to House Lionbloom. At last, the time for the duel arrived. The flag of House Lionbloom was raised, and the members of both houses gathered at the center where the announcer stood. The announcer declared the beginning of the first match, explaining that it was intended to establish momentum. He then called for the dueling knights of both sides to step forward. Turning to the Duke, he inquired about who should be sent first. The Duke sought Damien's opinion, and Damien began to respond, but another voice cut him off. A man asked permission to make a recommendation. The Duke turned curiously and immediately recognized him as Sir Sebastian Vincenzo, the one in charge of training the dueling knights. Sebastian confidently declared that he could recommend someone far more suitable than Damien. Damien, after observing him carefully, noted inwardly that this must be the so-called middle-class knight. He glanced at the dueling knights Vincenzo had trained and observed that this man was indeed the one responsible for training Pable and the other incompetence. Recognizing Vincenzo's wariness of losing credit to him, Damien decided to let him have his moment. Outwardly, he supported the suggestion, advising the Duke to let Vincenzo recommend the first knight. The Duke agreed and turned his focus to Vincenzo, asking whom he would choose. With confidence, Vincenzo named Fabian Vincenzo for the opening match. Fabian stomped his spear into the ground with authority and stood tall, exuding confidence as Gold Pixie's first dueling knight. He turned his head toward Sebastian, his father, and smiled, nodding. Their silent exchange conveyed their bond, Sebastian feeling proud as he thought to himself that Fabian was his son, while Fabian inwardly assured him not to worry, promising victory and a regained favor with the Duke. The Duke, impressed, observed Fabian and acknowledged that he had heard of his remarkable talent, voicing hope for his success. Damien, however, remained unimpressed. His eyes suddenly widened as his attention was drawn elsewhere. Stepping forward with a casual, indifferent demeanor was House Lionbloom's first dueling knight, Ronald. The duel commenced. Fabian assumed a battle stance, while Ronald remained unbothered, making no effort to prepare himself. Fabian introduced himself formally as Fabian of House Vincenzo and demanded his opponent's name and house. Ronald, still nonchalant, casually gave only his name, Ronald, without family ties. Fabian, shocked, asked if he was a commoner. This realization enraged him, for he considered it an insult for a mere commoner to stand against one who had mastered House Vincenzo's secret techniques. Ronald looked down on him with contempt, sneering that nobles seemed to relish fighting with their tongues like women. Further provoked, Fabian erupted in fury and charged at him. Completely shrouded in an aura, Fabian prepared a powerful attack, vowing to show Ronald the difference in their status. Yet Ronald remained utterly unfazed, not even taking a proper stance. The Knights of Gold Pixie's side cheered loudly, rejoicing that Fabian had made the first move. Fabian unleashed a wide, beautiful downward slash, but Ronald evaded with ease, stepping back effortlessly. Fabian grew uneasy but quickly adjusted, twisting his arm to change trajectory and launching into a relentless flurry of strikes. Ronald, still expending minimal effort, blocked and deflected every attempt with ease. Mocking Fabian with a look of scorn, he called him pathetic. Already furious at his inability to land a blow, Fabian grew even more enraged, shouting insults at Ronald. Consumed by rage, he prepared a massive attack, roaring as he declared Ronald nothing but a commoner. Recognizing the danger in the strike, Ronald finally became serious. Infusing his sword with mana, he moved with blinding speed, faster than Fabian's attack could connect, and delivered a clean slice. Fabian's right arm was severed and flew past his very eyes. Fabian stared in horror at the sight of his own arm. The Duke, watching, was struck dumb with shock. Sebastian Vincenzo, Fabian's father, clutched his head in terror and disbelief, the only word escaping him being a devastated denial. Ronald calmly sheathed his sword and scoffed at Fabian, dismissing his earlier words about status. As Fabian collapsed to the ground, screaming in pain, Ronald pointed down at him mockingly, striking a humorous pose as he declared him dismissed. A proud smile spread across Marquis Lionbloom's face, but he restrained himself, focusing instead on the greater fact that the first victory had gone to House Lionbloom. With the gold pixie flag fluttering high above, the anguished cries of Fabian echoed across the dueling grounds. Even after receiving first aid for his severed arm, his wails of pain persisted while his father remained beside him, consoling him and urging him to endure. Damien observed from the side with a look of disappointment, clicking his tongue in frustration as he admitted to himself that although he had anticipated this outcome, Fabian had proven far too weak. Turning away with a sigh of disgust, he left the scene. The Duke, standing beside him, appeared furious. With a bitter sigh, he cursed the Lionbloom faction, questioning aloud why they resorted to cutting off arms when the duel was merely about claiming victory. Shifting his attention back to Damien, the Duke asked what should be done next. He reminded Damien that they had already lost the first of the 3 matches and considered whether he should participate immediately. Damien calmly reasoned that if he were to step in now and claim a victory, and Michael appeared in the final duel, there would be no one left to oppose him. The Duke admitted the logic of this strategy. To ease his concern, Damien smiled faintly and assured him that he had someone in mind to take the second match. The Duke's face brightened with hope as he awaited the name. The scene then shifted to Damien standing before Pable, declaring him the second dueling knight. Pable trembled in fear, stammering in disbelief, but Damien walked away without hesitation, encouraging him to recall the harsh training he had endured. Still shaking, Pable voiced his doubts, yet Damien reassured him with confidence that he would certainly win. Behind him, his fellow knights attempted to lift his spirits, one offering faith in his strength while another chanted their shared motto of unity. The Duke, however, seemed unimpressed by Damien's choice. With a sigh, he nevertheless permitted it, though he questioned the wisdom of the decision since Pable had never shown signs of standing out. Even Sir Jael cast a suspicious glance at Damien. Yet Damien, smiling confidently, explained that he had been giving Pable special attention in training for this very purpose. All three then looked back at Pable, who appeared on the verge of vomiting from sheer terror. Despite this, Damien remained confident and promised that Pable would secure victory. When the second duel began, Pable could scarcely stand. Crouched in fear, his entire body trembled, his legs nearly collapsing beneath him. The memory of Fabian's severed arm replayed in his mind, draining the color from his face. Though he admitted to himself that he had stepped onto the field out of necessity, he now questioned what he could possibly do. Lion Bloom's second dueling night, Huey Saletian, stepped forward with confidence. Cheers erupted for him as he assumed a battle-ready stance with a bold smile. Pable froze in place, his jaw dropping at the sight of this opponent. His morale was shattered completely as he realized that Huey was far stronger than he could ever hope to be. In a trembling voice, he gave his name as Pable Bermond. Huey looked disappointed, having expected Damien himself to appear. Deciding to end the battle swiftly, he infused his sword with mana and prepared to strike. Pable, though terrified, steadied himself and tried to focus. Yet before his thought even completed, Huey's blade was already at his neck. In a moment of desperation, Pable managed to deflect it, sparks flying from the clash of steel. Both combatants were left in shock, Pable stunned by his own survival, Huey irritated that his swift strike had been blocked. Although knocked to the ground by the force, Pable rose again, and Huey grudgingly admitted that his opponent was better than expected. Pable himself questioned whether it had been luck, but Huey granted him no time to dwell on it, pressing forward with relentless attacks. Against all odds, Pable continued to evade, rolling across the ground in panic before regaining his footing. Dust filled the field from his movements, creating blind spots. Predictably, Huey attempted a surprise strike from the haze, but Pable once again managed to block. Huey's disbelief turned into unease as he realized even attacks aimed at blind spots were being countered. For the first time, Pable struck back, forcing space between them. Huey gasped in shock, questioning whether this could be the very reason Damien had been so confident. Damien, watching with satisfaction, thought to himself that Pable had finally realized it. During training, Damien had used Lion Bloom's own Great Lion Sword art against him, relentlessly beating him down until his body learned to react instinctively. Now, on the dueling grounds, Pable instinctively blocked Huey's every move. Each swing seemed familiar, albeit slower than Damien's own. Pable recognized this difference, silently thanking Damien for preparing him. With Huey continuing his furious strikes, Pable evaded with growing confidence, finally seeing a path to surpass himself. Planting his foot firmly, he charged forward with newfound determination, roaring inwardly that his blade would pierce the heavens. In a burst of speed, his sword slipped past Huey's defense and stopped at his neck, the edge grazing his cheek. Stunned, Huey collapsed onto the ground in defeat. The Duke clenched his fist in restrained triumph, while Damien smiled proudly at his side. Marquis Lion Bloom, however, sat frozen in disbelief, while Michael remained utterly unbothered. Standing tall, Pable declared victory. The silence of the dueling grounds erupted into jubilant cheers as the Gold Pixie Knights shouted his name. A smug smile spread across Pable's face as he inwardly reveled in his achievement. The second duel ended in victory for Gold Pixie. Michael then stepped forward, his aura radiating as he laughed in amusement at Huey's loss. He admitted his surprise that Huey, who had appeared stronger, had still been defeated. Walking with majesty, he declared that in the end, the decisive match would fall upon himself and Damien. Approaching face to face, he called out Damien's name with excitement. Damien advanced as well, pausing only to glance back at the Duke, who gave him a confident nod. The two finally stood opposite one another on the dueling grounds. Michael expressed with fervent delight that this was the moment he had long awaited, the very reason for his existence. His chest heaved with exhilaration as he laughed, rejoicing at having finally found an opponent worthy of being called his equal. Damien, however, regarded him with a smug confidence, dismissing the idea of equality between them. As the Gold Pixie's third dueling night, he prepared to prove it. With a smile, Michael unsheathed his blade, his movements swift and fluid. In an instant, he blurred forward, faster than the eye could follow, his sword raised for a devastating strike. His eyes blazed with the thirst for battle as he inwardly called out for Damien not to disappoint him. At Lion Bloom camp, a few minutes before their duel even started, Celestian was kneeling before his Lion Bloom Knight leader and asked that he be killed for losing such a duel. But the leader ordered him to get up, as he had done the best he could in the situation, given that his opponent was much stronger than he was. The leader was quite confident that the next duel would be in their favor, and nobody can change their fate now. As they had Michael on their side, Michael was standing by his side all the time and waiting for his turn. Huey's selection agreed with his leader's thoughts. Michael was indeed the most strengthened knight. Other than that, he was the son of the leader. Selection was sent back to go and take some rest. While the Lion Bloom leader thought it was strange that Huey was stronger than a ducal house's knight by 2 or maybe 3 levels. Why did he feel that his attacks were anticipated? He was certain that the great lion sword art had been passed down in their family, and therefore, there was no way it could be leaked. While he was thinking about many possibilities, Michael spoke. Michael said that this was the first time he had felt so much excitement in his life. He said that he had now found someone who was exactly like him, but he was confident that he would definitely defeat him and bring victory for his father. While he walked on the field, while his father encouraged him that he was the best of the best, and he should now go and enjoy the duel to his heart's content. Michael was imagining his past, that how it was fun to do sword fighting, and from a very young age he had started to learn it with his full concentration and as well as heart. He first started to learn swordsmanship from his father, and it was so enjoyable for him that he really went mad with excitement. He was filled with expectations and wondered how many powerful warriors there must be in the whole world. However, as his journey went on, he became stronger and stronger, and as time went on, his expectations and interests faded away. He even thought that when he fought the knights rumored to be the strongest, they were nothing in front of him and lost to him easily. Victory came to him as something natural, and it was disappointing for him. And later, sometimes he put his sword down and didn't fight further. But now Damien Haxon appeared in front of him. While Michael stood in front of Damien, he begged him he should not to disappoint him at all. And with that sentence, Michael charged at him with his sword. He attacked on his head. It was quite quick, but for Damien, it was nothing. He didn't even pull his sword out and dodge him. He even punched Michael, sending him into the sky. But Michael was not going to stand back at all. He dashed again, but this time he was sent away by a kick. There was an air pressure in Damien's attack that was stronger than Michael's strength. Michael used the ground to stop himself from getting pushed back and gave a smile at Damien. He again charged at Damien with full force and swung everywhere he could, but was unable to land any strike on him. He was excited by how much stronger Damien was. He had blocked all his attacks so easily, while Damien stood there and kept his hand in his pocket and mocked him for being so weak. Michael was all pumped up. He told him that he knew it from the start, that Damien was the best of all. Michael asked him how long Damien was just going to dodge his attack. He should just get his sword out and fight like a real swordsman. While he laughed at him, Michael told him that he should just make this duel more enjoyable for him. While Damien went for his sword to bring it out, suddenly Michael charged at him, and he thought that his sword would be the first to reach him until he could notice anything. But what he didn't know was that his sword broke as it touched Damien, as he had already drawn his sword out in the split second without even making him notice. But not only his sword, but Damien had chopped his head off at his neck, and it flew away some distance, while Michael died on the spot without any second thoughts, and while Michael's eyes shattered, something different happened. It was not the same for Michael, and he could not believe what had just happened. In a blink, everything was over. Damien had just pushed him back, and Michael's sword was turned down by him, and he had left with no courage to pull it out again. He was in front of Damien witting on his knees, while he still laughed at Damien Powers and thought that what just happened to him and couldn't believe that he was still alive. He just felt his neck getting cut and head being chopped off. His father witnessed the entire scene and angrily shouted at his son, Michael, ordering him to stand up, draw his sword, and fight like a true swordsman. But Michael seemed lost in a haze of disbelief, still struggling to comprehend what had just happened. He wondered if he had truly witnessed his own death at the hands of his rival. Slowly lifting his gaze toward Damien, he saw him standing firmly with an intense aura around him. Damien then sternly asked if he still believed that the two of them were equal in any way. Michael was sweating all over his face, weirdly smiling. He had just realized that he had just seen a mirage of his own death, and nothing else, but the scene was quite horrifying for him in a split second. He bowed down to Damien and admitted that he was defeated by him. It was then announced that the third duel final victory went to Gold Pixie. The third duel between Damien Haxon of Gold Pixie and Michael from Lion Bloom Knight had concluded with Damien Haxon to be the victor, as Michael had surrendered the match after seeing a glimpse of his death while he fought with Damien. Now, there was a party going on, organized by the Gold Pixie leader. The party was to mock the Lion Bloom Knight's leader. Dorgo, the leader of the Gold Pixie, announced that everyone to enjoy to their fullest and drink as much as everyone wanted because today he had won against his rivals. While the leader of Lion Bloom was making angry faces, but he had no choice but to accept his invitation to join the party, as he had lost to him. Dorgo told them that there were enough drinks for everyone, and they should not hesitate to take more. He even said that with more people in the party, there is always more fun, while he raised his glass higher. The Lion Bloom Knights were also suffering the mockery. They had no choice but to show their gratitude for Dorgo, but they knew their boss was in a bad mood. Then Dorgo came to their leader, Marquis Lion Bloom, and told him that they had already quarreled a lot for some time, but that everything was settled. They should forget the past and enjoy themselves now. He then poured the drink into his glass, but he again mocked him. He said that he would pour the drink for him, but he needed to tell him that the true victor was him. Marquis was all angry with him and wanted to burst on him, but he couldn't do it now, as he had lost to him in reality. While they were talking, Michael was chatting with Damien. He had gotten quite friendly with him. He told Damien that he was the same as Damien is, but also he added that Damien was way too strong for him. Michael was all over Damien and wanted him to be his friend. While Damien was thinking in his mind that he was surprised by looking at the face of Michael, as he was so friendly, even though he had done so badly with his brother. Michael said that he was still confused about what happened to him in the fight, but whatever the case was, he could sense it even without directly crossing swords with him. Damien was quite stunned that he didn't even know why that happened to him. While Marquis was being mocked, he blamed his situation entirely on Michael. He still did not believe that Michael surrendered to Damien without even drawing his sword, and he was unsure whether it was misfortune or not, but the anger was still greater. Damien was judging Dorgo, as he had invited the Marquis's household for the party, and he even thought of him as a hopeless person, as there was no need for him to do so. He thought of Dorgo, who on the surface looks hearty and generous, but it was obvious that this all banquet was arranged just to mock the Marquis. Damien was quite satisfied after all. He had achieved his original objective, which was to bring the victory, and with the duel, he had brought the victory to the Duke's household. He also ensured that the Lion Bloom would think twice from now onwards to mess with them again. But still, for him, there were matters to be resolved. Later on, Michael came to him and asked if he could sit around him and poured him some drink into his glass with a big smile. Michael told him that he respected him greatly. Damien was shocked that he was showing his respect and even pouring the drinks for him. Damien thought that he had always imagined that he would never meet a peer of his own age. He was thinking about the super senses that he had, but now Michael was also one of them who had the same ability. He was a superhuman in his eyes, as he had fought him in his mind and lost to Damien. It was a mental space of his own creation, and there Michael realized that Damien was a being utterly beyond his dimension, a person whose true scale could not be measured, and with that he felt true fear. And that all saved Michael's life from Damien. Damien also thought that if he had fought me in reality, he would have lost an arm at the least. Michael told him that the world is much bigger than he thought, but Damien asked if he should give him some advice. It was not normal that Damien was saying such a thing, but Michael didn't refuse to him. Damien told that as he say that the world is vast, but the talent they have is not common, but neither was unique to them alone. He told that the empire alone in itself, he could think of at least 3 people with a greater talent than him. So Michael should not get conceited, and he shouldn't be arrogant, either. Damien added that he should also not think that he was already the greatest. He said to him that once he also thought the same to be the very best, but then he was defeated by a man. Michael said to him that he lives with the same ideology that he was telling him now, but Damien was way too arrogant now. He said that not at all, he was the best of the best now. Michael was confused. He asked he wouldn't lose to someone and thought of being humble, but Damien said that now he was way too strong, and until Michael became as strong as him, he should not be arrogant in front of anyone. Michael told him in the end that he would remember his advice. While they were chatting, Dorgo and Marquis came to them. Dorgo asked them if they were getting along, as he had just watched them sitting together for a long time, now chatting. Dorgo even added that the friendship of young men is always a fine thing, too, and asked the Marquis if he wasn't right about it. Damien and Michael asked him why he was here, and bowed to him in respect. Dorgo said that he was here as his discussion with the Marquis was finished, so he came to see them. Damien questioned him about the discussion they were having. Dorgo told him that before the duel, they both had agreed that if they won, Marquis would allow Damien to enter the vault of the Marquis as a reward for victory. Dorgo said that after losing, Marquis was not giving up the reward, so he had to discuss with him to get the reward that was promised. He even mocked him again, but this time Marquis screamed at him and told him that how could he mock him like that, as he knows that the true value of the vault is higher than anything. Marquis, in his mind, was really angry. He even cursed Damien for doing what he did to Erwin and promised to never forgive him. But given the circumstances of the banquet, he passed the situation for this once. Marquis told Damien that he apologized for sending knights to show military force against him. Damien was shocked that he was apologizing even after what he had done to Erwin. But Marquis also said that he cannot let him enter the vault, but instead he took out a box from his pocket and opened it, and there was a ring inside it. He said that, as both an apology and a reward for the duel, he will give this to him. Damien asked him what it was. So Marquis told him that it was a ring imbued with spatial magic, crafted in the White Tower, and can also store up to 100 kilograms inside of it. Damien was shocked that a dimensional artifact, something like that, was worth as a small castle. He was feeling irritated that the reward had changed, but with an item of this value, he decided to let it pass. Damien said to him that if this was what he was offering, he appreciated the rewards from him. Marquis told him that if there was still anything he could tell him, though he could not open the vault as promised. But still, the Marquis's household had many fine weapons. Damien was also convinced that the Marquis's house was the best knight's house in the Apple Kingdom, and it must have a lot of great weapons. He then recalled that there should be an item he wanted in the house as well, and requested that he wanted one more thing, which was a bow. Marquis was confused about why he needed a bow and asked him what he would do with the bow, as that was unexpected, but Damien, with a calm smile, told him that he needed the bow to marry off his younger brother. In a faraway place, a boy sneezed while pinching needles in a doll, thinking about the weather. That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.